Oh, la, 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 la. All right. All right. Enough. Enough is enough. Where's my camera? There it is. Ah, look at that beautiful face. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Thor's early morning streams, because... fuck sleep, that's why. Alright, so... hope you're all having a wonderful morning. I just listened to this best song ever. It goes a little something like this. I'm just kidding. Oh man, do I got shit to talk about today. I'm gonna hold off on the league stuff for a bit, unless that's exactly why you're here. But I love my WoW rants, so I'm sorry. It's gonna be what it's gonna be. Alright, so we'll talk about that later. First, actually, yeah, we'll start with a funny one to get the mood kind of going, okay? So I saw this a while ago. I didn't see, I saw the other one, I was like, oh shit, man. This is what it is like to be a paladin. So yeah, I'll watch these two, get the morning started right. But basically, these two videos really emphasize what it felt like playing a paladin for the first time in World of Warcraft. Let's
We're gonna open a jar.
Especially in Legion when you got the Ashbringer.
See, now you try. First, get a jar. Patrick, that's
The Ashbringer.
That's the Ashbringer. Oh god, the edit. So good. Oh god. Yep, that's it. That's the character creation. You create a paladin, that's what you did. This is by far the best paladin set. It's so iconic. It's just such a good set. I can't believe they didn't remake this set. They remade the Black Temple set, and they didn't remake this set. How do you not remake this set with better pixels, bro? Probably because every paladin in existence would walk around with a new version of the set. Oh my lord, that just looks so good. Good, bro. Yep. Gonna kneel down for all the atrocities you must correct in this world. That's 0. Fucking flowers are blooming and shit. It's so good, bro. Oh god, the level 69. Bro, it's just so good. Alright, I got atrocities to cleanse. From that day onward, he was known as Patrick the Pure and spent the rest of his life purifying the land. Purify.
You need a jar.
It's so good, bro. Next episode. Alright, this is where it all comes together, though. This is the best part. The music is just so on point. Whoever made this fucking genius. I don't know what that his skeleton is, but whatever. Here he comes, the purifier of the land. Oh god. Best sword in the game. Seal. I'm assuming so. A command, yeah. AoE damage on proc, but he's patched the pure, so everything is proc. Easy. The editing is just so fun, man. Done. Except, realistically, when you go to that area, it is actually not that easy to kill them, even with exorcism. You run out of mana and all that stuff, but whatever. But he has the Ashbringer, so... Why is he kneeling for it though? Zira, give me light, give me strength. It's so good, bro. Oh shit, these are actually really nice. Just fucking throws it. Instead of hammering red, just throws fucking Ashbringer. Bro, there we go. That's speed of the light, man. They took it out of the game. Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Yep. That's what it felt like being a paladin. That's so good. Sorry, no, what was it called? What was that AoE spell called? I forgot the name. That was 10,000 sounds, sure. 10,000 troops. Sword, 1,000 troops. The flowers are blooming again. Life has returned to Azeroth. Jabir's done. Next, of course, he has to cry a bit. All the lives lost. He overused Zero. Zero is fucking dead. Onward to Eastern Plaguelands and Western Plaguelands. Excalibur. This power was not meant to be held by anyone else. The funny thing is, you do find the shard of the corrupt Ashbringer in the water. So, bloop. It's so good, bro.
Yes,
it's just so good, man. I can't, bro. That video is literally what it means to be a paladin. It's like if you're like me, like you go red paladin, and you can never be wrong. That is literally like the two things in order to be a paladin. Is first make paladin, but second one, you are never wrong. No matter what anyone says, you're always right. Which brings me on to my next topic. So I made a forum post yesterday. Oh my god, bro. I feel like WoW players just don't want to play multiple classes. It's like, or they don't, it's like, I have suffered for so long, everyone else deserves to suffer. Meanwhile, their game is fucking dying. So I don't know. I'm gonna go through this, my suggestions. Funny enough, I would say no one really disagrees with the valor point. I think there was one comment about the valor points, but like the Mythic Plus changes, everyone's just disagreeing with it. And I do not really understand why. No one has given me like a really good explanation as to why this would be bad. I feel like it's just because it is a change, and we don't want changes. Hashtag no changes in my retail WoW. Mythic Plus, and this is the funniest thing, the argument was that it's like Mythic Plus is already very lucrative with gear compared to the other avenues, so it's fine. But it's like, bro, just because everything else is shit with gear doesn't mean that Mythic Plus is fine. You need to fix that shit too. Like, you need to fix the gear all around, right? I'm just talking about Mythic Plus here in a vacuum. But obviously, if you make these changes for Mythic Plus, you would have to make changes for Raid and PvP. But anyways, Von Monger here. So this is my forum post. Hello dear WoW enjoyers, let's talk about the elephant in the room, how punishing rather than rewarding Mythic Plus really is, and my suggestions to maybe fix. Of course, this is my opinion and would like for a civil discussion and opinions in response, because for some reason, you have to say that you want a civil discussion and opinions in response, otherwise people just lose their fucking mind because they forget how to be civil. Anyway, so on to the valor points. Valor points. Currently, valor points are uncapped, which I think is a good thing and a step in the right direction, but we can make it better. Daily or weekly challenge to get a big chunk of valor points, still farmable as it is now. So basically, when you do your Mythic Plus, you still get valor, but obviously the amount you get in Mythic Plus valor is really not that big. But if you have a daily challenge or a weekly, people who can't play for too long will still get a decent amount of valor, which would help them get their gear. Okay, that's pretty much the logic behind. Also can get a big chunk, and a weekly challenge of X amount of Mythic Plus. As an example, of course, can debate what the challenges are, similar to Conquest Weeklies. Basically, yeah, exactly. Like, that's all it is. Valor points, I want to be like Conquest Weeklies, as well as the daily valor bonus. And I think Conquest Weekly, Conquest Dailies should also have, what's it called? Should also be a thing, right? And in my opinion, you should remove the Conquest cap as well. Like, why? Vault should have an option to award valor points if there are no other good options for gear from the weekly vault. I mean, kind of self-explanatory, but what's the purpose of having so much valor? If you have this much valor, then it's like, you know, the fuck you gonna do with all of it? You can't upgrade that much gear. However, this brings me to point number 3. Ability to buy a 0 out of 12 upgraded or whatever max upgrade is, targetable gear from a vendor. So basically all the dungeon loot, you can buy it if you want with valor. Obviously, how much it costs and whatever, I'm not talking about that. Blizzard can decide. It's not a like something that I'm gonna have like the numbers for. Thus making you able to target the items you want rather than farming a dungeon over and over to get it. So basically, you farm enough valor, you're missing the trinket that you want from a dungeon, you go buy the trinket, you upgrade to 12 out of 12, boom, you're done. Right? Mythic Plus. So these are the valor changes that I propose. I don't think anyone really has an issue with it. I think it solves a big issue. And honestly, if only this is implemented, Mythic Plus is already going to be in a way better state. Just because you won't have to grind the same dungeon over and over to get the item you want, if ever. And sometimes you even, like, after grinding it for like months, you finally get it, but it's like, well, here's the next patch within like a few weeks, so everything you've done is kind of useless. Targetable gear, basically, this is what valor points are. Anyways, moving on to Mythic Plus, and this is big. Oh, this got people fucking fuming. Whew. Okay, remove the Mythic Key item. Make Mythic Plus a queuable dungeon, which leads me to point number 2. Okay, so if you remove the key, meaning when you fail a run, the key will not get lower because there's no key anymore, right? The way you queue into a Mythic Plus would be based on your Mythic score. Reduce the amount of Mythic Plus from 2 to 15. 2 to 15 is basically where you get item levels. Instead, make it just 2 to 5, but the 5 would be equal to a 15, the 4 would be equal to like a 9, the 3 would be equal to a 6, and the 2 would be equal to a 3, right? Basically, 2 would add an affix, 3 would add an affix, 4 would add an affix, and 5 would add an affix, as well as the proper scaling for the difficulty. This would actually make it so that point number 1 would make sense, because if you're queuing between 2 to 15 or higher, it's like, bro, like, good luck finding a match, right? So like queuing to dungeons already is a pain in the ass if you're DPS. Can't even imagine like queuing into a Mythic Plus as DPS when you have 2 to 15 options. If you have 2 to 5 options, that's fine. If you want to go for 6, you have to pre-make a group for that, right? Makes sense. 6, 7, 8, 1, whatever, like however high you want to go, you make a group for that. Basically, yeah, this is what it says. 2 will enough X, 3 will enough for enough X. In order to queue into 2, 3, 4, 5, you would need to have a certain Mythic Plus score, probably also item level, which is already integrated into the game, so might as well make use of it. I mean, this was a point of contention for a good chunk of the comments. Why? I don't know. This does not affect the higher end players. The only ones who might find it a bit more challenging would be the, quote unquote new players, like the bad players. And honestly, the bad players barely finish at plus 10 anyways. Like, they don't really do plus 10s. They do like plus 7s and plus 6s and 5s and shit like that, which means they would be in the 2 and 3 and 4 maybe without much of an issue. The jump from 2 to 3 to 4 is not really that high. It's the jump from 4 to 5 that's going to be the highest, and that's the end tier, like the higher tier of players. So they can do a 5 regardless. Also, point number 3, Valor upgrades would be limited to your Mythic Plus score, so if you are unable to queue into a Mythic 5, you can only upgrade to, let's say, 10 out of 12, right? So basically what would happen is, if, let's say, you want to go into a Mythic 5, and you need a certain item level, and you need a certain Mythic score, you might get the Mythic score, but you don't have the item level. The only way for you to get the item level would be to upgrade your Valor. However, you can't upgrade to 12 out of 12 until you finish the Mythic 5s and get a certain score, right? So you finish the Mythic 4s, you got your score high enough, you can upgrade to 10 out of 12 Valor, which would be very feasible to do Mythic plus 15 with 10 out of 12 items. You don't have to have fully stacked gear to do Mythic 15s right now. Never has that been an issue. So again, solves the problem of this, right? Number 4 is achieving a Mythic Plus score on the level of, let's say, for argument's sake, a Mythic 8. You would get a cosmetic reward of a dungeon set Mythic raid quality appearance. So basically, cosmetics. Like if we're implementing the 2 to 5, you can still do Mythic 6, 7, 8, whatever. And then as you keep going, there's incentive to keep going. You can get a cosmetic quality appearance. The only way to increase your Mythic Plus score is to do higher Mythic tiers. Therefore, you're getting more rewards, right? Like cosmetics. So again, you can get a mount, you can get a pet, you can get a set, whatever, and then it's like, so you get a basic set, let's say, a basic appearance, which should be cool and unique at Mythic 8, but then at Mythic 12, you get the same appearance, but like a Mythic raid quality of it. So if you know in WoW, like you have the normal gear visuals, you have the heroic gear visuals, which is like basically a recolor, and the Mythic one has like a certain like extra shine to it and just looks a bit different and more robust, right? That's exactly what you can do with a Mythic Plus, right? You can just add seasonal sets, which you can only get on that patch, on that season. 5, and this is what people really don't like, remove timer. Apparently people really love the timer for some reason. I don't know why. It doesn't really add anything. It just makes it more punishing, but whatever. Remove timer, very contentious topic. I don't see a reason to have a timer. If someone wants to spend 3 hours on a dungeon trying to clear it, it is their right to do so. Yeah, I think it is. The punishment is already the amount of time they spent doing it. Yeah, if they spend 3 hours trying to clear like a Mythic 5, like, I mean, fuck it, let them. If someone does it faster, their reward should be the amount of time they saved doing so. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. I personally don't like timer. I actually, like, it's not that I hate it, it's not that I like it. I feel like it's irrelevant, right? So there's no reward to the timer, really. It only has downsides. And the biggest downside is people see you're not going to finish the timer, they quit. And then you're left there standing, holding your dick and jerking off because there's nothing else you can do. Because you're not going to finish it on time with 4 people or at all. So, no timer. probably less levers, less trolls as well. And also no key, so it's a queue. Again, solves that problem. It's like you can just re-queue, right? It's not like you have to downgrade your key. Now you have to rerun the dungeon to upgrade to a 15 just so someone can dodge again and shit like that. So solves the thing that annoyed me the most with Mythic Plus by far, and that's levers. 6. Mythic Plus should always reward 5 items, 1 per character. It never feels good to be the guy running 10 dungeons but having the worst RNG and getting 0 items. And this happens multiple times to multiple people. Me and a few guildies had it happen to them. Unless someone was funneling gear to us, we were not getting items for shit in Mythic Plus. 10 runs, by the way, is approximately 6 to 10 hours. That's a substantial amount of time wasted to get absolutely nothing for it. Especially if, let's say, you don't do the valor changes and there's a valor cap, you legit did nothing for 10 hours. You just completely wasted your time. You got absolutely nothing to show for it. Not a good feeling. Anyways, here comes the fun part. People losing their shit. Oh boy, here we go again. Save some time, move this to general discussion. The people of DRS actually like WoW. Yes, I'm sure you do. And doesn't matter what happens, you will still like WoW. Because you guys are playing this game in the worst iteration of it ever, and you're still fine with it. And I don't know if people notice, but there's like 75% less players playing WoW right now. And Mythic Plus. Just because you like it doesn't mean that's like you should prevent others from liking it too. Alright, let's talk about the elephant in the room, how punishing rather than rewarding Mythic Plus really is. Except Mythic Plus is by far the most rewarding. Again, comparing diarrhea to shit is not a good comparison. Mythic Plus is by far the most rewarding from endgame content. It is. But all endgame content rewards are fucking dog shit. You get 40 to 66% end of dungeon drops that can be upgraded to heroic raid equivalent loot and vault that drops mythic raid equivalent. I'm not even talking about the vault here. I'm just talking about the Mythic Plus. Vault is a separate system, which in my opinion is also problematic. Better than the first iteration, sure, but still problematic. 40 to 60%, yeah, that's a very low chance for the amount of time you invest. Oops. Straight up. Raiders can upgrade loot and vault is limited to the difficulty they complete. Even Eon is saying it is too rewarding. And that is, literally that is the problem. He's saying that is too rewarding. How many classes, how many specs can you feasibly play per patch? If you're playing every spec on a class, you can maybe have one more alt with one spec on it to be as competitive. That's not a too rewarding system. That is an atrocious system for something that is seasonal. WoW is a very seasonal game. When a patch comes out, everything before it is goddamn awful and useless. It helps you to have a leg up, sure, but it's like you replace almost all of it within a few weeks. That's not a good system. And you refarm the same shit again and again, only to have it irrelevant. So, if the gear is irrelevant, let us have it. If the gear is not irrelevant, then sure, I would understand, but the gear is relevant. If this was horizontal progression, let's say it was ESO, and gear is maxed out always, yeah, I don't care about this. This doesn't matter then. Yeah, you invest time, you get rewards, and you get to keep your rewards, but that's not how the game works. The game literally makes you lose all your items every patch. Everything you do is useless. So if it's useless, let us have it. Currently, Valor points are uncapped, which I think is a good thing and a step in the right direction. They only did uncapped Valor because of the experimentation and shortened season. Bro, this shortened season is usually what a patch would be. I know they only did it for uncapped Valor. Like I said, it's a step in the right direction. I know they're gonna probably cap Valor in Dragonflight. I think that's a step in the wrong direction. It's too much and really upsets the endgame loot progression even more in regards to PvP and raid. Again, you're comparing diarrhea to shit. Also, by the way, PvP loot is actually not even that bad. It's bad, but it's like compared to raid, it's way better. Non-key pushers are left in the dirt even more than usual seasons. Yeah, again, the problem is not... The problem here is the other systems, not Mythic Plus. Previous value cap was too restrictive, but uncap is too much. Oh, so, okay, where would you draw the line then? You wouldn't. There's no line to draw. Everything, any cap would be too restrictive. Reduce the amount of Mythic Plus from 2 to 15 as the loot item less scaling to something like a 2 to 5. What would the purpose of this be? Save time. Also less key wastage. Also less runs to get to the 15s. Remove timer. No, the timer is what makes Mythic Plus a challenge. No, it's not. The timer is not a challenge. People who think the timer is a challenge are like delusional. The timer is not a challenge. People who are doing a plus 22 and see the time, they're not going to make the timer, they're usually going to stick around and finish it anyways. It's like, yeah, fuck it, just do it. Might as well. It's a plus 22. They're not like, you know, the timer literally is just a challenge mentally for players at lower brackets. That's all the timer is. It's not a challenge for someone doing a plus 26. Also, this doesn't affect, let's say, MDI, because MDI, they would still have a competition of who clears it faster. It doesn't matter what the time limit is. It's whoever clears it faster, so it doesn't even matter. The scaling alone is very soft. I agree, and he says this here too. Please remember that he said the scaling alone is very soft. The timer and having to pull at a certain pace is the challenge. We don't want 5-man raids. Who's, like... How does this turn it into a 5-man raid? Removing the timer does not turn WoW into a 5-man raid. The dungeon is still the dungeon. Just because some people will take 3 hours to do something that is like extremely hard doesn't mean it's a raid quality like content. It's still a dungeon. Some people will clear it in 20 minutes, some people will clear it in 40 minutes. There's just no timer. This makes absolutely no sense. Mythic Plus should always reward 5 items. LMAO, so you are just entitled for loot. I'm entitled for my time. The more I read this, the more I see you just want handouts. Yes, because doing the content and getting rewarded for doing the content is handouts. Doing the content and not getting rewarded for the content is why you stop doing the content. You know, like, how fucking stupid. But again, I mean... I'm a paladin talking to another paladin, like we will, you know, it's like maybe I'm the stupid one, I don't know, but this doesn't make any sense to me. What would the purpose of this be? He answers the key levels would be massively jarring and progress would feel fast. Yeah, the progress would feel fast. The massively jarring is kind of like, I don't really agree. It's already considered pretty jarring at 4.7.10 when the new affix is added for noobs. Last thing the game needs is 2.7. I don't know why he had. Like, this guy literally can't count. You'll see this over and over again. This will come back over and over as he goes. He makes absolutely no sense. I don't know why he added 2, 7, 11, 15, and 20, because I only said 4 affixes, not 5. But whatever. He also doesn't understand what I mean by the other stuff. Tell you a secret. Every key past 15 has a 20% chance to drop an extra item. At 20, you're 100% to get 4 items. At 25, you're guaranteed to get 5 items. When it used to drop 3 baseline, it dropped 5 at 20, and 22 had a 40% chance at a 6th item. You'd know that if you did the content though. I did do the content, and you know what? People who are doing 20s and 25s don't need the extra loot. So this system helps absolutely no one. Who cares? If you're doing a plus 20, the last thing you need is Mythic Plus loot. You need the fucking loot from the vault. Any extra loot you're gonna get from Mythic Plus is irrelevant to you. So all the extra gear you can get, from higher Mythic Plus means absolutely nothing. You are already way over it. Or are you telling me you're carrying a person at plus 25s to give him 1 extra loot? Give me a break. Yeah. And I told him this, I actually do know this. I don't see a reason for this though. As it stands, Mythic Plus, if done in a pug, take approximately 40 to 60 minutes of your time, 34 minutes per run. That's just how the dungeons are. 10 to 15 minutes forming a group, usually. 5 minutes to actually start once the group is formed. Rough estimate. Having the 20% increase chance is so low, and again, it's not much of a reward for how inaccessible that content is for vast majority of players. And by that content, I mean higher Mythic Plus, where you actually get the 20% increase. I don't see a lot of people doing 15s, let alone 20s. I mean, there's a good chunk of people doing 15s, don't get me wrong. But a lot of players are in the 7s and 10s and shit like that, which is fine. I don't care. Like, they can be lower and some people can be higher. That's fine. People who are doing 18s are a dime a dozen. Like, they're like the top 1%, not because they're so good, but because they're so bored and like don't appreciate their fucking time. Okay, Mythic Plus if done in a pug takes approximately, for a rough estimate, this is a gross over exaggeration. No, it's not. 40 minutes would be the minimum time required for you to form a group, to get to the dungeon and to finish the dungeon. No, that's not a gross exaggeration. If you're doing a pug, 40 minutes is the minimum amount of time like you can estimate, and can go up to at least 60 minutes. It can also be even more. Depends how picky you are with the people you choose. But 40 minutes is a very, very generous estimate. It's not much of a reward for how inaccessible. Everyone has access to a key. Everyone can join or create a group. Mythic raids are inaccessible. Mythic Plus is far from it. So see, this guy doesn't understand what he's talking about, because the inaccessibility is clearly referred to doing 20s and 25s. Okay. Just because it's the most rewarding doesn't mean it's good. Maybe it means the other forms of content need to up their loot as well, which is what I said. Okay. They only did uncapped, yeah, not a good design for loot for other content. This is like about the uncapped valor that's only temporary. I said it's not a good design for loot the other content, but if I start talking about loot in all forms of content, this post would be 3 pages long. That's what I'm talking about Mythic Plus in a vacuum, because I don't want to bring my thoughts about how raid loot should work into a Mythic Plus discussion. It's already like too much. The purpose is you could make it a queuable dungeon rather than a key, which demotes. Yeah, so the purpose of making 2 to 5 instead of 2 to 15, you can make it queuable. If you have 2 to 5, you would be expecting very long queue times, especially as DPS. So you are just not, I just want to play more than one class at a time. I also like my time. The current loot does not allow that. Rough estimate, discussion. How long would it take you to form a pug and finish the run for plus 15 in a regular season? Heck, probably even now. Inaccessible, and again, I'm talking about the higher keys. Clearly, this guy doesn't know what he's done, but yeah, now he replies to me, just because it's the most rewarding. Even if raid got a buff to drops, Mythic Plus as it is now would still blow it out of the water because of upgradable loot and vault drops being higher than the content completed. But you just said a few posts ago, upgradable loot is only at best heroic raid level. So who cares if it is, because it's not competing with the mythic raid, so who cares. If raid got a buff, also mythic raid gear would be more more accessible, and so, same with heroic. Also, the buff doesn't have to go like for all of them at the same level, right? A normal might have like a 200% increase, heroic would have a 100% increase in drops, and mythic can have a 50% increase in drops, right? All of this can easily be like adjusted to compete with Mythic Plus. And again, Mythic Plus outside of Vault does not reward you that high of an item level. It just gets you a nice startup. Let's say like this: if you did Mythic rating and you go to the next tier, you start at heroic item level. You don't need to do Mythic Plus for gear for the second season if you are fully stacked on Mythic raid gear. The problem is you can only have, realistically, one character who is stacked with Mythic raid gear. Maybe two, but usually one character, maybe two specs, at most. But yeah, it's pretty much how it is. Okay, the purpose is you could make it queuable dungeon. LMAO. Mythic Plus does not belong to queuable content, because this is the funniest thing. Let's end that discussion. There's a reason LFR has major abilities completely turned off. This is why I'm saying, I don't know if people are like super dumb, don't understand what they're saying, or they're just paladins like me and they're set about their way and will make any argument that doesn't even make any sense. LFR is a completely different atrocity from queuing into a Mythic Plus. There is absolutely no requirements to go into an LFR. Absolutely none. Mythic plus queuing would require you to have a mythic score and gear. Mythic score you can only get by completing mythic pluses. So in order to get to a mythic plus 3, based on how I describe them, mythic plus 3, you would have to have the mythic score of somebody who completed majority, if not all, mythic plus 2s in good standing and all that stuff. And again, mythic score can easily be attributed to how many times you died, your damage, or whatever. Like, again, I don't know how they calculate mythic score. I'm sure it's not just completion. Other factors come into play. Okay, probably not deaths and whatnot. I don't think they calculate that. Most likely it's about how fast you finish the run. So that's number one, mythic plus score. Now, later on he says something like, well, people can get carried for the mythic plus score. Okay, add item level into that equation then. Now you need item level and mythic score to queue to higher mythic pluses. Very different from what LFR is. So comparing to LFR is like so dumb. Some do no damage and you get buffed for wiping. Yeah, again, like this comparison is just so dumb. It's like he would try to make anything make sense even if it doesn't make any sense. Plenty of people play more than one class. Okay, we're gonna go back to that. Ooh, man, more than one class, let me tell you. That's a fun discussion. Okay, how long would it take you to form a pug and finish the run? Typical runs can be finished in 25 to 30 minutes and 5 minutes at most to fill. Okay. A typical run at what level? That's the big question. Also, 25 to 30 minutes. Maybe if it's Tyranno Sith, it's 25 to 30 minutes. Because the timer on Tyranno Sith, I believe, is 33 minutes or something like that. And most people finish it with like maybe 2 minutes to go. At like plus 15s. So all the other dungeons are like 44 minutes. And people finish it with like 1 or 2 minutes to spare. So that's already a lie. 5 minutes to fill? Bro, I had times when I made a group and I waited like 20 minutes easily. And people came and left and came and gone like on repeat because you could not find a tank or a healer. But sure, whatever. Even then, 35 minutes per run to not get a reward. Not great. Okay, not much of a reward for how inaccessible that content is for vast majority of players. It's not inaccessible to anyone. Everyone has a key. Everyone can get a 2 going. And again, this is the guy I was replying to, and he doesn't even read what the reply is about. It's clearly referring to the plus 20s and plus 25s. 3-minute travel and 15-minute run, then play the game. Again, who's talking about the 2s? This guy is like, again, this is what I'm saying, like us paladins, like fucking talking to a wall. Like he would try to twist the argument so bad in his direction that it's like just to somehow make it make sense in his mind. But it doesn't make sense because you're not even talking about what I'm talking about. Never mind that I don't think there's a single thing in-game designed for the vast majority of players. There is normal raiding, heroic dungeons, right? It's like it's designed for the vast majority of world contents, vast majority of players. And Mythic Plus currently fits that bill way better than almost everything else. And just because it fits the bill doesn't mean it's in a good state. I mean, yeah. And again, even if it fits the bill, my suggestion doesn't change that. It would still fit the bill. So this comment doesn't even argue my point. Just because I want a better change for Mythic Plus, it does not mean it affects the Mythic Plus. Anyone who's doing Mythic Plus would still do the Mythic Plus. Nothing really changes with my... If anything, it just becomes way more accessible. Just because it's already accessible, or like targeted vast majority of players, doesn't mean that it would stop with my suggestion. It would still target vast majority of players. Like, how does this argument even counter anything? Rating, massive time commitment. Yes, I agree. I don't want to talk about rating because I'm talking about Mythic Plus. But yes, rating needs adjustments too. That's not the topic. PvP, yes, has its own issues. I get it. Now what I'm talking about, Mythic Plus. Anyone can do up to a 5, no matter what. No guarantee past that point. And that's what I'm saying, because like this doesn't counter anything. Like, what is he even arguing? He wants 100% drop chance and queuable Mythic Plus. Let's also not forget how fast queues are for any queuable content as it is. Yeah, because no one does that content. Heroic content, who really queues into heroic content past like the first 2 or 3 weeks? No one. So obviously, you're not gonna get a queue. LFR, like once it's not the LFR that you need, no one queues into it anymore. Like again, a non-argument. And again, he's mocking me for wanting 100% drop chance. Dude, imagine wanting rewards for your time investment. Dude, fucking shame on me. Straight up. Such a dumb idea. Okay, can also be fixed with that. So this is about his comment. Even if raid got the buff to drops, Mythic Plus as it is now would still blow it out of the water. Can also be fixed with dungeon specific sets which won't work or won't help in raid content, PvP content. I know I'm asking for a lot of the dev team. LMAO, Mythic Plus does not belong in queuable content. Let's end that discussion. I don't know why you compare it to LFR. Mythic 2 is Mythic 2, Mythic 3 is Mythic 4, Mythic 4 is Mythic 7, Mythic M is Mythic 10, or Mythic 15. As far as affixes go, difficulty for mobs, HP damage can be adjusted to the higher level of those brackets. Only way to be able to queue into higher Mythic Plus would be to use already implemented Mythic Score, and they added in Shadowlands. Pretty straightforward, like, you know, like, again, comparing this to LFR is a completely unreasonable comparison. But again, us paladins, head to the wall, make anything, like comparing, I don't know, fucking shit to a window. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Plenty of people play more than one class. How many classes of specs? This is the big one. Plenty of people play more than one class. How many classes and specs can you play at high end? And just to give context, there's in Dragonflight, there's going to be 38 specs. Each spec is practically a class onto itself. So you have technically 38 classes. How many classes or specs can you play at high-end content during a single patch? Realistically, if you have a job and stuff, I mean. He will answer that later. Typical runs can be finished in 25 to 30 minutes. At which level of key are we talking about? If you are the one forming group, especially to a bad dungeon, you usually have a hard time finding a proper tank or healer, which is the real delay most times. And again, he doesn't even argue this. He knows this is true. He knows he's lying when he says this. Maybe a +2 or 3 where you don't care about who joins. You can just invite. You can probably just go 4 DPS in a tank and you'll be fine in most 2s and 3s. Like, yeah. He doesn't care about this. He just makes an argument for the sake of an argument. It's not inaccessible to anyone. Everyone has a key. Why would Mythic 2 be the goal? Usually I'd say Mythic 10 or 15, and I can pretty much assume everyone can get up to Mythic 9 at the very least. Yep, I believe even new players can get to Mythic 9. If they're complete beginners, like they don't know how to play the game, I believe they can make it to Mythic 9. Just requires a bit more time and practice. I agree, not a single thing designed for the vast majority of players. Mythic Plus by far currently the better option of the other. However, I still think it can improve. I'm being super fucking nice here, bro. This guy was like so dumb. And as it improves, I would expect improvements to the other end game systems, such as removing the raid lock for players on Mythic raids so they can whatever. Again, this is about the Mythic raid, not part of the argument. I'm just like trying to make him understand that it's like obviously if they make improvements to this, it's not in a vacuum. They need to make improvements across the board. Other problem with Mythic Plus, especially at higher keys, such as 15 and above. People quit quite often if it's a failed run. Some people just troll and leave. Some people are just extremely bad and ruin the run, thus making your key go down, and you have to regrind just to get back to 15 again. Not a very rewarding system. It is by far more punishing than it is rewarding. Add trying to get a specific loot from the Mythic Plus and you got yourself a shit show. Nothing I'm saying here is not true. He wants 100% drop chance, which is why I want to reduce the amount of Mythic Plus categories to make it more accessible as a queue option. Right? Of course, I want 100% loot drop for every participant. Why wouldn't you? And again, he doesn't even answer this. Like, yeah, why wouldn't you want to be rewarded for your time and for your fucking effort? I don't understand this mentality WoW players have. It's like, oh, I'm just playing and not getting anything. That's exactly what I want for my game. Yeah, that is such a good design. Well, maybe we should make Mythic Plus dungeon just like have 10% to drop one item. Yo, that would be so good for my progress. Like, oh my god. It would at least be balanced to raid loot. Like, legit degenerate. What is the downside of having every participant get an item for a run that you spent 40-60 minutes on, from forming to finishing? Can also be fixed with dungeon-specific sets. I already asked general discussion for Mythic Plus specific loot. People don't want to carry multiple gear sets, let alone dungeon-specific. Again, the problem here is not that they don't want to carry it. The problem here is because how the bag systems are restrictive. I don't know why we only have, what is it now? Around 150 slots. Why can't there be 400 slots? You know, it's like, and you already have gear sets as an option, so it's like it's not even that big of a deal. I personally never had a problem with this, but again, I had, so let's say Legion was when I had like the most amount of different loots, and that was like for tanking and for red. And on red I had raid set, I had a Mythic Plus set, I had an AoE set, I had a World Quest set, I had a PvP set, and for tanking I had a PvP and a raid set and a dungeon set, which were like raid and dungeon. Again, a lot of like of the items did intersect, but there were some items you preferred for raid, some items for dungeon. I didn't have a problem with loot, just made a whole lot of fucking sets and updated them as I got new items. It wasn't that big of a deal. It is a problem, but it's a non-issue kind of thing. Because like if you don't want to do this, then don't do this. You know, it's like have one set for everything. You should still be able to do Mythic 15s with set that you use for PvP. It's really not that big of a deal. If your goal is high end, then yeah, being able to customize your gear I think is a pretty interesting and fun part of the game. I know why you compare it to LFR, because as soon as it becomes queuable, the expectations change. No, it's not. Why would you change the expectations because queuable? The only difference between queuable and non-queuable is you have to find your own people and go to the dungeon yourself. If you queue into it, you just go to the dungeon with random people who, by the way, you don't talk to anyways. You never make friends in Mythic Plus, right? Very rarely. It's like, who cares? Queuable Gun is expected to have a high rate of success. No. Why? Like, why? Why is queuable content is expected to have a high rate of success? No. That is such a dumb mentality to have. Just because something is queuable, I can queue into Savage Rage in Final Fantasy. I can queue into Savage Raids and Extreme Trials in Final Fantasy. You can actually just queue into them. No, actually, maybe not Savage Raids. Extreme Trials, yeah, I believe. But there's no expectance that's like you're gonna do it. You know, it's like you're just queuing because you want to try it. It's like having this argument is just so what? Well, then remove the expectation. It's like I don't know, give a warning when you queue that's like, hey, this content is hard. Okay. What the fuck? Right? It's like trying to do Palace of the Dead, which is queuable content technically, right? Well, I mean, ish, right? It's like, oh, you queue into it and you expect it to be easy. Well, good luck getting your Necromancer title, I guess. You and I both know the majority of players are terrible at the game. Yep, they are. I don't see, like, this doesn't change anything. That means massive nerfs to content for people who actually like challenge. Why? Just do a higher mythic key. Glass specs. I always play one toon per expansion. See? That's the people I'm talking to. The Paladin, man. The one toon per expansion. Why? I know two people who I run with that have 2 toons at 2400 plus. By the way, 2 toons means it's only like 2 specs in total. Meaning, let's say he has a Paladin and a Mage, and Paladin is red or prot, and Mage is frost or fire or arcane, whatever is current meta, and he's running at 2400 plus. Why doesn't he have 8? Why is PvP in, let's say, something like League of Legends, you can get to masters on every category. You can be an ADC, you can be a support, you can be a mid, you can be a top, you can be a jungler. You can get masters on all of them. Right? Is the massive time investment? Yeah, but the game allows you to do it. And another friend who has 4 alts running 20 plus. Again, 4 alts, is it 4 specs or is it... I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. Is it 8 specs? Out of 38, though. That's the problem. There's 38 options. Imagine playing something like Elden Ring and you only make one build and you clear it, and then it's like, well, that's it. That's the game. There are so many options though. You can rerun the game with different types of builds if that's your thing. And for a lot of people in WoW, that is their thing. They want to try a mage, they want to try a rogue, they want to try a paladin, they want to try a warrior, they want to try a DK, they want to try a demon hunter, right? They want to try tanking, they want to try healing. But you can't feasibly do it, right? You can't feasibly even play 3 specs of the same class most times for a high-end content if you have a job. This guy who has 4 alts running 20 plus, first of all, how much you want to bet that this guy, aside from his main, 3 of them got boosted to 20, like carried by his guild or something? 100%. Your ideas for Valor seemed okay, but wouldn't mind a quest that gave a lot of Valor or Valor from Vault. The rest of it, I had to shield my eyes for a moment. Oh man, this guy. Whew. If you have to shield your eye from wards, I mean, buddy, good luck living in the real world, I guess. Okay, you can still directly go to anything past M5 with the pre-made. You can also pre-made for Mythic 2 and 5, and also there is a Mythic score required and queue into the Mythic 3 to 5, and so not much of an issue, I think. Yeah, because you compare it to the LFR, which is like, makes no sense. Already asked general discussion. This is a problem with bags, which again, I know asking too much from devs, but can be solved with some development effort. 100%. Yeah, this is a non-issue. This is like a development issue. This is not a player issue. I always play 1 toon per expansion. So basically out of 38 options, the most you know of is 1 person who can run 4 classes. Not even sure how many specs per class, but let's be generous and say 8. Literally, that's probably what that person can run. Maybe 8. Would you like to elaborate what exactly is the issue with the rest of it? Yeah, he had to shield his eyes. You can still directly go to anything past M5. So pre-made groups will be harder than queuable. No, why? It's the same difficulty. That makes no sense. But drops will be the same? How does this sound like a good idea? This guy literally has no brain. At this point, I'm pretty much convinced this guy is absolutely like 0 IQ. He doesn't even understand what he's writing anymore. It does not belong in queuable content. How do you know? What's the difference between going to the dungeon and clicking a button appearing in the dungeon? There's no difference, it's just a time thing. The most you know of is 1 person who can run 4 classes. WoW is an mmoRPG, not an action RPG. First of all, they need to stop developing it like an action RPG if it's not an action RPG based on what he's saying, because that's kind of how WoW is developed right now. You are supposed to spend time on character progression. Really? What if you don't know which character you want to progress and you want to try them all out? So pre-made groups will be harder than queuable, but drops will be the same. How does that sound like a good idea? Never said that would be harder. Yeah, obviously, like, this is just a dumb fucking argument. WoW is an mmoRPG. Yeah, it is also a rather seasonal game that doesn't allow you to completely enjoy it. Yeah, which is a big problem with the design. They made it into an action RPG. Like, they made it into Diablo 3 basically, but they don't give you the loot rewards that Diablo 3 gives you. In Diablo 3, you can do like, if let's say just arbitrary number, rift, what do they call it them? Oh, I forgot the name. You have the rift and you have the timed rift, whatever. You can do the timed rift in the Mythic Plus of Diablo 3. You can get all of your characters, every class, to like the highest tier, right, within a season. You can't do that in WoW, not even close. You can't even get like 4, realistically, 4 classes, fully built classes. You can't even get 4 of them on, like, for the average player. The corruption BFA, one of the funnest mechanics in BFA, but you couldn't play multiple characters because of how impossible it was to build the character you wanted. With the corruptions you wanted, not more than 2 or so for the amount of time you had and the limited resources. Again, yeah, the problem is like it's a seasonal game. That's literally what it is. WoW is a seasonal game that makes loot irrelevant, but then also doesn't give you the loot. So what's the point? The issue here is that WoW is a seasonal game, patches that make your progress invalid every so often. Holding loot hostage when it becomes irrelevant within a few months is not a good feeling. I don't even want to go into how bad it feels to have your progress become rather meaningless when a new patch comes out. I mean, that's pretty much what it is. Would you like to elaborate what exactly is the issue with the rest of it? I was typing it out, actually. Great. Move the Mythic key item, make Mythic Plus a queuable. No. I would be okay with Mythic Zeros being queuable. So why wouldn't you be okay with Mythic Pluses being queuable? But there's no conceivable reason for keys to be queuable. This idea has been beaten to death. Again, I have never heard anyone argue this point at all. So, beaten to death is, I guess it's his perspective. Reduce the amount of Mythic Plus from 2 to 15 as the loot item level scaling to something like a 2 to 5. Basically, 2 will add an affix, 3 will add an affix, 4 will add an affix, 5. In order to queue into 2, 3, 5, you would need to have a certain Mythic Plus. I genuinely understand this. Max item level from plus 5. Again, the plus 5 would be the difficulty of a plus 15. Clearly, he didn't read the post. It is what it is. There's no amount of pen rewards I don't really care about. I'd like them, but only if they'd be unique. That's the point of it. Remove timer. This is the part I have the largest issue with. The timer. The timer is what makes it fun and challenging. Again, sure. Mythic Plus is essentially speedrunning scaling content. Oh, so it's an ARPG basically. I know some people don't, but I enjoy beating the timer of progressively harder dungeons. You can still beat the timer. Like, you can still do it faster. Like, the timer doesn't make you go faster, it just makes you go fast enough to beat the timer. If there's no timer, no risk of the timer running out, you can just do like massive insane pulls that are like extremely fucking risky. And if you fail, then it's like, it's fine. It's not a big deal. We tried something cool and fun and exciting and didn't work out. Whatever. We'll go a bit safer. We'll try again next time. I gasp, actually enjoy improving myself and pushing myself to clear more div content. This doesn't stop you though. My suggestion doesn't stop you. Removing the timer doesn't stop you. I think that they could make an alternative or more fleshed out non-mythic plus 5 man feature. Yeah, like the mega dungeons. I like Mythic Plus and current duration. I know many others do as well. Again, this will not affect you though. If you like the current iteration, you would like the other iteration. You just like Mythic Plus as a whole. So it doesn't change anything once you start running it. It only changes how fast you can get into one and how much loot you get from one. That's all it is. There's a Mythic score requirement. Score requirement to queue wouldn't solve anything because all someone has to do is get carried once and they're in. Again, and what you should say is, but if you add gear item level, that could actually solve the problem of the boostings, right? You can always challenge yourself if you want by going to higher Mythic Plus. 5 isn't the limit. Seckless already explained why your compressed key levels would be a bad idea. He actually didn't, because Seckless doesn't understand what English is. The cosmetic mouth pen purpose is for them to be unique, yes. Yeah, that's like the rewards, obviously, cosmetic rewards have to be unique. It is what it is. Jen do not understand this. Max item level from plus 5. The plus 5 is in this example is as hard as plus 15. Yeah. The timer is what makes it fun and challenging. You can still speedrun it. The faster you go, the more time you save, but it doesn't punish you for messing up as much. Basically. I know some people don't, but I enjoy beating the timer. Me too. I cleared up to 23s back in the day just for the pure enjoyment of it, but the timer didn't really mean anything. We would just want to go as fast as we can regardless of timer. Just wouldn't get punished for being overly zealous. Having the dungeon take longer for your mistake is punishment enough. This would also allow for people to try crazier pulls since there is no timer for punishment and people won't outright leave when they see timer will run out. That's the biggest issue. It's not how rewarding the timer might feel when you beat it, it's how punishing it is if you don't. No, he didn't explain, Seckless didn't explain shit. Score requirement to queue wouldn't solve anything because all someone has to do is get carried once. What's the difference between that and how it works now? You can add item level and score requirement, that's the issue. That the key levels would be massively jarring. You mean this? I don't know why he added the 20. It's only 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 2, 7, 11, and 15 in this example. It's still 4 affixes as it is now. Then you aren't understanding. I'll give you another few minutes for it to click. It's different because it's not queuable now. It's what's the difference between that and how it works? It's different because it's not queuable now. Again, it's just like how fast you get into the dungeon. Like, this doesn't make... Again, a non-argument. Like, bro, I'm telling you, paladins, man, we are so fucked up. It's player created where we pick certain utilities, group comp, get to look at players' run histories, etc. It's nothing alike what you're asking. First of all, this is toxic, the run histories. I'm just gonna say it right now. Also, these can be faked. because people can just get boosted in both cases, right? So it's like the player run history, if a player has the Mythic Plus score and the item level, his player history would be similar to someone right now with a certain Mythic score. And when they queue, you can see their item level. So this doesn't really change anything. The only reason he would say is because he thinks the player can get boosted. The player can still get boosted. In order to get your Mythic Plus score high enough, you still need to be boosted. If you're like not actually a good player, you're still getting boosted. You can easily boost a Mythic Plus score. It's nothing unlike what you're asking. It's the same exact thing. Yeah, no, the way I see it, his argument kind of works in my favor, because it is. If 2, 4, 7, 10 already feels jarring, meaning 2 through 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 is jarring, thus making it brackets of 2, 3, 4, 5 each one adding the affix would feel less jarring, or am I missing something? You want to condense 2 to 15 to 2 to 5 with each key level adding an affix. Now do the math. He explained pretty clearly why it's a bad idea. No, he actually didn't explain anything. And also, there is absolutely no problem with this. I was saying that having an affix on each difficulty would be more jarring than having to run 2, 3, whatever. That the key levels will be massively jarring and progress would feel fast. What I took from this is that progress would feel faster, which is the whole point of Mythic Plus changes. Make the progress faster. Why you feel that having an affix increase on each difficulty would be more jarring, especially if the punishment for this would be decreased if all other suggestions applied. Yeah, it would be harder. Yeah. Would it be jarring? Not really. The affix is one thing. The exponential gap in difficulty is another. So yes, the exponential difficulty is almost non-existent up until between 4 and 5. By the way, if you look at the graph, which will be linked here later, the difference between 2 and a 9 is like almost non-existent, like percentage-wise. It starts jumping from 10 to 15. The FX is one thing, the exponential gap is difficulty is another. So yes, I have practically never felt the gap in difficulty of mobs. Yeah. Like again, there's almost no gap between the mobs from 2 to 9. The gap starts between like 10 to 15. But honestly, if you can clear a 10, if you are a 10 out of 20 upgraded gear and you can clear a 10, you can clear a 15. Right? It's just a matter of knowing the mechanics. And if you can clear a 10, you probably know the mechanics. Let's see. Sackless, 100% disagree. This is the mega dungeon argument. It's a 5-man raid with 2 difficulties and solid rewards for more casual players. Mount Mog, it's dead before the end of the first month. Yeah, because epic dungeons are fucking trash. Irrelevant for anyone looking for rewards. Then there was the Flex 5-man content known as Torghast. Again, this is not like they ruined Torghast on their own. Like they just didn't make it fun. I guess a lot of people don't actually do this content enough to justify dev time. True, they don't, because the devs gave up on it before it was even out. Like they made it the worst iteration of Torghast, and it is what it is. I have practically never felt the gap. So you are using anecdote as factual data to speak for the rest of the player base, because there is no research on this. Again, like he's just making arguments for the sake of trying to prove a point he didn't even make. Argue the point. Have you felt the difference? He doesn't say he did. And the reason he doesn't say it is because he doesn't want to feel inferior, right? It's like, I'd play more if. This is a frequent argument that never holds up. Oh, that's what he said here. Yeah, I'd play more if. Completely ignores the player. By the way, I'd play more if there is no Titan forging in raids. Oh, guess what? They removed it in Antorus, and it actually made me want to do mythic raiding again in BFA, because during Antorus I quit. Why? Because I found the best piece of loot, my set piece, Titan Forge, to max item level, like 985 or something, in a heroic run. And I was like, well, what the fuck am I doing mythic runs for? It makes no sense. And it didn't, so I stopped doing mythic runs. Guess what? They removed Titan Forging. I started doing mythic runs again. But again, didn't want to talk about that, so whatever. But this guy is like clueless. The idea that this content needs to be massively adjusted to catch me or people like me is the height of self-serving narcissism. Yes, the height of narcissism that I want to be rewarded for my time in the game. I am so narcissistic, I only care about myself. I'll play more if completely ignores the players who actually like the game in favor of those who probably won't like it no matter what. Oh, is that why 75% player base left? Because they don't like the game anymore? Maybe the problem is with the game if 75% of the player base left. Just because you like it no matter what doesn't make you like the right person to ask for an opinion. You like the game in its worst iteration, your opinion kind of doesn't matter anymore. You're gonna like it no matter what they throw at you. They can just tell you 10% fucking loot chance on Mythic Plus, and you'll be like, yeah, that's fine, it's more of a challenge. People like you are not the people WoW is catering to, because you're gonna be fine with anything. You can't live without WoW at this point. So yeah, who they should be catering to? How about the 12 million people who are not playing the game anymore since Wrath? Maybe they should be the ones catered to. I'll be like, but we can't cater to those. They are traitors. They left WoW. We don't want them here. They didn't want to play WoW. Fuck them. It's like so much gating for no reason. I'd be able to play more classes and specs if, to correct your statement, people who like the content will keep liking the content. Though, so I don't see the issue here. But basically, yeah, it's like I'm being so nice to this guy, but like I did ask for a civil conversation, so it is what it is. Oh man, this guy, but this guy was really getting on my nerves. You'll see. So you are using anecdotal. That's the only example I can use, as I doubt there is a good statistical research done on the topic. All I can see is numbers are dropping throughout the expansion a lot. We can blame it on systems, maybe on the COOF, but the fact remains there are a lot less players playing. The people who are still playing will probably keep playing if they make some changes to the system, which overall are favorable to players. And players who quit because they felt their time was not being respected, because that's who WoW should be catering to. The people who left, who might still come back, might give it another chance. Okay, this is why I'm saying Sackless is has absolutely zero brain. You fundamentally don't understand the Keystone system. +2 isn't just an affix, it's 6% damage and health, which I mentioned. F4 is a new affix and 70% damage and health, plus 11% base damage. 15 adds no affix, but it's 172%, nearly 100% more to the base difficulty, unless you legit believe they should keep the 2 to 5 keys the same, and the system should reward max for the 26% harder than 0. Surely don't believe that'll ever happen or is wanted. You are legit the dumbest person alive. That's how dumb this guy is. All I can see is numbers are dropping throughout the expansion. In a month alone, 5.5 million keys have been timed, let alone attempted. That's data, not whatever you are sharing. Okay. Alright. Alright, here we go. There's my calculator. Calculator, please. Okay. $5.5 million. How many players are there in WoW? Let's be generous. Let's actually be let's understate it. 500,000? Okay. That is an average of 11 keys per player per month. You know what? Let's say only 100,000 people are playing. 55 keys a month. Now, here's the thing. In a month, there's a bit more than 4 weeks, but let's say there's 4 weeks. Let's say the people who are doing Mythic Plus are doing it for the Vault. So each player who is doing it for the Vault only, minus 40. On average, have 15 keys run outside of the Vault per player per month. Are you kidding me? And this guy is telling me that it's a very popular system. Maybe next he'll tell me how many world quests are being done per month. I bet it's probably more than 5.5 million. Oh my god, bro. This guy does not know math or statistics. If I don't understand what I meant by 2 to 5, replacing da-da-da-da-da. Again, even after this, he does not understand. In the month alone, 5.5 million keys. And how many keys were completed during 9.0, 9.1, 9.2 separately? It dropped down by like 50%, if not 75%. I don't have the report on me, but players left the game during Shadowlands in droves. The game didn't respect their time. Mythic Plus, as fun as it is at first, is not something a great majority of people want to do on the same character over and over. That's why people get alts. That's why they get those alts carried by friends, guilds, boosters. That's also why they can't have more than 2 alts on average. It would take too long to reach the same level as the content you want to do with them. That's why if you main a class and you play on multiple specs, you are likely to have maybe one more alt with one spec. There's just not enough time to try everything and play everything, not even close. Fair didn't really have any eggs in the basket for my own suggestion. Oh, he's talking to Seckless about the epic dungeons. Alright, so sorry, I don't have the report on me. Okay, newsflash, there's attrition every expansion. Not this big. We are end of expansion right now. The fact that 5.5 million keys have been timed alone means you are being extremely hyperbolic. You're being extremely clueless in understanding what 5.5 million keys means. You do realize 5.5 million keys is actually extremely low, right? In a game that is supposed to have over 1 million players, and again, even if it's 500,000, that's not a lot. That's 5 keys per month per player, basically. If you have 1 million players playing, 5 keys per person is really, really low. I mean, it is what it is. I'm sorry, but I'm actually baffled by why you are so against loot and time saving in Mythic Plus. This doesn't stop you from playing your one class or doing higher keys and getting higher scores. This really doesn't change much to the higher echelon of players. Echelon. Increases ease of access is basically all this is. How to balance it with other endgame content is a whole other discussion. So far, there has been no real argument as how this will ruin Mythic Plus, aside from maybe make it harder for the less skilled players, which is up to the dev team on how they balance it. Also, no one said that the item level should compete with Mythic rating or Heroic rating. It already does. This doesn't negate nor add to it. Okay, last one, this example is as hard as plus 15. No, this jump in difficulty would be very punishing for newer players. Newer players are not doing plus 15s, it doesn't matter. For me, a 15 doesn't feel much different from a 12 or a 13. That's the point. But for someone who are just starting Mythic Plus, they're not doing 12s and 13s, are they? It could absolutely be noticeable. I'd rather there be bloat of incremental difficulty than it being pruned this way. How would that scaling work once you hit the equivalent of 20 and 25? I don't know, Mythic 6 is 20, Mythic 7 is 25? Like, the faster you go, the more time you save. I want to beat a timer though. Bro, just fucking put a timer on. Make an Excel sheet. Like, it's such a dumb argument. I want to beat a timer though. I wouldn't feel as rewarded by some arbitrary sense that I spent less time on it. That's exactly what beating the timer is. You spend less time on it. I think that your view of Mythic Plus is a chore, judging by your thoughts process on this, because currently it is a chore. You're literally, most times, are just doing Mythic Plus 10s. Doing Mythic Plus 15s 10 times a week just for the vault. That is a chore by design. That's how WoW made it. They made it into a chore. I think there should be a lot of different changes with the affixes for it to be more fun and not a chore. But right now, yes, Mythic Plus is a chore. If you like the chore, that's fine. Some people like cleaning their bathroom. I don't. 5 million in a month is nothing to scoff at. It actually is. That's with not everyone even running keys. That's the point, though. Why do you think they're not running keys? And also, I believe most people are running keys because, again, just by far the most rewarding, most accessible content. If you're playing WoW and you're not doing keys, you're not playing endgame at all. Right? Where did you get 26%? Okay, so this is the link, and you can see the stuff there. This is why I'm saying this guy is just so brain dead, bro. Legit, probably fucking a 2 IQ person. Holy fuck. Maybe he's actually 2 years old. I don't know. From the numbers the key says it amplifies when you put it in the font and website that aggregate that data. Do you honestly believe that a 5 and 6 are exactly the same? You are so dumb. I am sorry, but I am actually baffled by why. I am baffled by how entitled you are for loot and can understand progression. Getting loot faster is still progression. It is a faster form of progression than doing a dungeon and not getting loot. Both are progression. I don't think he knows the word the meaning of the word progression. You legit want 100% chance for drops. He's still stuck on this. This is like the thing that he doesn't understand the most. It doesn't feel good to do a dungeon that you don't like. That you have 8 dungeons, 7 of which you like, 1 of them of which you don't. But the one that you don't like has the drop that you want. It doesn't feel good to do a dungeon you don't like doing, not getting reward, and wasting your time and having to do it again and 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 again. That's the fucking problem, this fucking idiot. Also, no one said the item level should compete with Mythic rating. Considering Blizzard has said Mythic Plus is the 3rd endgame pillar, it does need to compete with rating. But it doesn't. It doesn't need to compete with rating. First of all, it doesn't compete with Mythic rating. It kind of competes with Heroic rating, only because the loot is more accessible. If you double the loot in Heroic, Mythic Plus no longer competes with Heroic. So the John Division would be very punching. That's what the dev team is for. When Mythic Plus start, basically it's like he's talking about how the difficulty jump would be too much. I'm like, yeah, that's up to the dev team to decide. They have the numbers. Like, it's not. Also, new players are not doing 12s and 13s. They're doing 7s and 9s at most. That's what that team's for, blah, blah, blah. I want to beat a timer, though. Add a leaderboard for how fast people clear runs. That should solve your sense of accomplishment. Yeah, basically, it's like you want timer, like arbitrary timer, like a leaderboard. There you go. Currently, Mythic Plus is quite a chore when you are doing it only for the weekly vault for the Mythic raid item level gear. I want it to feel less of a chore. True. The chore doesn't even come from running the dungeon. For me, the chore is setting up a run, finding the key I want to run, finding the right people for the run. That is literally the bigger chore. Running the dungeon is extra. From the numbers, the keys. You are really not catching on to what I'm saying. I don't even know if you're doing it on purpose or literally you are brainless. Here, I'll make it simpler, I guess. Mythic 2 equals 1 affix and 8%. Mythic 3 equals 2 affix, 36%. Mythic 4, 3 affix, 71%. Mythic 5, 4 affix, 172%. Just to give an example to make it clear, the numbers can be adjusted by Blizz however they feel, for all I care, whatever, it doesn't matter. I'm baffled by how entitled you are. I don't like my time wasted. I don't like running Plaguefall for 50 Mythic plus 15s to not get a trinket. That's 40 to 50 hours of my time wasted, not rewarded, as an example, of course. Like, I don't think this guy understands this at all. Consider Blizzard has said Mythic Plus is the 3rd endgame pillar. It does need to compete with rating. Why though? Why does it have to? See, for example, they made PvP in Dragonflight to not compete with it as much, but it is one of the endgame pillars. Yes, you can still upgrade your PvP items to the PvE levels, but it's a system unto itself and will scale itself in its own content. Not the best of examples, but clearly they want to separate the endgame content to not fight with each other while also supplementing each other. He doesn't reply to this because, again, he has no arguments. Look, your ideas are bad. No one who actually plays the content likes them. Your if only it was different ideology would not bring in... First of all, it's not an ideology. If something sucks and you make it good, people will go to do that something again. Like, it's not an ideology. Just kind of how it works. If people feel like their time is wasted, they don't want to waste their time. If they feel like their time is rewarded, they want to get rewarded for their time. Simple as that. It's not an ideology. It's like just people think that way, and they're right to think that way. Blizzard already gave general discussion what they want, and they just complain about something else. I don't know what they ever gave general discussion that they complain about something else. Also, just because they gave them one thing doesn't mean that they've solved all the problems. There's so many problems with the game. One thing is definitely not. We explained all your points and now you're just talking in circles. You literally explained nothing. Second said best. Yeah, go to the people DRS actually like, wow. Clearly they don't, because the game is just gonna die at this rate. Like, you don't like your game. You want it to die. Actually haven't explained at all how it would be bad. Basically, I'm just saying that's like, yeah, they didn't explain anything. And these were their main arguments. Q is bad. Look at LFR. That was one of his arguments. And Mythic Plus will compete with Raid, and it already does. Those were the only arguments. Oh, sorry, and the timer, like, because the guy likes the timer. And yeah, I want loot. Yeah, I mean, I want loot even without these changes. I want loot. I don't understand. you know. Actually haven't explained it all. Everything has been explained by multiple people. Like, clearly you don't know what an explanation means. This alone shows you are completely out of touch with reality. Okay, look. A difference from this to this is nothing. A difference from this to this is almost nothing. Wow, it's twice as hard? Wow! Mobs have twice as much HP? Oh my god! That's literally all it is. Wow, twice HP. Wow. You know, and twice damage, I'm assuming. This to this is the only big jump. This is the massive jump. This is like over 100% jump. Okay. I'll give you that. But let's be real. This is not a challenge for people who are good at the game already. Like, from here to here, this is not going to be a challenge for people who are good at the game. This would still be too easy for them. Mythic 0, and by the way, this is like plus 172% from a Mythic 0. It's really not a lot. It's like times 2.25 of whatever Mythic 0 is. It's a joke. It's literally a joke. Like, it's like, you know, think about it that way. And like, people look at these percentages and they'll be like, oh my god, it's plus 100%. What does that mean? Oh, it's times 2. Oh, okay. This alone shows you are completely out of touch with reality. How is this out of touch with reality? The numbers were to make Seckless understand what I am saying. Again, he didn't read the whole thing. I went through that the numbers can be tweaked a bit. It doesn't have to be 172. It can be 150. It can be 120, whatever. Like, there's no... Everything is being explained to multiple people. Basically what I said, you haven't shown any way that this would affect top tier players. Yeah, again, he doesn't show any way that this would affect anyone. The only one who said that it would affect somebody, I think it was the Hunter guy, and he said that's like new players would have a hard time, but it's like new players already have a hard time with 12s and 13s anyway, so it's like this doesn't affect them either. I'm baffled by how entitled you are for loot. Why are you anti-progress and pro-stagnation though? Not getting the last 1-2 pieces of gear you're trying to get for weeks or months is not progression, so why people stop playing the game. Oof. Big hit there. That basically shut him up. Gear progression isn't the only type of progression, but it is the worst version. Once you run out of dopamine hits, you have to start over to chase the high. Jesus Christ, this guy's just like copying Jordan Peterson or some shit. You're the mouse with the release button, pressing it until you die of starvation, then complaining that you couldn't press it faster. You are legit the dumbest person I've ever met. I've ever had the pleasure of interacting to on the forums. I understand why people don't go to the forums, because you have these degenerates on it, but yeah, it is what it is. You'll not ruin the one piece of content that's consistent, please. I mean, how does it ruin? No one even tells me, but it is what it is. Okay, he liked the Valor changes. With all due respect, peace and love, I must say, outside of those two ideas, which is basically Valor, yeah, he doesn't like the Mythic Plus ideas. Doesn't say why. No reason. This is already a thing. Pretty sure it's not, but whatever. Gonna be honest, you make Mythic Plus even slightly easier to gear from, and the raiders on GD are going to overload the entire internet with an non-stop barrage of... Bro, they should get more loot too. I'm not against them getting more loot. I'm just talking about Mythic raiding. One thing I'd maybe change is making the Covenant daily dungeon callings actually reflect the current dungeons for keys, as well as queued dungeons, so that everyone can do them. I do miss getting free gold or valor just for doing content. Yeah. I mean, there you go. Decent suggestion. That's fine. And yeah, that's basically me summarizing that, like, people here are pretty much idiots. But anyways, that was my forum adventures. Let me know what you think. Maybe I'm the idiot who doesn't understand why people love going on an endless treadmill to make everything useless once the content is over, you know? It is what it is. But yeah, the state of WoW is in shambles, and the people who think that's like, well, I'm having fun, so fuck everyone else, are the ones who are gonna probably kill this game. You know, it's like, what do you call it? They are the mother who would poison their child a bit just to be able to take care of it. That's what these people are. They're ruining their own game just so they can say, I am the one who stayed with this game for last. I am special. I deserve rewards from Blizzard. That's who these people are. It is a very sad fate. And honestly, WoW is the one who caused it. So it is what it is. These people, and again, that's us paladins, man. We get an ideology going or an opinion, and we're just gonna shove it through the door. Doesn't matter if the key doesn't fit. We're just gonna shove it through anyways. Anyways, that's it for the video. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Tell me what you think. Maybe I'm the crazy one. Peace out. Alright, cool. Finally done with that one. Whew, holy shit, that was an hour and 15 minutes. God damn, bro. God damn. Alright, Alright, so.
Mornings.
Alright, so there's this radio station, Virgin Radio in Toronto. And they have this program called Ghosted. Right? Every so often you get some really, really interesting stories. This one actually tilted me. I was driving on my way to a job site, and I heard this and I was like, this puta is the exact reason why men don't want to marry or date. This puta is the exact reason why guys don't want to be nice guys anymore. By the way, I'm not blaming her only. I am also blaming the guy. He came out as the good guy, but he was not, in a sense, rectified. It wasn't like, I would have done way worse things to this chick. Not like physically. The way she technically took advantage of this guy, bro, I would have thrown her shit to the street. Anyways, let's go over this. I'm not gonna interrupt this too much. I want you to hear the whole thing, and then I'm gonna give you my thoughts. I'm gonna try not to interrupt.
Why did you never text her back? What
That's
happened?
hard.
Ghosted.
Are you ready for the truth?
Yeah, let's go.
Let's welcome Vanessa to Ghosted.
Hi, Vanessa.
Hey guys! Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I got through.
We're happy you did too.
Oh my god, oh my
We just want to
god.
know why you.
Yeah,
Why
I
are
mean,
you
I feel
here?
like you guys get so many requests.
Why are you here?
Weird.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
So, like,
So let's talk. Why are you here?
yeah.
So, like, yeah.
So, I'm having this issue. Like, Will not get back to me.
Okay. Will,
And
explain. Will, so Will is the guy here, because because you're talking as though we all know Will. We don't know him.
Yeah, that's classic Will. Right?
Yeah, what a
He's
Will
so
move.
busy.
He's someone that
Right,
we presume is
sorry.
okay. All right, well, you go ahead.
So Vanessa, how did you and Will meet? What happened?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, so, sorry. So Will is this guy, and I've been talking to him. We've been seeing each other, and we met at Veld in July.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and he's from Montreal, but he came in for the show, and we talked every day since, and he actually flew me out to visit him in August.
Fancy.
But, yeah.
Yeah.
But he's been kind of weird lately. Like, he hasn't been the same since I got back, and it's been really annoying. Like, get back to me.
Okay. Like, get back to you in terms of, like, he's not responding to your message or your calls or anything like that?
Yeah, like, he's been, I mean, it's weird, right? Like, I thought everything was great. Like, I don't understand, like, what his issue is.
Okay, so you flew over there, and then when you came back, you haven't really heard from him. So clearly something happened over there. What happened?
Yeah. I mean, well, nothing but fun. I mean, I don't get him.
Maybe that was the deal, was like just a fun weekend,
Nothing
summer
but fun.
romance kind of thing?
Yeah.
Or were you guys planning to chat more?
Figured we were planning
Yeah.
to chat
Okay.
more.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand why somebody would fly me all the way over there and then not
Now, right now, Will sounds like the bad guy, but oh man, the twist.
get back to me.
Okay.
It seems really hot and cold.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Okay, so why don't we do...
It's like I didn't even expect this when they talk to him like, oh my god, bro.
We do this. We're going to give him a call, and we'll see
The audacity.
where this goes, okay? We're going to just play a song. We'll get back to it.
Virgin Mornings.
Why did you never text her back? What happened?
Ghosted.
Are you ready for the truth?
I am.
So if you're just catching up, meet Vanessa. When Vanessa talks, you get out of Vanessa's way.
Yes,
all right?
right.
Vanessa's got a
That's
story.
right.
So, Vanessa, the deal is you meet Will at Veld. He's from Montreal, and he flies you out there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And now all of a sudden he is just not responding to me, which
All of a
is
sudden.
not okay.
So we're going to call him, and we're going to see what's up. And I think we should just do it now. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
But no, is Vanessa ready? I know you're ready.
Yes.
Been ready.
Been ready.
Vanessa.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Let's give him a call.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, is this
Hello?
Will? Will?
Oh, hey, yeah, this is Will.
Hi.
What's up? Who's this?
It's Adam Wild, TJ, and Jax from a radio station in Toronto called Virgin Radio.
Hi.
Okay, wow, long distance call.
Bonjour.
Well, to what do I owe this pleasure?
We want to know why you won't get back to Vanessa.
To Vanessa.
Vanessa.
Oh, God.
It's a good story.
Vanessa got what she wanted. To be honest, I'm not sure why she's even still trying to connect with me.
What did she want?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you'd have to ask Vanessa. I mean, she planned the whole thing, so she's the person to ask.
What?
God,
Can you just
dude.
elaborate? We don't quite know what you mean. It seems like
Yeah.
we're talking in circles here.
I met Vanessa at Veld a couple of months ago. She was really cool. She was really excited about me living in Montreal, and
Mhm.
I thought it was cute. I thought she was cute,
Yeah.
and we kept in contact pretty much every day since. And she would mention at least once a day how much she wanted to see me in person, and that she's never been to Montreal before. And so she also began planning out the day. She was going to take off work, and I mean, eventually, I get the hint, and I asked if I could fly her out to be with me. And she agreed, and that is when I saw the real Vanessa.
And what did the real Vanessa entail?
Well, I mean, okay, first day she gets in, I pick her up from the airport, and she immediately asked to eat at this very specific restaurant in Old Montreal for dinner. And I thought, okay, cool. I mean, it's probably going to show her to that area anyway. I guess she knows about this particular restaurant. So
Yeah.
It's beautiful down there.
we get there. Yeah, and so we get there, and her friend who lives across the street from this place meets us there, and
Love
we
it.
all eat together. And so I'm now sitting there, watching the two of them reminisce about old times and whatever, which again is not like a
I don't even know if the friend was a male or female.
big deal. And like, I get it, like you're here for a quick trip and you want to see
I'm
your
assuming it was a
friends, that's fine,
female.
But I definitely felt a little bit like a third wheel,
Yeah.
I get that.
But then the thing is, like, the bill comes and nobody reaches for it.
Mhm.
And so I do. And still, again, not a huge issue. I'm happy she's enjoying herself. Fine.
Not a huge issue, but a definite big red flag.
But then I take her to my place to get settled. And as soon as she puts down her bag, she opens them up and she starts, like, picking out clothes to go party in for that night. And I ask where she wants to go. She tells me that she's meeting up with another friend on St. Catherine. And when I asked if she even wanted me to join, she shrugged and was like, well, if you want.
Okay, yeah. So you, yeah.
Hold on.
God.
Hold on, no. That's not even true. Like,
Oh, God.
Like,
Yeah, she's been on the phone this whole time. We neglected to mention, but
And-
yeah, well, you're really making me look bad, which is not fair.
well, can you correct his story then? Because we'd like to hear your side of it.
bro.
Yeah, so Virgin,
She doesn't
what
correct it.
actually was said was, if you want to come, you can. And I meant it.
This is the reason you can't be nice guy to girls, bro. Oh my god, this fucking puta.
I didn't want to force him to come out if he doesn't want to. And, I was trying to be
Idiot.
considerate.
So what you
Wait, that is your version of being considerate? I wanted to spend time with you, not you and all your friends at a club.
Well, you should have been more clear when you brought me the ticket.
no.
You like I don't know if this girl's like, she's probably as dense as that paladin from the forum post. It's like, what the fuck? How can you be more direct aside from spelling it out for the person? It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna buy you a ticket to Montreal so you can hang out with your friends. Are you fucking dumb?
So,
Oh my
did you
God.
guys spend any time together?
I
Just the
mean,
two of you?
Look, that night, I just went to bed. And not my bed either. I was a gentleman. I slept on the couch so she could have the room.
Sectional or what?
And-
What are we dealing with?
What?
Not as
Keep
no,
going.
just keep going.
But then the next morning, she planned breakfast with the same group of people she was with at the club. Once again, she's barely inviting me. I feel like I'm tagging along. And then she was out the entire day with them. So at that point, I gave up. And to be real honest, I was counting down the minutes until I could drive her back to the airport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing.
Super
Yeah.
rude.
That's
So
super
you're allowed
rude.
to do whatever you want. That is true. You're not bound to him, but you also need to communicate and also just maybe like tell
my
him what's
God,
going
bro.
on.
Vanessa, you said it was rude.
Yeah, it's not my fault that he had expectations for this trip.
One
Like-
idiot.
We barely know
Okay.
each other.
Yeah.
I mean, what
Yeah.
did you really
You barely know each other, but you accepted a freaking ticket to Montreal to live with him for a day.
expect from me? Like, were you expecting something else when I got there?
No, it's not that. I was expecting time with you, and honestly, if we barely knew each other, why did you accept this
Yep.
flight? And why are you calling me now? I don't understand. You were completely not interested,
Yeah.
and then now all of a sudden you are.
Yeah, well, because
Okay,
you
look.
supply her free tickets, bro.
I was offered a flight to Montreal, and I am going to take that flight. Like, I called you because, I liked you, and I didn't have any expectations for that trip.
Oh
And
my God.
I actually had fun, but
Well,
you
yeah,
also
you
didn't
saw
tell
your
me you were
friends.
upset. So, like, all of this is news to me. Next time you have to be more clear.
Jesus Christ.
To be look, I don't want to be rude, but you are unbelievable. Like, it doesn't sound to me, were offered a flight to Montreal, you're going to take the flight. It sounds like you took advantage of me
Yeah.
and my generosity.
Straight up.
So,
Advantage of
frankly,
you.
Then that'd be
well, yeah, you
Hello.
did, because you took advantage of obviously,
Oh,
I think
God,
this is going to be like a date trip, and I think we're going to spend time
Yeah.
together and get to know
Yeah.
each other more.
Obviously,
and
yeah.
this isn't going to be, hey,
What else would
this
it be?
guy's going to suddenly pay for a trip to Montreal to go and hang out with all of my friends. And so I feel like the lack of communication was on your part. And, well, frankly, to think that there could be a next time, I think it just proves my point that, honestly, you're delusional. So,
Okay.
look,
Okay.
to think I accommodated you through this entire trip, saying it out loud makes me even more mad.
Yeah, 100%,
Anyway,
bro.
I
Understandable.
think I get my point across.
Yeah.
Can I go now?
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Thank you. Yeah.
Whatever, dude.
Virgin Mornings with
Bro, this girl, first of all, still doesn't even understand that she's so fucked up. She expects people to just buy her fucking flights. Like, oh my God. Let me tell you what I would do. If I pick this girl up, right? Thank God I don't hang around idiots like that. Whew, man, fuck, I need to like calm down for a second. Girls like this just fucking like, I'm not a violent man, but fuck, the demons are coming out. Okay, so it's true. She doesn't have to give him sex for flying her out. Sure, yeah, we'll agree with that. However, I fly you out to Montreal. First thing you do is bring a friend. Which, by the way, I didn't even say it was a male or female. I'm assuming it was a female because neither of them reached for the ticket. Unless it was a guy and she's like, oh yeah, don't worry. Will pay anyways. Unless that was the case. But like, bro, if I was the friend, I would still pay for myself. So like, I can't imagine it being a guy doing that. Cucking this guy that hard. Okay? It's not even cucking, but it's like taking advantage of another dude like that. A dude to a dude, out of respect, I would pay my share at the very bare minimum, if not like pay the bill. Anyways, once she gets to the apartment and changes like, oh yeah, I'm going out with all my friends today to a club. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that's cool. and you're like, do you want to instead maybe hang out just the two of us? It's like, no, I want to hang out with friends. All right, no worries. It's like, you gonna come along? It's like, no, it's fine. I had a busy day. I'll go to sleep. Bro, as soon as she leaves, take all of her shit, throw it out on the street, lock the door, go to sleep, have the best fucking night of my life sleeping. Straight up. This bitch does not deserve a moment of your attention once she does that shit. Throw her shit out. Done. She no longer exists. Go find your own way back to Toronto. Obviously, the ticket is probably like 2-way. Yeah, like this girl, Control-Alt-Delete her. She doesn't exist anymore. Fuck bitches like that, man. Not worth your time. Fucking bitch. Straight up. And the worst part is, she doesn't even understand. At least she doesn't admit that she understands that she took advantage of a nice guy. Will is the reason no one wants to be a nice guy anymore. Sorry, Will is the example of how a nice guy turns into an asshole. Vanessa is the reason why people like Will don't want to be nice guys anymore. Because bitches like this, and I can't even hold myself back, bitches like this, straight up, 100% super entitled fucking bitch, thinks that she deserves that any attention from nice guys. Fuck that slut. That's the video, man. I'm getting like fucking like heated up. Holy shit, I'm like fucking like sweating here. Oh my god, she pisses me off so much. Girls like that, I don't know why it just hits close to home. Like, this is the type of girls I'm like, you would walk out of the conversation with, and you're gonna be trying to break a cement wall with your fist. That's what how annoying these type of girls are. Of course, you won't do that because you're gonna break your fist, so you're obviously not gonna punch the wall. But yeah, anyways, that's the video. Tell me what you think in the comments below. Maybe Will was in the wrong. Kind of doubt it. And if you think Will was in the wrong, fuck you too. Anyways, that's the video. Peace out. Whew. All right, man. Oof. Do I care about the IKEA one? Not really. It's just, God, the guy is such a sap, though. All right, here we are again with another Ghosted episode, and this one is, let's say, if Will decided to take Vanessa back, this is what it would look like.
Virgin Mornings.
Why did you never text her back? What happened?
Oh my god, bro. This is so
Are
bad.
you ready for the truth?
I am.
Hey, welcome James to Ghosted.
Yay.
Hello, good
What's up,
morning.
James? Hey.
How's it going?
No Jax today. No, she's on vacation. So, what brings you to Ghosted, James?
Well, I'm really into this girl I've been seeing. Her name's Stacy. And, we started talking a few
Fucking
months ago on
Stacy.
Hinge. And the moment I met her, I was just hooked.
Oh.
She's something
Stunner.
else, man.
Yeah.
And we were pretty
What did
much
he say? Such a
inseparable
milf?
until last Tuesday. The moment I met her, I was just hooked.
Oh.
She's something else, man.
Oh, something else. Okay.
And we were pretty much inseparable until last Tuesday, and then she just disappeared. I haven't heard from her since. I was hoping you guys could help me remedy the situation.
Anything happened last Tuesday that could have, like, happened, or, anything you might have done?
I don't
Oh, my
know.
God.
I bend over backwards for her. There's no way I did anything that I think upset her.
I mean, I think you can already get the gist of what this conversation, like, what this kind of person is like. I bent over backwards. I was hooked.
It is kind of funny though. I lost my job the day before she stopped talking to me, so kinda having a rough.
sucks.
Where'd you work?
I worked at IKEA. It was kind of like our hanging out spot. She was always coming over from my lunch break to chill out.
Underrated date spot.
She just got a new place, so she would
Actually, it's a pretty
select
nice
some
date
furniture
spot.
for it, you know. And I love picking furniture up with her and remodeling her place. And I got her a great discount.
Why don't we take a song, take a beat, and then we'll call Stacy?
Yeah.
Virgin Virgin Mornings.
Why did you never text her back?
So
What
bad.
happened?
Ghosted.
Are you ready for the truth?
I am.
All right, so if you've just missed Ghosted with James, well, first off, James went through kind of a tough time last week. Besides not hearing from Stacy for a few days, also, James, you lost your job at IKEA, which was actually kind of relevant because you guys used to hang out there a lot and that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's been a tough time.
I wonder
Yeah, so
if he lost his job because he was hanging out with Stacy there.
Oh, sorry to hear that, but he's calling to get his girl back, or at least that's what he's trying to do. So what we're going to do is call her now with you listening on the phone silently. You ready to do this?
I'm ready, guys.
Let's make the call.
Ready, guys?
Hello?
Hi, is this Stacy?
Yep. Who's asking?
It's Adam Wild and TJ from Virgin Radio. Good morning to you. Hi.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Well, just honestly, we're calling.
I love that they're expecting like a more warm welcome because like, well, we're Virgin Mobile. Like, come on.
Because we wanted to see if you ghosted a guy named James recently.
But now we're kind of scared.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she has a very
James isn't the
strict
guy for
list.
me, so I decided to stop seeing him.
Okay. Any reason why?
Timing isn't right.
What
Timing is not right.
something within the timing that you're like, this is the reason the timing isn't right.
He got fired also, so
Is it because he lost his job?
I just
Why aren't you calling me back?
Oh man.
James.
That's right. James has been listening the whole time.
Hey, Stacy, I really miss you.
Oh my god. Like that. I didn't think guys like this exist. Hey Stacy, I miss you. I dream about you every night. I just came in my pants thinking about you.
Well, what do I got to do to get you back?
Oh my god, what I gotta do to get you back, bro? Men like this are the problem. Men like this is why women like that exist.
Well, do you think you'll ever get your job back?
I mean, I'm working on it, but in the meantime, I did get a part-time job at Sephora.
Does this mean you get a better discount?
Okay.
Yeah,
Hold on.
yeah, actually, it's even better than the IKEA one.
They right away caught on to what this is.
Do you think we can try this again?
Yeah, actually.
Wait, okay, so I just want to throw this out there. We thought that you had maybe broken up with him because you didn't want to date a guy without a job. But you want to date a guy for discounts? Is that what we're saying?
No,
not
It
at
doesn't-
all.
I mean, you
No.
didn't bring it up like kind of soon.
Yeah, all the evidence is kind of pointing towards this one thing.
No, but out of curiosity, James, does your discount apply to all products in the store?
It sure does. So, Stacy,
James.
when are you free?
James, you
James,
see
I
what's
wouldn't.
happening here, my
I
friend.
wouldn't.
Virgin Mornings.
James, you are the problem with men. Oh my god, bro. This has to be a troll ghosted. This has to be. I don't know, man. I think like they planned it or some shit. Like, oh my god. People like this cannot exist. Like, I don't want to believe that people like this exist. Oh my lord, bro. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Will you take me back? I have discounts. Like, oh, yeah, okay. I'm not even gonna go draw a race card because I could probably, like, figure out what race they both were, but, like, just from the tone of voice. Oh my god, bro. Like, how? How do you even develop into a grown-ass man like this? I'm surprised you got a part-time job anywhere. Like, bro, like, you hire a guy like this, you're like, I don't know, man. This guy's kind of needy. It's like too needy to work here, which is like not even a job requirement. Dude, like, how does this guy exist, man? Jesus Christ. Well, I'm glad Stacy took him back. I'm sure they're gonna have a fantastic relationship. Can't wait for the divorce paper when he decides to, like, you know, go to a different job with no discounts. Jesus Christ, my life. What is wrong with people? Anyways, that's the video. Tell me what you think. Maybe that's how men should act, like James. Maybe Stacy is what women should be like. I don't know. I don't think either of them are gonna be happy in the long run. But that's just me. Anyways, that's the video, and I'll see ya in the next one. Peace. Alright, sweet. Good. We're done with this. They fixed Feral Druid. It seems Dragonfly will do something big for Feral Druid players. I don't care about Feral Druids, man. I cannot be bothered. What's this? Stop. Blizzard, I feel robbed. Please stop ripping content. Well, Blizzard's next step in making Dragonflight. Launch. Yes, big.
So,
what's been happening this week?
Incredible at just finding interesting things on the various PTRs and things like that. I haven't seen this tweet before, but this is pretty cool.
Doesn't
back
matter.
to one of the elements. So there's a way with a response to any new classes.
Doesn't matter. Okay. Oh man, I kind of want to watch all of these. It's fucking Sneeko. Oh god. Yeah, I saw that. I guess I'm a dad channel. Yeah, for sure. 100 million subs. When things with your guy. That's funny. Okay, anyways. Okay, last World of Warcraft video. The last World of Warcraft video for the day, and then we're gonna go hardcore into League lore. 10-20 episodes, hopefully, and then some Final Fantasy MSQ. But anyways, if WoW tried to be Final Fantasy 14, it would fail. Let's go through the comments real quick, because that's how we do it on this channel. World of Warcraft storytelling had so far been at its best when it focused on world building. When was this? When did they ever do world building? You were a nameless hero in a big world full of factions and conflicts. Okay, it's a classic ending. You could witness the occasional story from the sidelines, like the return of King Varian or the drama of Arthas and Jaina. When was this? Also, this is not world building. It's the same character development that Sylvanas got in BFA, except not really. But these are ultimately small stories in a big world. If Blizzard would remake The Burning Crusade now, it would probably be a character story centered around Maiev and Khadgar. Why? And it would probably also suck. Such a weird comment. The problem is that they kinda ran out of story threads from the RTS era. Those pulled the heavy weight of the world building and storytelling. Pretty much the world was built at that point. I mean, that's... Yep, this, as soon as they needed new villains, things start falling apart. Not to say Vanilla WoW didn't have interesting story beats as well. The early mysteries of Uldaman and the Emerald Dream or Nightmare were neat. But they never really did anything with them. Or when they did it in a completely uninteresting way. Yeah, basically all the world and story building outside of Wrath has sucked so far. It's just how it is. The only character they ever made that was interesting, who I, by the way, didn't like, so I don't really care about it, but the only character that was actually interesting ever that they made who was outside of what's called the strategy games was Garrosh. That's it. That was the only interesting character they've ever made outside of the strategy game that was actually interesting. They have... Oh, sorry, and the Nathrius, but the Nathrius doesn't make a lot of sense if you think about it. And that they had no cool characters. And honestly, I would say the Nathrius, the voice actor is what makes that character really good. Everything else is... Okay, they don't need to copy Final Fantasy 14, just be inspired by it. Blizzard's issue is nothing is planned, and they can change direction of Warcraft's plot on a whim. Remember what they said about the Nathrius? He was planned to die, but they changed their mind due to his popularity. They altered the plot like it was nothing. Here's the thing though, if the news are really liked Game of Thrones, oh wait, he liked season 7 and 8, right? He didn't like all of Game of Thrones. Because if you really like Game of Thrones, he would have killed Denathrius, kind of like how Game of Thrones killed Eddard Stark at the beginning. Sorry, spoiler alert, episode 4, I think. But but it's like, don't be afraid to kill a character that is loved. Just make sure there are more characters to love. FF14 doesn't do that, and it's one of the reasons it captures so many fans, because it's salt content, whereas Warcraft is flimsy and brittle and easily broken for whatever reason they can think of. I've been leveling a Blood Elf Paladin in Classic BC Wrath, smart man. Not knowing precisely where to go next is so different from Final Fantasy XIV with the MSQ and from retail with the pre-selected sets of quests. I spent a couple of hours in Shimmering Flats doing quests that were almost too high because I wasn't sure where to go next. So right now I have a bunch of quests waiting in my quest log while I do some level 32 quests in Arathi Highlands. The strangest part is that I haven't done a single dungeon, which meant I'm almost geared off the auction house. No heirlooms and no poetics. I don't even know how you play the game, to be honest. But again, honestly, the game really sucks at letting you know what you need to do, so it is what it is. There's the story itself, and there's the presentation of that story. Blizzard has focused towards the latter and ignored the former for too long, using the rule of cool. It would go a long way for them to just have a concise story first, then find the cool moments within it to highlight. Well, they just go for cool without the build-up, so it's not even as cool. But anyways, let's watch the video and go back into where I belong in this world, watching League content.
Justin Russell, I feel like FF14 overdoes it with the narrative. So
yeah, just a little bit like, yeah.
But before, that's the thing, and that's why I wouldn't advocate that WoW should be FF, because like if FF tried to be WoW, it probably wouldn't work, and if WoW tried to be FF, it probably wouldn't work. They both have to learn the lessons from each other, but then apply them to themselves. And the true art is going to be in applying the lessons from a different game into our game. Because applying that knowledge, like, it is apples to oranges, those two games. So the knowledge has to be applied differently.
Yeah, I mean, even...
There's good principles.
You could argue that World of Warcraft's already doing this a little bit because of the focus on improving their in-game cutscene tech to show more emotionality and actual character acting there. And that's what I've been praising FF14 for a lot recently, is like character acting leveling up and getting better and kind of going, okay, well, you've shown us, like as an example, in 6.2 MS.
I'm just gonna throw a wild guess there. This is where the WoW story is actually going. Remember the first ones from Shadowlands? They have been on Azeroth the whole time. Why? Fuck knows.
It's cool that, like, here's a lingering camera shot on someone as they're going through an emotion, like a feeling, and there's all these different angles, and like you get to see them emote. You're like, okay, well that's told me a lot about how that character's feeling right now without any dialogue in a couple seconds. And that's the thing that with their new in-game cutscene tech, they could very much do that in Dragonflight. Obviously we haven't seen any of them, which is great, so maybe they will actually kind of show us more stuff, like say how Alexstrasza emotes in reaction to hearing a bit of news about the Evokers, or I'm trying to think what other characters are even involved, or when it comes to like the Malagos and Syndragosa stuff, if they can emote those two characters a little bit better, a little bit nicer, then that'll feel good, and that'll be more. Oh yeah, well we felt that story beat more. That's way stronger. So,
you know what WoW does that Final Fantasy doesn't? Final Fantasy is not afraid to show emotion on their character, whereas WoW, it kind of like barely happens. Like even look at like the Sylvanas cinematic when she talks to the fart of Arthas. It's like you can see some emotion, but it's not like super strong emotions like I tried to be you. It's like I hunted you and in the end I became you. Goodbye, Arthas Menethil. It's like, dude, in fucking Final Fantasy, that would be like a breakdown moment for the character. It's like, this is what was hunting me? This little fart. And like the character breaks down and cry. All like WoW, how WoW doesn't in game, wow, I can't even speak. The way WoW shows emotion in game is like something along the lines of like, thank you, champion, for telling me the truth. Now leave me be. I need to be alone with my thoughts. And you never see the emotion on the character, right? You can assume the emotion, but you never actually see the emotion. It's like that's what they do. They send you away when they're like feeling bad or some shit. It's like so dumb.
That's exactly that's the thing where they can
They're
take
too
some of the
cool
ideas of here's some
for emotion.
Oh yeah, we see how you. We're not going to do what you do, but we see the skills and the techniques you employ, and we will use those, and that can go both ways. But I think that's kind of the key there.
Yeah, and Dark Soul says, kind of following up on FF, it's about intense. 6-2 has an hour trail off, but it's for character development. It's integral to the story. The plot may be filler, but the actions matter. And I think that is like maybe more the lesson for Blizzard. It's you can't do the characters just giving us the highlights. Yeah. And I think it's that feeling of epilogue, that feeling of follow through. That's really, really, really strong. It's why patch 9.2.5 of World of Warcraft, I think, went down really quite well, even though that was the epilogue patch to an expansion that many of the people who really liked 9.2.5, like myself, we basically hated Shadowlands.
Yeah.
And it was just quite cool that 9.2.5, by just giving us some epilogue, was able to do some good work. And I suppose that...
The only epilogue you got was memes. You got people, like, it became, instead of like a tragic story of another fallen hero, supposedly because he only did this for the greater good, like Arthas, right? The only reason it went down well is because it was just so hilariously bad that people just decide to make fun of it instead of just like get angry at it. That's the only reason it was good.
That's it. It's having the follow through. It's putting in that like little bit of extra effort. That's what I hope Blizzard are going to be able to do. Fun one from D5 again. What's the deal with Denathrius supposedly being the end boss of Shadowlands, with the jailer as a fall guy and then wanting justice for being unfairly blamed? You see, I've heard so many versions of a similar rumor.
Yeah.
I've heard a version of this where the Archon of the Kyrians was actually the intended big bad of Shadowlands and the jailer was a fall guy. I've heard a version of this where it's that whole thing about like the jailer and the rune carver.
Yeah, the rune carver,
and all of that stuff where basically, and the Primus even, where it looks like the Primus was originally different, and like the jailer was the Primus, and honestly, it's all very confusing. And it does, I mean, to me, it feels like Shadowlands was just a bunch of like disparate ideas they somehow coagulated into the thing that we got, but it seems like the thing that we got was like the fastest, easiest to get away from, even though it had massive implications for the lore, version of that story. Like, who knows, maybe there is a version of Shadowlands that's 3 patches long that includes the Drust. Yeah, that includes the Drust, has the jailer be, you know, not the big bad, has a little bit of, like, intrigue within the Pantheon. The idea of there being intrigue, though, like, it totally is there. I mean, look at the way that Denathrius speaks at the end. So, yeah, the idea of Denathrius kind of, like, running his own schemes, that's it, right? Like, I think most of us will agree that Shadowlands was pretty shit from a narrative perspective, but I also think most of us would agree that Denathrius was a pretty good villain. So even
Denathrius was a really good character, mostly because of the voice actor. He barely got any lines, though. He was the obvious villain. He was, was Dread Lord villain. But it's kind of like how you kind of tend to like Tichondrius as a villain as well. It's that whole suave, It's like, I'm evil. Yeah, baby, I'm evil. Right? It's like, it's the suave. Oh my god. But it's like, yeah, you get that. You used to get that with Tichondrius, like the full of himself type thing, right? Tichondrius in Warcraft 3, he was just full of himself. It's like, I love Tichondrius as a villain in Warcraft 3, right? He's just like, yeah, come at me, bro.
Shadowlands. I'm not unhappy that
I didn't like when he got defeated and he's like, what? How?
This currently is at large. Because that's the thing with Denathrius, he's at large.
Yeah.
He's escaped.
Yep.
With his Dreadlords.
Yep.
So, yeah. Davis Druid, if Galakrond was corrupted by old gods, wouldn't that mean all aspects have bits of old god corruption since they were given his power by Tyr? They were given Galakrond's power?
No, that's not what happened. But didn't they feast on Galakrond though, or something like that? No, they just defeated him. Yeah, I don't think they got Galakrond's power at all. They got aspect power. Like, they got some aspect power from the Pantheon passed down to them.
I'm fairly sure it's just they, like, clean, bait the fuck out of Galakrond. I don't think they took his power. Like,
well,
their
if
power
they
comes
did,
from the aspects.
Yeah, no, they just fired a boulder in his throat and he choked it down.
Yeah, that's what.
Which is a pretty embarrassing way to go, Ben.
Yeah, he was just full of boulder. But the thing about Galakrond and the old gods is, like, there's stuff you could certainly make sense of Galakrond and old gods, but there's just a weirdness about Galakrond.
Yeah.
It doesn't match anything particularly, and the fact that they haven't matched it particularly to anything makes me think they have different plans. It's the idea. It's the idea of there was many opportunities to go. It was Yogg Saron the whole time because obviously Yogg's right there, death magic, god of death, all that stuff lines up, but they never did that. Yeah, which to me implies that they're going to do something else.
He's almost had this like bizarre not necromancy. It's not undeath. It's not living. Like he's. Just the ways that he's described are a little bit different in a way that's like trying to be unsettling. Mm-hmm. Which I think...
I still can't believe that Yogg and... what's his name? What's the name of the eye guy? Yogg Saron, Yasharj, N'Zoth, and... What's the eye guy? In Ankiraj. Either way, let's just talk about Yogg Saron because I don't remember the other guy's name. But I can't believe that Yogg Saron is actually dead. We pretty much blew up a pimple of Yogg Saron. Yogg Saron is the size of Northrend. We could not have killed him in Old War. That makes no sense.
It actually does mean the Galakrond could be a really... like a pretty good villain. I don't think he's going to be a deep character. But you can have a tremendous threat that itself is not a deep character. Hopefully there are deep characters in and around the situation, of course. But I think whatever Galakrond is, it could push the canon forward in a way that could be really satisfying, especially if it is being tied into, Morazon and all these time things and what it means for the dragons. Yeah, that could be cool. Okay, Stoji, are we going to get a crossover dungeon like a Diablo-themed armor or StarCraft secret raid piece or something? You see, that's a fun idea, and me and Matt have talked about this quite a bit before. No. Some of the content in Final Fantasy XIV that people really enjoy is a crossover with Nier. Mm-hmm. So the idea of Blizzard doing one of these, and I think Blizzard, they wouldn't even have to have it overtly be in universe. They could just do it.
Well, they did the Diablo thing crossover when Diablo was released, right? So that's something.
As an event for a bit of fun. They don't need to go to the effort that they went, to with the Nier stuff.
Yeah, I think that's cool. It's weird. I think that's a little bit more of a staple of a lot of...
I can't believe they still don't have Hearthstone inside of World of Warcraft, though. That makes no sense. Like, something to play at inns. So there's, a reason to have inns in the cities. Because right now, inns are pretty much empty. But it's imagine you go to, an inn, you sit at a table and you play Hearthstone.
Properties really kind of go, here's a crossover because they really super value crossovers a lot.
Yeah.
I think the West is maybe waking up to that because it's working so well with Fortnite.
Yeah, it's fucking
But that's
great.
the thing of the importance of IP is super king. Yep. So the more they do that of just hey, here's some stuff, and even because I assume you're talking about internal kind of crossover stuff with IP.
Yeah.
They definitely should be going for even external stuff. Literally just get everyone on the phone, especially if they're going to be under the Microsoft umbrella and they have they won't literally, but theoretically internal desire. We're here, or a little dial. It's I just press the button to get to the Halo boys. Hello, can we have John Halo in Warcraft, please? We'll sort that out next week. Yep, sweet.
We have given Steve the Covenant.
Yeah.
The Covenant are now in World of Warcraft.
Oh yeah, that's the thing where I think people generally... I think it's hard to do that stuff really well and not get it feeling just for the sake of it. But I think it's it just works. It just works for most people. They're hey, yeah. Wait,
Bro,
Well, Final Fantasy and Nair, it wasn't even just like a crossover. That was like a full-out allied raid, which no one ever expected, probably. It was like out of nowhere. Like, I can only imagine you finish your MSQ during, what is it, 5.0? And then it's like 5.1, you get revealed that the allied raid is actually Nair Ultima. It's like, what the fuck?
Two things I like, or one thing I like. What's this new thing? Oh, I like that too. Wow, what a fucking deal!
you would quadruple the sales of the next Forza game
Yeah.
if you could have the world famous Azeroth choppers.
Oh, that's good.
They could do it.
Yeah,
Oh
that's
dear. This was a good one, Femna Bunny. Sometimes I want to see Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Other times I want Big Trouble in Little China. I love both in equal measure. Absolutely. Watch Kung Fu Hustle. Kung Fu Hustle is a damn good time.
I need to watch Sheldon Shocker.
I need to watch all of, what's he called? Stephen
Chow?
Stephen Chow. Yeah, I need to watch his stuff. He's talked them up well to us.
Kung Fu Hustle, Stephen Chow. Is this supposed to be a good movie? Let's do a trailer. Let's see. Oh my god. The woman. Let's see what this is about. How old is this movie? 2005. Holy shit, almost 20 years, huh? God damn. Alright, yeah, maybe I'll watch it later. I don't know. It looks really fun. Anyways, that's the video, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Okay, let's see what the comment was. And then Celestial Pug. We've had us world boss since it has different puppets for all regions. Oh shit. Oh damn. Celestial Pug. That was a pretty fucking funny comment. Heads up, some of the lore you are reading is not changed, just since the lore. Oh, okay. Yeah, I read that. Alright. Here we go. Back to where I belong, League of Legends. And we're continuing with my favorite storyline, Azir. Let's go.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of
My
Legends.
ears.
We're going to be going back to a champion that was released not so long ago, about a year or so now. But with the upcoming release of Talia, Riot has created a new story arc within Runeterra focusing on Shurima. So, without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Azir, the Emperor of the Sands.
Oh, so it is
Enjoy.
updated. It's not revamped, it's updated. Okay.
Thousands of years ago, the Shuriman Empire was a sprawling realm of vassal states conquered by powerful armies led by all but invincible warriors known as the Ascended. Ruled by an ambitious and power-hungry emperor, Shurima was the greatest realm of its day, a fertile land blessed by the power of the sun that shone from a great golden disc floating atop the temple at the heart of its capital. The youngest and
I
least
think they'd have a good relationship with Solari, right?
favoured son of the Emperor, Azir, was never destined for greatness. With so many siblings ahead of him, he would never be Emperor. Most likely he would take up a position in the priesthood or as governor of some backwater province. He was a slender, studious boy who spent more time perusing the texts collected in the great library of Nasus than training to fight under the stern tutelage of the ascended hero, Renekton. Amid the twisting shelves of scrolls, books and tablets, Azir met a young slave boy who visited the library almost every day in search of texts.
So he wasn't dumb, he was smart. His only mistake was trusting Xerath. But like, I thought he was just like dumb, snobby little brat.
By his master. Slaves in Shurima were forbidden to take names, but as the two boys became friends, Azir broke that law and called his new friend Xerath, which means one who shares. He appointed Zereth, though he was careful never to endanger him by naming him publicly, as his personal slave, and the two boys shared their love of history by learning all they could of Shurima's past and its long legacy of ascended heroes. While travelling with his father, brothers and Renekton on the yearly tour of the Empire, the royal caravan stopped at a well-known oasis for the night. Azir and Zereth stole away in the middle of the night to draw the stars and add their own celestial maps to those they had studied in the Great Library. While they drew the patterns of constellations, the royal caravan was attacked by a cabal of assassins sent by the Emperor's enemies. One of the assassins found the two boys out in the desert and was poised to cut Azir's throat when Zereth intervened, throwing himself upon the assassin's back. In the ensuing melee, Azir freed his dagger and plunged it into his attacker's throat. Azir took up the dead man's sword and rushed back to the oasis, but by the time he returned, the assassins were already defeated. Renekton had protected the Emperor and slain the attackers, but Azir's brothers were all dead. Azir told his father of Zereth's courage and asked him to reward the slave boy, but his
Was this orchestrated by Zereth to kill his brothers?
His words fell on deaf ears. In the Emperor's eyes, the boy was a slave and beneath his notice, but Azir swore that one day he and Zereth would be brothers. The Emperor returned to his capital with a 15-year-old Azir now his heir, and unleashed a merciless campaign of bloodshed against those he believed had sent the assassins. Shurima descended into years of paranoia and murder as the Emperor took revenge on any he suspected of treason. Though he was now heir to the throne, Azir's life yet hung by a thread. His father hated him, wishing he had died instead of his brothers, and the Queen was still young enough to bear sons.
Ooh.
Azir trained in combat, for the attack at the oasis had revealed how little he knew of the deadly arts.
It doesn't say why he didn't like Azir though, right? Because from what I understand, Azir spent time in the library studying, like... It doesn't sound like a bad son. Sounds like he wants to be very educated. Like, why does the Emperor hate Azir so much?
Took up the task of teaching the growing prince, and under his aegis, Azir learned to wield sword and spear, to command warriors, and to read the ebb and flow of battle. The young heir elevated Zereth, his only trusted confidant, and made him his right-hand man. To better counsel him, Azir tasked Zereth with seeking out knowledge wherever he could find it. Years passed, but the Queen was never able to carry a child to term, every conceived infant perishing before it could be born. So long as the Queen remained barren, Azir's life was relatively safe. Some around the court believed a curse was at work, and a few even whispered the young heir's name in connection with this, though Azir claimed innocence and even executed someone who dared voice such accusations openly. Eventually, the Queen bore a healthy son, but on the night of his birth a terrible storm engulfed Shurima. The Queen's chambers were struck again and again by powerful bolts of lightning, and in the subsequent blaze, both the Queen and her newborn son were killed. It was said the Emperor went mad with grief and took his own life upon hearing the news, but tales soon spread of how he and his guards had been found lying in pieces on the palace floor, their bodies little more than charred skeletons. Azir was shocked by their deaths, but the Empire needed a leader, and with Zereth at his side he took control of Shurima as its Emperor. Over the next decade he expanded Shurima's borders and ruled with a harsh but just hand. He instituted reforms to better the lives of slaves and privately developed a plan to overturn millennia of tradition and eventually free them all. He kept his plans secret even from Zereth, and the issue of slavery would prove to be a continual bone of contention between them. The Empire had been built on the back of slavery, and many of the great noble houses depended on enforced labor for their vast wealth and power.
Like, you can't just go out and abolish slavery. It's going to be a bunch of problems. So you have to get the nobles to agree, like you have to convince them, like it's a fucking procedure, obviously. I know why Zereth was so impatient, but
Such monolithic institutions could not be overturned overnight.
And
Azir's plans would be undone were they to become common
I don't know
knowledge.
why he didn't. This is
Despite
the dumb
Azir's
thing. Like, why would he not tell Zereth of his plans? Like, listen, like, yeah, I want to free the slaves, but like it's gonna take time. Like, consult with him about how to go about it. Maybe there's a better, faster way that he can think of, whatever. Like, I don't know why he wouldn't tell Zerath. I mean, I get why he wants to keep it a surprise, like, hey, we're freeing the slaves, just what we planned. But it's like, at the same time, it's like, this guy's been working with you since you were like a kid to just get this done. So like, I don't see why you would keep this a secret from him.
Desire to name Zerath his
It's
brother.
like it's the worst kept secret. It's like, yeah, but like you said, when you become emperor, you'll abolish slavery. It's like, yeah, I lied, but actually, like, he doesn't know. But like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. But it's like, yeah, Zerath, yeah, we're passing the cleanser, but yeah, we're not against it. I'm just gonna surprise the fuck out of him. I can't wait to capture his reaction on Instagram.
He could not do so until all of Shurima's slaves were free. Through these years, Zerath protected Azir from his political rivals and guided the expansion of the empire. Azir married and fathered numerous children, some by wedlock, others by ill-advised liaisons with slaves and harem girls. Zerath stoked the Emperor's grand vision of an empire greater than any the world had ever known, but to stand as ruler over the entire world, Zerath convinced Azir that he would need to be all but invincible, a god amongst men, an ascended being.
Yeah.
As the kingdom reached the zenith of its power, Azir announced he would undertake the Ascension ritual, that the time was right for him to take his place alongside Nasus and Renekton and their glorious forebears. Many questioned this decision. The Ascension ritual was highly dangerous and intended only for those near the end of their lives, those who had devoted their lives to Shurima and whose service was to be honoured with Ascension. It was for the Sun Priest to decree who would be blessed with Ascension, not the hubris of an emperor to bestow it upon himself. Azir would not be dissuaded from his rash course of action, for his arrogance had grown along with his empire, and he ordered them to comply on pain of death. The day of the ritual finally came, and Azir marched toward the dais of Ascension, flanked by thousands of his warriors and tens of thousands of his subjects. The brothers Renekton and Nasus were absent, having been dispatched by Zerath to deal with an emergent threat, but still Azir would not turn from what he saw as his great destiny. He climbed to the great golden disc atop the temple at the heart of the city, and in the moments before the Sun Priest began the ritual, he turned to Zerath and finally freed him. And not just him, but all slaves.
Yeah.
Zerath was stunned into speechlessness, but Azir was not yet done. He embraced Zerath and named him his eternal brother, as he had promised he would all those years ago. Azir turned as the priest began the ritual to bring down the awesome power of the sun.
It's too late.
Azir was unaware that Zerath had studied more than just history and philosophy in his quest for knowledge. He had learned the dark arts of sorcery, all the while nursing a desire for freedom that had grown like a cancer into a burning hatred. At the height of the ritual, the former slave unleashed his powers and Azir was blasted from his place on the dais. Without the protection of the runic circle, Azir was consumed by the sun's fire as Zerath took his place. The light filled Zerath with power, and he roared as his mortal body began to transform. But the magic of the ritual was not intended for Zerath, and such awesomely powerful celestial energies could not be diverted without dire consequence. The power of the Ascension ritual exploded outward, devastating Shurima and laying waste to the city. Its people burned to ash, and its towering palaces fell to ruin as the desert sands rose up to swallow the city. The sun disk sank from the sky, and what had taken centuries to build was brought to ruin in an instant by one man's ambition and another's misplaced hate. All that remained of Azir's city was sunken ruins and echoes of its people's screams on the night wind. Azir saw none of this. For him, all was nothingness. His last memories were of pain and fire. He knew nothing of what befell him atop the temple, nor what became of his empire. He remained lost in timeless oblivion until, thousands of years after Shurima's doom, the blood of his last descendant spilled onto the temple ruins and resurrected him. Azir was reborn, but was yet incomplete, his body little more than animate dust-given form, held together by the last vestiges of his indomitable will. Gradually resuming his corporeal form, Azir stumbled through the ruins and came across the
imagine your willpower, and it's actually a thing, kind of, where it's like people often die after like a massive holiday or after like a loved one's birthday or something like that, like of old age, I mean, right? It's like their willpower to live, to see this last Christmas, this last birthday, is that like, it's actually a thing, and then it's like once they see through it, they're like, okay, now I can rest, and it's like they die right after. Not like a few days after, like, but like shortly after, right? Not like, okay, we partied, I'm dead, right? It's like not like that. But it is interesting that it's like, can you have such a strong willpower to live that you just like refuse to die of old age. It's like, imagine.
Corpse of a woman with a treacherous knife wound in her back. He did not know her, but saw in her features the distant echo of his bloodline.
Yeah.
All thoughts of empires and powers were forgotten as he lifted his daughter of Shurima and bore her to what had once been the Oasis of the Dawn.
Mm-hmm.
The oasis was empty and dry, but with every step Azir took, clear water began filling the rocky basin.
Oh shit.
Azir immersed the woman's body in restorative waters of the oasis, and as the blood washed away, only a faint scar remained where the blade had pierced her.
Oh.
And with that act of selflessness, Azir was lifted up in a column of fire as the magic of Shurima renewed him, remaking him as the ascended being he was meant to become.
Oh shit.
The sun's immortal radiance poured into him, crafting his magnificent hawk-armoured form and granting him the power to command the very sand itself. Azir lifted his arms, and his ruined city shrugged off the dust of centuries spent beneath the desert to rise anew.
I mean, technically he is Ra, right? Ra, god of sun. Yeah, he is technically Ra. Like, that's what he's supposed to be. Yeah. What is the... Nasus is god of death, right? Yeah, Anubis, Nasus, yeah. What's the crocodile then? I don't remember a crocodile. Never.
The sun disk lifted into the sky once more, and healing waters flowed between temples, heaving themselves back into the light at the Emperor's command. Azir climbed the steps of the newly risen Sun Temple, weaving the desert winds to recreate the city's last moments. Ghosts spawned as sand relived his city's last moments from long ago, and Azir watched in horror as Zereth's treachery unfolded. He wept as he saw his family murdered, his empire fall, and his power stolen. Only now, millennia too late, did he finally understand the depths of hatred harboured by his former friend and ally.
Yeah.
With the power and precision of an ascended being, Azir sensed Zereth somewhere abroad in the world and summoned an army of sand warriors to march alongside their reborn emperor. As the sun blazed from the golden disk above him, Azir swore a mighty oath. That he would reclaim his lands and take back what was his.
Well, what was his is gone. Like, what is he gonna reclaim? I don't know. Well, I mean, there are still Shurimans out there. But, like, so why does Talia think that Azir is gonna enslave her people, then? Right. Well, I don't know Azir's motives right now, aside from revenge, but it's like... Maybe he's gonna re-enslave them because his slave friend betrayed him? I don't know. Well, we'll find out later, but let's see what lore guy over here, Targran, like the video of course, has to say about Zereth. Let's go. And Zereth it shall be, the Magus Ascendant, updated lore.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the lore.
Updated mean, I would say it's not even, well, I guess updated is a good, but it's like updated feels like it's retconned or like revisited. This is more of a expanded lore.
Of League of Legends.
But yeah.
In this episode, we're going to be recovering a champion that was also updated when Azir was first released, but now has had his lore updated once again to reflect the new story arc. Without further ado, I present you the updated lore of Zereth, the Magus Ascendant. Enjoy. The boy who would eventually be called Zereth was born a nameless slave in Shurima thousands of years ago. He was the son of captured scholars, with only the prospect of endless servitude ahead. His mother taught him letters and numbers, while his father told him tales from history in the hopes that such skills might allow him a better life. The boy vowed he would not end up whipped like every other slave. When the boy's father was crippled during the excavations for the foundation of a monument to the Emperor's favourite horse, he was left to die at the site of the accident. Fearing her son would suffer a similar fate, the boy's mother begged an esteemed tomb architect to take him on as apprentice. Though at first reluctant, The architect was impressed with the boy's eye for detail and innate understanding of mathematics and language, and accepted. The boy never saw his mother again. He was a swift learner, and his master dispatched him on errands to the great library of Nasus to retrieve specific texts and plans on almost a daily basis. On one trip, the boy met Azir, the least favoured son of the Emperor. Azir was struggling to read a difficult passage in an ancient text, and despite knowing that to talk to royalty was to invite death, the boy paused to help the young prince with its complex grammar. In that moment, a tentative friendship was established, and over the coming months, that friendship only grew stronger. Though slaves were forbidden names, Azir gave one to the boy. He named him Zereth, which means one who shares. Though that name was only ever spoken between the two boys, Azir saw to it that Zereth was appointed to his household slaves and made him his personal attendant. Their shared love of knowledge saw them devour texts from the library and become as close as brothers. Zereth was Azir's constant companion, learning all he could from his new proximity to culture, power, and knowledge, finally daring to dream that Azir might one day free him. On the annual tour of the Emperor's dominion, assassins struck the royal caravan as it spent the night at a well-known oasis. Zereth saved Azir from an assassin's blade, but Azir's brothers were all slain, leaving the young prince a heartbeat away from Shurima's throne. As a slave, Zereth could expect no reward for his deed, but Azir promised that one day they would be as brothers. In the wake of the assassination attempt, Shurima endured years of horror and fear of the Emperor's retribution. Zereth knew enough of history and the workings of the Shuriman court to understand that Azir's life hung by the slenderest of threads. That he was heir to the throne meant nothing, for the Emperor hated Azir for living while his more beloved sons had died. Of more immediate danger, the Emperor's wife was still young enough to bear other children, and thus far she had borne many healthy sons. The odds were good that she would produce another male heir for her husband, and as soon as she did, Azir's life was forfeit. Though Azir was a scholar at heart, Zereth persuaded him that to survive, he must also learn to fight. This Azir did, and in return the young heir elevated Zereth, insisting he continue his education. Both youths excelled, and Zereth proved to be an exceptionally gifted pupil, one who took to the pursuit of knowledge with gusto. Zereth became Azir's confidant and right-hand man, a position unheard of for a mere slave. This position gave him great, and some said undue, influence over the young prince, who came to rely on Zereth's judgment more each day. Zereth bent his every effort into seeking out knowledge wherever he could find it, no matter the cost, no matter its source. He unlocked long-sealed libraries, delved into forgotten vaults, and consulted with mystics entombed deep beneath the sands, all to further his knowledge and ambition, both of which grew with unchecked rapidity.
That's some serious motivation there.
Whenever the whispers around court that spoke of his delving into unsavory places grew too loud to ignore, he would find cunning means to silence them. That Azir never mentioned these whispers was, to Zereth, tacit approval of how he was keeping his emperor safe. Years passed, and Zereth took ever darker steps to keep the Emperor's wife from carrying a child to term, using his nascent magical abilities to corrupt every infant in the womb. Without rivals to the throne, Azir would be safe. When rumours of a curse arose, Zereth ensured they were never spoken again, and oft-times those who had voiced such suspicions vanished without trace. By now, Zereth's desire to escape his roots as a slave had become a burning ambition to achieve power of his own, though he justified every murderous act by telling himself he was doing it to keep his friend alive. Despite Zereth's best efforts to thwart the Queen's midwives, a new Prince of Shurima was brought into the world. But on the night of his birth, Zereth used his growing magical powers to summon the elemental spirits of the deep desert and craft a terrible storm. Zereth brought bolt after bolt of lightning down upon the Queen's chambers, reducing it to burning rubble and killing the Queen and her newborn son. The Emperor rushed to his Queen's chambers, only to be confronted by Zereth, his hands ablaze with arcane power. The Emperor's guards attacked, but Zereth burned them and the Emperor to cindered skeletons. Zereth ensured that the mages of a conquered territory were blamed for these deaths, and Azir's first act upon taking the throne was to lead a brutal campaign of retribution against its people. Azir was crowned Emperor of Shurima with Zereth at his side, the boy who had once been a nameless slave. Zereth had long dreamed of this moment and expected Azir to end slavery in Shurima before finally naming him brother. Azir did none of these things, continuing to expand his empire's borders and deflecting Zereth's overtures regarding the end of slavery.
Still don't know
Zereth,
why. I still don't know why Azir wouldn't just tell him the plan. Like, oh my god.
Further proof of Shurima's moral bankruptcy, and he raged at Azir's breaking of his promise. Azir's face was thunderous as he reminded Zereth that he was a slave and should remember his place.
Oof.
Something once noble died in Zereth that day. But he bowed in supplication, outwardly accepting Azir's decision. As Azir continued his campaigns of conquest, Zereth remained at his side, but his every action was carefully designed to increase his influence over a realm he now planned to take for himself. To steal an empire was no small thing, and Zereth knew he needed more power. The famous legend of Renekton's ascension revealed that a mortal did not have to be chosen by the Sun Priests, that anyone could rise up. So Zereth plotted to steal the power of ascension. No slave could ever stand upon the Sun Disk, so Zereth fed the Emperor's vanity, inflating his ego and filling his head with impossible visions of a world-spanning empire. But such a dream would only be possible if Azir could ascend as the greatest heroes of Shurima had before. In time, Zereth's perseverance paid off, and Azir announced he would undertake the Ascension ritual, that he had earned the right to stand alongside Nasus and Renekton as an ascended being. The Sun Priest protested, but such was Azir's hubris that he ordered them to comply on pain of torture and death. The day of Ascension arrived and Azir marched towards the dais of Ascension with Zereth at his side. Nasus and Renekton were absent from the day's events, where Zereth had arranged...
I'm not reacting much because this is basically a repeat of the last video, so it's not much else to say. I kind of already said everything.
A distraction for them by weakening the seal on a magical sarcophagus containing a beast of living fire. When that creature finally broke its bindings, Renekton and Nasus were the only warriors capable of defeating it.
Yep.
Thus Zereth had stripped Azir of the only two beings who might save him from what was to come.
Yep.
Azir stood beneath the sun disk, and in the final moment before the priest began the ritual, events took a turn Zereth had not anticipated. The Emperor turned to Zereth and told him he was now a free man. He and all Shuriman's slaves were now released from their bonds of servitude. He embraced Zereth before naming him his eternal brother. Zereth was stunned. He had been given everything he desired, but the success of his plans hinged upon Azir's death, and nothing was going to dissuade him from acting.
Too late, man.
Too many pieces were in motion, and Zereth had already sacrificed too much to turn back now.
Yep.
No matter how much that part of him wanted to.
Yep.
The Emperor's words pierced the bitterness enclosing Zereth's heart, but came decades too late.
Yep.
Unaware of his peril, Azir turned as the priest began the ritual and brought down the awesome power of the sun. With a roar of anger and grief combined, Zereth blasted Azir from his place on the dais, watching through tears as his former friend burned to ash. Zereth took Azir's place, and the light of the sun filled him, reshaping his flesh into that of an ascended being. But the power of the ritual was not his to take, and the consequences of his betrayal of Azir were devastating. The power of the sun all but destroyed Shurima, sundering its temples and bringing ruination to the city. Azir's people were consumed in a terrifying conflagration. Of desert rose up to claim the city. The sun disk fell, and an empire built by generations of emperors was undone in a single day.
In a moment.
Even as the city burned, Zereth held the Sun Priests in the grip of his magic, preventing them from ending the ritual. The energies filling him were immense, alloying with his dark sorcery to create a being of incredible power. As he drew ever more of the sun's power into his body, his mortal flesh was consumed and remade as a glowing vortex of arcane power. With Zereth's treachery revealed, Renekton and Nasus rushed to the epicenter of the magical storm, destroying the city. They bore with them the magical sarcophagus that imprisoned the spirit of eternal fire. The Ascended brothers fought their way to the dais of Ascension just as Zereth fell from the deadly radiance engulfing the city. Before the newly ascended Magus could react, they hurled his crackling body within the sarcophagus and sealed it once more with blessed chains and powerful sigils of binding.
Oh, so that's
but it
what
was not enough.
he's wearing.
Zereth's power had been great as a mortal, and that power, combined with the gift of ascension, made him all but invincible. He shattered the sarcophagus, though its shards and chains remained bound to him. Renekton and Nasus hurled themselves at Zereth, but such was his newfound strength that he fought them both to a standstill.
Jesus.
The battle raged throughout the collapsing city,
Nasus didn't stack his
destroying
skill
what
enough.
had not already sunk beneath the sands. The brothers were able to drag Zereth toward the Tomb of the Emperors, the greatest mausoleum of Shurima, a vault whose locks and wards were impossible to break and which answered only to the blood of emperors. Renekton wrestled Zereth within and called upon Nasus to seal the vault behind them. Nasus did so with a heavy heart, knowing it was the only way to prevent Zereth's escape.
Yep.
Renekton and Zereth fell into eternal darkness, and there they remained, locked in an endless battle as the once great civilization of Shurima collapsed.
And Nasus
Uncounted
was guarding
centuries passed, and in time even Renekton's mighty strength waned, leaving him vulnerable to Zereth's influence. With poison lies and illusions, Zereth twisted Renekton's mind, filling him with misplaced bitterness towards Nasus, the faithless brother who had, in Zereth's fictive narrative, abandoned him so long ago. When the Tomb of the Emperors was finally discovered beneath the desert and broken open by Severe and Cassiopeia, both Zereth and Renekton were freed in an explosion of sand and rubble.
Goddamn.
Sensing his brother still lived, Renekton charged from the ruins, his distorted mind leaving him little better than a savage beast.
Yep.
After an age lost to legend, Shurima was reborn, and as it rose majestic...
Bro, such a fucking tragic story, man. I swear. This would have been such a better story than Arcane. So much more interesting. You have betrayal, you have tragedy, man. Ah, damn. You have superpowers, you have fights, you have a kingdom, you have exploration. Problem is, the reason you can't do this as an anime, like Arcane was, is because you would need some sort of a conclusion. What would be the conclusion here? Because the story doesn't go much further than Azir knowing that Zereth is alive. They never fight, never anything, right? So
Majestically from the desert, Zereth felt another soul return to life beneath the sand, one he had thought long dead. Azir was also newly resurrected as one of the Ascended, and Zereth knew there could be no peace for either of them while the other yet lived. Zereth sought the heart of the desert to regain his strength and understand how the world had changed in the millennia since his imprisonment. His stolen power grew with every passing moment, and he beheld a world ripe for conquest, a world brimming with mortals ready to worship at the feet of a new and terrible god. Yet for all his newfound power, however far he has come from that nameless slave boy, a part of Zereth knows he is still in chains.
oh. God damn, bro. Such a better story than Arcane. God. Why did you choose Arcane, man? I fucking knew it. Nasus and Renekton are gonna be next, right? Oh, Nasus. Ouroboros. No, Nasus extended, then Renekton. Okay. Alright. Sounds good. Hey. Oh, man. Yeah. The whole Shurima stuff is so much more interesting. God damn. That's crazy. Right. Next it is. Here it is. Nasus, Curator of the Sands. Updated lore. Basically, this is not updated. This is retconning the old one. Yeah, the original one was, there were like some...
Welcome, ladies.
Yeah, there were like some interplanetary species or some shit like that. Who were summoned to fight. This is so much better.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Mm-hmm.
Continuing on with the Shurima storyline, we're going to be covering the next champion in two parts. The main bulk of the lore will be covered in this episode, whilst the extra side story will be covered in the next one.
Oh, okay.
So, without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Nasus, the Curator of the Sands.
Like, the worst part about this is that he's probably going to repeat a lot of the Azir and Zereth stuff.
Enjoy.
Probably from Nasa's perspective, though.
Nasus's brilliance was recognized from a young age, long before he was chosen to join the ranks of the Ascended. A voracious scholar, he read, memorized, and critiqued the greatest works of history, philosophy, and rhetoric within the Library of the Sun before he'd seen 10 summers. His passion for reading and critical thinking were not passed down to his younger brother Renekton, who was quickly bored and spent his time fighting with other local children. The brothers were close, and Nasus kept a protective eye over his younger brother, helping to ensure he didn't get into too much trouble. However, it wasn't long before Nasus was welcomed into the exclusive Collegium of the Sun, leaving home to take up his place in this prestigious academy.
Mm-hmm.
While the pursuit of knowledge would always be his passion, Nasus's grasp on military strategy and logistics ensured he became the youngest general in Shuriman history. While he was a competent soldier, his genius lay not in fighting battles, but in planning them.
In winning them.
His strategic foresight became legendary. In war, he was always a dozen moves ahead of the enemy.
It kind of sucks because he's really not a strategic kind of character in League of Legends. He's just like a massive scaler. I mean, is that considered strategy then?
Able to predict their movement and reactions, as well as pinpoint the exact moment to push the attack or pull back. A deeply empathetic man who took his responsibilities incredibly seriously, he always ensured his soldiers were well provisioned, paid on time, and treated fairly. Every loss of life pained him deeply, and he often refused to rest as he planned and replanned his troop movements and battle dispositions until they were perfect. He was loved and respected by all who served in his legions, and he guided the armies of Shurima to countless victories. His brother Renekton often served on the front lines of these wars, and the two of them quickly garnered an aura of invincibility. Despite the acclaim Nasus won, he did not enjoy war, though he understood its importance, for now at least, in ensuring the continued progress of the Empire.
Which is very different from people nowadays. They don't like war, and they don't see its importance.
He firmly believed his greatest contribution to Shurima was in the knowledge he gathered for future generations. At Nasus's urging, all the books, scrolls, teachings, and histories of the cultures he defeated were preserved in great libraries and repositories throughout the Empire, the greatest of which bore his name. His hunger for knowledge was not for selfish reasons, but to share wisdom with all of Shurima, to enhance understanding of the world and bring enlightenment to the Empire. After decades of dutiful service, Nasus was cruelly struck down by a terrible wasting sickness. Some say he encountered a mumu, a long-dead child king said to bear a terrible curse. Others believed he was laid low by the evil magics of an Acathian cult leader. Whatever the truth, the Emperor's own physician declared with a heavy heart that Nasus was incurable and would be dead within a week.
What?
The people of Shurima went into mourning, for Nasus was its brightest star and beloved by all. The Emperor himself begged the priesthood for an augury. After a day and night of communing with the divine, the priest declared it the will of the sun god that Nasus be blessed with the ascension ritual.
I was gonna say until I saw Nasus. It's like, is this the council that decides if he gets ascended? Bunch of clowns.
Renekton, now a great war leader, raced back to the capital to be with his brother. The terrible sickness had advanced dramatically, and Nasus was little more than a skeleton, his flesh wasted away and his bones as fragile as glass. So weak was he that as the golden light from the sun disk streamed onto the ascension dais, Nasus was unable to climb the final stairs and step into the light. Renekton's love for his brother was stronger than any sense of self-preservation, and he nobly bore Nasus onto the dais. Ignoring his brother's protests, he willingly accepted oblivion in order to save Nasus. However, Renekton was not destroyed, as was expected. When the light faded, two ascended beings stood before Shurima, both brothers.
So that's what the Zerath means, that someone who's not supposed to be ascended walked in, like Renekton walked in, who's not supposed to be ascended. And it still worked.
Had been deemed worthy, and the Emperor himself dropped to his knees to give thanks to the divine. Nasus was now a towering jackal-headed being of great strength, his eyes glittering with fierce intelligence, while Renekton had been transformed into a heavily muscled behemoth bearing the likeness of a crocodile. They took their place alongside the other rare ascended beings of Shurima and became its protectors. While Renekton had always been a great warrior, now he was virtually unstoppable. Nasus too had been gifted with powers far beyond the understanding of mortal men. The greatest boon of his ascension, his newly extended longevity, which allowed him countless lifetimes to spend in study and contemplation, would, after the fall of Shurima, also prove to be his curse. One side effect of the ritual that disturbed Nasus was the increased savagery he saw within his brother. At the culmination of the siege of Nashrame, which finally brought that ancient city under Shuriman rule, Nasus witnessed the victorious Shuriman soldiers butchering everyone they came across and setting the city ablaze.
God damn.
Renekton led the massacre, and it was he who set fire to the great library of Nashrame, destroying countless irreplaceable volumes before Nasus was able to contain it. This was the closest the brothers ever came to bloodshed, standing in the centre of the city, weapons drawn against each other. Under the stern, disappointed gaze of his brother, Renekton's bloodlust waned, and he finally turned away in shame. Over the following centuries, Nasus bent his every effort to learning all he could.
I love that's like, and it's so true, man. The worst feeling, it's like the worst thing somebody who you love can do to you is look at you in disappointment. It's like being angry at you, being mad, even hitting you, man, that's nothing. But when they're disappointed at you, man, that just hits so hard.
Scouring the desert for years in search of ancient artifacts and wisdom, eventually going on to discover the legendary tomb of the emperors hidden beneath the Shuriman capital. Nasus and Renekton had both been lured away when the ascension ritual of Emperor Azir went terribly wrong. The young emperor betrayed by his closest advisor, the Magus Zereth. The brothers returned as fast as they could, but were too late. Azir was dead, along with most of the capital's citizens. Filled with rage and grief, Nasus and Renekton battled the malevolent being of pure energy that Zereth had become. Unable to kill Zereth, they sought to bind him in a magical sarcophagus, but even that was not enough to hold him. Renekton, perhaps attempting to atone for Nashrame years earlier, grabbed Zereth and bore him into the tomb of the emperors, bidding Nasus seal them in. Nasus refused, desperate to find another way, but there was no other option. With a heavy heart, he sealed Zereth and his brother within the fathomless darkness, locking them away for all eternity. The Shuriman Empire collapsed, its great central city sank into ruin, and the holy sun disk fell from the sky, drained of power by Zereth's magic. Without it, the divine waters flowing from the city ran dry, bringing death and famine to Shurima. Bearing the heavy burden of guilt for having damned his brother to darkness, Nasus took to roaming the sands, accompanied only by the ghosts of the past and his grief. A melancholy figure, he stalked the now dead cities of Shurima, watching as they were slowly swallowed by the desert, lamenting the fallen empire and its lost people. He embraced isolation, a lean, solitary nomad who the occasional traveller claimed to glimpse before he disappeared into a sandstorm or an early morning haze. Few believed such stories, and Nasus became little more than a legend. Centuries passed and Nasus all but forgot his old life and former purpose, until the moment when the now buried tomb of the emperors was rediscovered, and its seal broken. In that moment, he knew Zereth was free. Ancient vigour stirred in his breast, and as Shurima rose from the sands, Nasus traversed the desert, angling toward the newly reborn city. Though he knew he had to battle Zereth once more, hope stirred within him for the first time in millennia. Not only was there potentially the dawn of a new Shuriman empire, but he dared believe it might also herald a long-awaited reunion with his beloved brother.
Oof. Little do you know, that reunion is gonna be the death of you. Yeah, let's just go right away into the next one. Ouroboros. That's the snake.
Nasus walked at night, unwilling to face the sun. The boy followed in his wake. How long had he been there? Those mortals who caught a glimpse of the monstrous vagabond always ran, all save the boy. Together they wove a path through the bygone tapestry of Shurima. Self-imposed isolation chipped at Nasus's consciousness. The desert wind howled around their malnourished frames. Nasus, look, above the Dune Sea, said the child. Stars guided the pair's sojourn across the desiccated expanse. The old jackal no longer wore the armour of the Ascended. The golden monuments lay buried with the past. Now a hermit dressed in tattered fabric, Nasus scratched at his matted fur before slowly raising his head to observe the night sky. The Piper, said Nasus, his voice low and gravelled. The season will change soon. Nasus put a hand on the boy's tiny shoulder and looked down into his sunburnt face. There he saw the soft lines and curves of Shuriman lineage, worn ragged by travel. When did it become your place to worry? Soon we will find you a home. Wandering between the ruins of an extinguished empire is no life for a child. This was the nature of the universe. Brief moments unfolded into the endless cycles of existence. The heady philosophy weighed upon him, but it was more than just another stone in his endless tally of self-imposed guilt. In truth, the boy would inevitably be changed if he was allowed to follow. Remorse darkened Nasus's brow like a thunderhead. Their companionship sated something deep within the ancient hero. We can reach the astrologer's tower before dawn, but we'll have to climb, said the boy. The tower was close. Nasus pulled himself up the cliff face hand over hand. The climb memorized to such perfection that he took great liberties with each handhold, tempting death. The boy clambered up by his side, his agile form utilizing every nook and cranny offered by the blemished rock. What would happen to this innocent if I gave in to death? The thought troubled Nasus. Wisps of fog rolled through the crags of the upper cliffs, each threading the narrow rocks like tiny mountain paths. The boy scurried over the top first. Nasus followed. In the distance, metal clanged against stone, and voices could be heard through the haze. They spoke in a familiar dialect. Nasus was shaken from his reverie. The well at Astrologer's Tower occasionally attracted nomads, but never this close to the equinox. The boy stood perfectly still, his fear palpable. "Where are the fires?" asked the boy. A horse's whinny pierced the night. "Who goes there?" asked the boy. The words rolled through the darkness. A lantern sparked to life, illuminating a band of riders, mercenaries, raiders. The jackal's eyes snapped wide. He saw 7 of them. Their curved blades remained sheathed, but the look in their eyes spoke of martial training and guile. "Where is the caretaker?" asked Nasus. "He and his wife are asleep. The cool evening prompted them to retire early," replied one of the riders. "Old Jackal, my name is Maloof," said another rider. "We have been sent by the Emperor." Nasus stepped forward, betraying the briefest hint of anger. "Does he seek acknowledgement? Then let me give it. There is no Emperor in this fallen age," said Nasus. The boy stepped forward defiantly. The dark messengers backed away from the lantern. Long shadows obscured defensive stances. "Deliver your message and leave," said the child. Maloof dismounted and stepped forward. He reached a callous hand into the folds of his shirt and produced a dark amulet bound to a thick black chain. The geometry of the metal sparked recollections of magic and destruction in Nasus's mind. "Emperor Zareth sends offerings. We are to be your servants. He welcomes you to his new capital at Nerimazeth." The mercenary's words fell on Nasus like a hammer on glass. The boy promptly knelt and snatched up a weighty rock. "Die!" cried the boy. "Take him!" said Maloof. With a heave, the boy hurled the rock through the air, its perfect arc threatening to shatter mercenary bone on impact. "Renekton, no!" roared Nasus. The riders abandoned their half-hearted deception. Nasus knew then that the caretaker and his wife were dead. Xerath's greeting would come in the form of cold steel. Truth began to eclipse illusion. Nasus reached for the boy. The child tore into shadows of memory that dissipated across the starlit ground.
Oof.
"Goodbye, brother," whispered Nasus. Xerath's emissaries fanned out, their horses buckling and snorting. The Ascended was flanked on 3 sides. Maloof did not hesitate, drawing his blade and piercing Nasus's side with it. Pain rippled through the ancient curator's body. The rider attempted to withdraw his weapon, but it wouldn't budge.
Yep.
A clawed hand gripped the blade, keeping it agonizingly buried within the Ascended flesh. "You should have left me to my ghosts," said Nasus. Nasus tore Maloof's sword from his hand, shattering fingers and tearing ligaments. The demigod pounced on his attacker. Maloof's body cracked under the jackal's enormous weight. Nasus leapt to the next rider, pulling him from his saddle. 2 strikes ruptured organs and stole the wind from his lungs. His broken form spun off into the sand, a ruined mass of agony. His horse reared and fled into the desert. "He's mad!" said one of the riders. "Not any longer," said Nasus, approaching the mercenary leader. A strange fragrance filled the air. Dead flowers spinning on lavender-coloured threads followed in his wake. Maloof twisted on the ground, the broken fingers of his right hand withered, skin sagging like wet parchment.
Oh, that's the circle.
The barrel of his chest caved in on itself like a rotting spine fruit. White-knuckled panic overtook the remaining mercenaries. They struggled to keep their mounts under control, if only to retreat. Maloof's body lay abandoned in the sand. Nasus turned east towards the ruins of Nerimazeth. "Tell your Emperor his cycle nears its end."
So that's what happened on his way to Shurima, I guess. But it's weird, wasn't he supposed to like head straight for Shurima? Did it take him that long to head there that Xerath already made it to Nerimazeth or whatever? Now that you're at it, why don't you do a Renekton reworked lore? I mean, but he is gonna do it. But he is. Anyways, man, oof, that was I kind of like Nasus now, to be honest. Fuck, man, the shit he's been through. You know. Anyways, let's go next. Going next.
Well,
some alligator lore. The Butcher of the Sands updated lore.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of Legends.
Rennek.
Now that we've finished covering Nasus, it's time to move on to his brother. Once an esteemed warrior, and now after millennia buried beneath the sands of Shurima and succumbing to insanity, he seeks vengeance on the one who he feels betrayed him at the fall of Shurima. Without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Renekton, the Butcher of the Sands. Enjoy. Renekton was born to fight. From a young age, he was constantly getting into vicious brawls. He had no fear, and was able to hold his own against much older children. It was often pride that led to these confrontations, as Renekton was unable to back down or let any insult pass. Every evening he came home with cuts and fresh bruises, and while his more scholarly brother Nasus disapproved of this street fighting, Renekton relished it. Nasus soon moved away, having been chosen to join the elite Collegium of the Sun, and in the years he was absent, Renekton's skirmishes became increasingly serious. On a rare visit home, Nasus was horrified to see his bloodied younger brother return home from yet another street fight. Fearing Renekton's violent nature would see him imprisoned or in an early grave, Nasus helped him enlist in the Shuriman army. Officially, Renekton was too young for this duty, but his older brother's influence smoothed away this detail. The discipline and regimentation of the army was a blessing for Renekton. Within a few years, he rose to become one of Shurima's most feared and capable war captains, and he fought on the front line in numerous wars of conquest to expand the empire. He garnered a reputation for ferocity and toughness, but also for honour and bravery. Nasus became a decorated general, and the two of them served in a number of campaigns together, remaining very close despite their inherent differences and frequent disagreements.
Yeah.
Nasus' skill lay in strategy, logistics and history. Renekton's lay in battle.
Brute force.
Nasus planned the wars, and Renekton...
Hey man, if violence doesn't solve the problem, you just didn't use enough of it. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
won them. Renekton earned the title Gatekeeper of Shurima after fighting a desperate battle in one of the mountain passes bordering Shurima. An invading force had landed on the south coast, striking toward the isolated city of Zareta. If it was not halted, the city was certain to be razed, and its populace massacred. Outnumbered 10-1, Renekton and a small contingent faced these aggressors, determined to buy time for the city to be evacuated. It was a battle that none expected Renekton to survive, let alone win. He held the pass for a day and a night, long enough for a relief force led by Nasus to arrive. With barely a handful of warriors left standing, none uninjured, Renekton was hailed a hero. Renekton served on the front lines for decades and never lost a battle. His presence was inspiring to those fighting alongside him and terrifying to his enemies.
Who said bullies can't become useful people of society? Great members of society. Just be a bully.
Victory after victory were his, and such was his reputation that some wars were won without a sword even being lifted, enemy nations surrendering as soon as they heard Renekton was marching on them. Renekton was of middling years, a grizzled and battle-scarred veteran when word reached him that his brother was close to death. He raced back to the capital to find Nasus a pale shadow of his former self. Having been struck down by a debilitating, wasting malady, the sickness was incurable, similar to the rock.
Oh yeah, it is Nasus. This is Nasus. This is his head. I'm assuming it's a statue.
Curse said to have cut down an entire noble line in antiquity. Nevertheless, Nasus's greatness was recognized by one and all. As well as being a highly decorated general, he curated the great library of Shurima and penned many of the finest literary works in the Empire. The priesthood proclaimed it to be the sun's will that he undertake the ascension ritual. The whole city gathered to witness the holy rite, but the tragic illness had taken a terrible toll, and Nasus no longer had the strength to scale the stairs to the ascension dais. In the ultimate act of self-sacrifice and love, Renekton lifted his brother in his arms and climbed the final steps, fully expecting to be obliterated in the process by the holy energies of the sun disk. He deemed his sacrifice a small thing to ensure that his brother would live on.
Yep.
He was just a warrior, after all.
Also probably didn't want to live if his brother died, kind of thing.
Albeit a talented one. While his brother was a peerless scholar, thinker and general, Renekton knew that Shurima would need Nasus in the years to come.
Please, he didn't care about Shurima.
Renekton was not destroyed, however. Beneath the blinding radiance of the sun disk, both brothers were raised up and remade. When the light faded, two mighty ascended beings stood before the onlookers. Nasus in his lean, jackal-headed body, and Renekton in his immense crocodilian form. Their form seemed apt. The jackal was often regarded as the most clever and cunning of beasts, and the fearless aggression of the crocodile fit Renekton perfectly. Shurima gave thanks to have these new demigods as guardians of the Empire. Renekton had been a mighty war hero before, but now he was an ascended being, blessed with power beyond mortal understanding. He was stronger and faster than any regular man, and seemed virtually immune to pain. Though ascended beings were not immortal, their lifespans were dramatically increased so that they might serve the Empire for hundreds of years. With Renekton at the head of the Shuriman armies, the Empire's military was all but unstoppable. He had always been a ruthless commander and ferocious fighter, but his new form gave him power beyond belief. He led the soldiers of Shurima to many bloody victories, neither giving nor expecting mercy.
More so than before.
His legend spread far beyond the borders of the Empire, and it was his enemies that gave him the name Butcher of the Sands, a title he embraced.
Yeah, it's fitting.
There were those, Nasus among them, who came to believe that a portion of Renekton's humanity had been lost in his transformation. As the years progressed, he seemed to become crueler, relishing the spilling of blood more than was natural, and whispers circulated of atrocities he committed in the name of war. Nevertheless, he was a staunch defender of Shurima, and he faithfully served a succession of emperors, ensuring the security and greatness of Shurima for hundreds of years. During the reign of Emperor Azir, word arrived that a magical being of fire had escaped the magical...
Hey man, even The Butcher of the Sands needs a vacation sometimes. Who's this though? Is this Earth? The seal?
Sarcophagus that abounded in its underground prison. It had laid waste to a Shuriman town before fleeing across the desert to the east. Renekton and his brother Nasus sent forth to recapture this legendary foe.
Kazakhs.
While they were absent, the young emperor, guided by the manipulations of his magus Zereth, attempted to join their ranks and become one of the Ascended. The results were catastrophic. Renekton and Nasus were a day's ride from the capital, but even so, they felt the shockwave as the ascension ritual went awry. Knowing that something terrible had come to pass, they raced back to find the glorious city in ruins. Azir had been killed, along with most of the city's populace, and the great sun disk was falling, drained of all its power. At the epicenter of the ruin, they encountered Zereth, now a being of pure, malevolent power. The brothers sought to bind Zereth in the magical sarcophagus that had held the ancient being of fire. For a day and a night they battled, but the magus was powerful and would not be held. He shattered the sarcophagus and assailed them with spells fueled by the power of the sun disk, which crashed to the ground as they fought. Knowing that they could not destroy Zereth,
I guess they're weaker than him because he's like a full ascended compared to them. Like they're also full ascend, but it's like their ascension was divided in two for like two people, whereas he took all of it for himself maybe. But then wouldn't Azir be then his other half ascended? So it's like technically Zereth shouldn't be as strong then. I mean, we wouldn't know how it works, but like kind of makes sense.
Renekton finally wrestled him into the depthless tomb of emperors and bade his brother seal them inside forever. Knowing there was no other way to stop Zereth, Nasus reluctantly did as his brother ordered. As Renekton and Zereth fell into darkness, Nasus sealed the tomb for all eternity. In the darkness, Zereth and Renekton continued their battle. For uncounted years they fought as the once great civilization of Shurima collapsed to dust in the world above. Zereth whispered poison in Renekton's ear, and gradually, as the centuries rolled on, his viperous words and ever-present darkness took its toll. The magus implanted the notion in Renekton's mind that Nasus had sealed him in on purpose, jealous of his success and unwilling to share his ascension. Piece by piece, Renekton's sanity cracked. Zereth drove a wedge into these cracks, corrupting his mind and twisting his perception of what was real and what was imagined. Thousands of years later, the tomb of the emperors was opened by the mercenary Sivir, freeing Renekton and Zereth. Renekton roared his fury and thundered out in the Shuriman desert, sniffing air for the scent of his brother. Renekton now roams the deserts, seeking the death of Nasus, the traitor he believes left him to die. His grip on reality is tenuous at best, and while there are moments when he resembles the proud, honourable hero of the past, much of the time he is a little more than a devolved, hate-maddened beast, driven on by the thirst for blood and vengeance.
Nothing left but the Butcher of the Sands. That's good shit, man. It's good shit. Oh man, we got more Shurima. Holy bro. Got double Sivir. Got two more Talias. Holy Moses. Alright, let's do one more for Sivir, and then we'll see what we're doing after. See you in the next one. See you in the next one. Okay. Alright, Sivir.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of the Lore of League of
brother.
Legends.
Let's go, brother.
In this episode, we're going to be covering a renowned fortune hunter and mercenary captain who plies her trade within the deserts of Shurima. Without further ado, I present to you the updated lore of Sivir, the Battle Mistress. Enjoy. Sivir learned firsthand the harsh lessons of desert life when her entire family was killed by marauding Cathayans, one of Shurima's most feared raider tribes. In the weeks and months after the massacre, she survived by stealing food from local markets and exploring deserted ruins in search of trinkets to sell. Most of the ruins had long since been picked clean by thieves, but Siva excelled at unearthing treasures others had missed. With her keen eye and relentless determination, she exposed secret passageways, solved ancient puzzles to reveal hidden catacombs, and dodged perilous traps. Occasionally, she persuaded other children to help her plunder tombs that would be impossible to loot alone. Armed with no more than coils of rope and candles, the malnourished waifs would descend into the cramped tunnels beneath the ruins in search of anything worth selling. One day, Siva and her compatriots ventured deep into a secret tomb she swore was filled with riches beyond imagining. After many hours of exploration, they finally discovered a hidden doorway, but were crushed to find nothing more than an empty chamber. Enraged at their wasted effort, Mira, Siva's oldest companion, demanded she forfeit her role as leader. Siva refused, and a vicious fight ensued. Mira was larger and stronger and quickly overpowered Siva before pushing her off a ledge.
Okay, but like, seriously? Damn. Damn.
Hours later,
Look at her.
Siva awoke in the dark, fighting back
She a
panic.
princess?
She
Some
retraced
shit?
her steps,
Well,
blind
technically, I
and
guess.
feeling her way slowly back to daylight. Once she returned to her lair, she found her treacherous friend had fled, taking everything Siva owned with her. Siva swore she would never allow herself to be betrayed again. Determined to learn to defend herself, she joined a band of sellswords led by the legendary Ihar Zaharo, serving as a weapon carrier, navigator and dog's body for the belligerent mercenaries. For years, Siva slept with a dagger tucked under her blanket. She placed no trust in Ziharo's warriors, knowing their only loyalty was to coin, but she strived to learn all she could. Siva trained to fight, practicing with staunch determination and sparring against the younger sellswords daily. Siva's unwavering dedication and swift-growing skill caught the eye of Zaharo herself, who took Siva under her wing, an honour few received. Over the years, Siva became a formidable warrior, and as Ihar's sergeant, she fought against numerous armies, raiders and warring tribes. When the wars ended and the mercenaries struggled to find paying work, Siva led expeditions into the ruins in search of Shurima's lost treasures. Eventually, Siva tired of living in Ziharo's shadow. The domineering leader took the greatest share of the gold and all the glory, though it was Siva's knowledge of Shuriman tombs that bought them much of their wealth. Worse, Ziharo refused to fight for warlords whose reputation for cruelty were at odds with her martial code of honor.
God damn,
But to
bro,
Siva,
what is
gold
that?
was gold. No matter how bloody the hands that paid it, morals played no part in the transaction. Many of the mercenaries agreed with Siva and plotted with her to replace Ziharo as leader. The night before their coup, Ziharo learned of their plan. Outraged, she struck first, planning to turn her blade on her former student as she slept.
Damn.
Siva had expected such an attack and defeated Ziharo in a vicious knife brawl. Nevertheless, she was surprised to find she couldn't kill her former mentor, remembering how Ziharo had taken her in when she was no more than a bitter girl with nothing to her name. Instead, she left Ziharo alone in the desert with a half-filled water skin, a single coin, and a hollow offer of good luck. Siva's war band quickly earned a fearsome
I love it
reputation
that
as
it's
warriors of renown, and
It's like always a self-fulfilling prophecy with people who got betrayed. It's like girls who date guys who cheat, and they always, for some reason, date guys who cheat. It's like, I will never allow myself to be cheated on again. Yeah, okay, bitch. Like, next guy you're dating is cheating on you 100% of the time, okay? Like, there's no fucking way. So it's like, same with Siva. It's like, I will never let myself be betrayed again. Like, self-fulfilling prophecy. You're gonna get betrayed.
explorers who could find relics
Well,
of the
that point
past
she was
into
also the
legend.
betrayer, but yeah.
Desert barons, wealthy merchants, and collectors of the arcane commissioned Siva to fight their wars or recover rare hidden treasures. Explorers willingly paid Siva's high price for her skill in traversing dangerous territories and navigating the ancient ruins of
Bro,
Shur.
I'm not gonna lie. I would love to date a cosplayer because they're always way hotter when they cosplay than in reality. So it's like I would date a cosplayer chick, and then it's like every time we would like hang out, I'll be like, yeah, you better be in a cosplay. I cannot see you outside of a cosplay. It's like, can you dress like this Siver over here? Like, can you please? Yeah, thank you.
In the ancient ruins of Shurima. Ruling chieftains hired her company to defend their lands against raiding Noxians, while warlords procured their services early in their campaigns to ensure a swift victory.
And this would also be a nice cosplay for us.
In the year of 1,000 storms, the lord of an ancient Shuriman city known as Nashrame hired Sivir to seek a unique cross-shaped blade he claimed was a lost heirloom. He sent his personal guards along with her to guarantee its retrieval, and after a search that lasted many months, Sivir finally located the weapon. She pried it from the sarcophagus of a long-forgotten hero buried beneath tons of collapsed rubble, with a strange sense that her entire life had been leading up to this moment. The weapon shone with gold and emeralds, and though it was ancient, its edge was as sharp as if it had been forged that day. Sivir was transfixed by the crossblade, feeling as if it had been waiting for her. When the captain of the Nashrame guard demanded their return to their lord with his prize, Sivir knew she could never give it up. Sivir threw the crossblade in a curved arc and marvelled as it decapitated not only the captain, but the 3 men behind him before returning to her hand.
I mean, the story part is also oh shit, but like, if I'm ever dating a cosplayer, she's definitely dressing up as Sivir.
Never had a weapon felt so natural in her grip, so powerful to throw. She fought her way from the tomb to emerge triumphant with the Lord of Nashrame's men dead behind her.
Man, League of Legends is so sexist though. Look at all the girls, man. So much cleavage. Oh my god, they must be all rapists in there. If this game was made by WoW, oh my god, I wouldn't be surprised. You know?
Tales of Sivir's exploits and ferocity in battle were already well known within Shuriman.
By Blizzard, but yeah.
But as her legend grew, her reputation spread beyond even the desert sands. In Noxus, stories of her deeds reached the ears of Cassiopeia, an ambitious noblewoman who desired a relic she believed was hidden in the heart of the desert. Cassiopeia had no shortage of coin, and hired Sivir as her guide to plunder the depths of the long-lost capital of Shurima. Though she instinctively distrusted Cassiopeia, Sivir was not about to dismiss such a profitable expedition. As they plunged deeper into the twisting catacombs of the buried city, many of Sivir's mercenaries were killed by a slew of deadly traps, but Cassiopeia refused to turn back. After days of endless descent into darkness, Sivir and Cassiopeia finally reached a great bas-relief depicting ancient emperors and ascended warriors with bestial heads. Most of the buried structures they had seen were shattered from millennia spent beneath the sands, but this wall was uncannily intact. Sivir felt her blood stir as she gazed at the carvings, mesmerised by a creeping sense of recognition.
Is this the original Sivir skin? It feels like it might be. The original, like, art. I think it was something like that.
In that moment of inattention, her
also
fate
looks
was
dated.
sealed. Taking advantage of Sivir's distraction, Cassiopeia stepped in close and rammed a blade through her back.
Bitch.
Sivir collapsed in agony, her lifeblood soaking into the sand. Cassiopeia pried Sivir's crossblade from her grasp as her senses dimmed like a guttering candle. As warmth faded from her body, death closed in.
Yep.
But fate was not yet done with Sivir. As her lifeblood drained, her ancestor, the long-dead Emperor Azir, was resurrected by the echoes of royalty within her blood. He carried her body to the Oasis of the Dawn, a sacred pool once brimming with healing waters. Bone dry for thousands of years, it now overflowed with crystal water at Azir's presence. The healing waters enveloped Sivir's body, miraculously undoing the fatal wound dealt to her by Cassiopeia. With a laboured gasp, Sivir opened her eyes, dazed and uncomprehending, as if dragged from a dream. A vaguely familiar face looked down at her with kindness, and Sivir blinked, unsure if she was alive or dead. All around her, spirals of dust whirled hundreds of feet in the air, forming towering palaces, ornate temples and expansive plazas. The ancient city of Shurima rose from its sandy grave in all its glory and splendour, crowned by an enormous golden disk shining brighter than the noonday sun.
Jesus Christ.
With Azir's return, the ancient city was restored to its former majesty. Sivir had
Just
grown
like
up
that?
hearing tales of the legendary Ascended, but thought only children and fools believed in such fantasy. Surrounded by a city that, stone by stone, restored itself from nothing, and confronted by a long-dead emperor who spoke of his enduring bloodline and vision of a reborn kingdom, Sivir was shaken to her core. Everything she had ever believed was cast into doubt. With his words still ringing in her ears, she retreated to her life as a mercenary, taking solace in the everyday realities of fighting for coin. She struggled to accept she might be the heir to a forgotten empire, and tried to put such thoughts out of her mind.
How's she fighting?
Even if everything Azir said were true, she was sure no one would unite the disparate tribes of Shurima. The most powerful warlords could command small territories for a time with enough golden warriors, but the land would never rally beneath a single banner, let alone bow to one man, even if he truly was an ancient emperor. As Azir strives to re-establish his once mighty empire, Sivir is tormented by increasing doubts as to whether she can fully return to her former life. Looming forces encroach upon her world, and for better or worse, fate has given her a second chance at life. Now she must choose her path and forge a new legacy.
Here's the thing, it's like, if you believe in fate, then it's like you can be like, well, fate gave me another chance at life, I'll do better as a mercenary. Or you can be like, well, maybe fate is showing me that's like, bro, I'm like a fucking, like, and I have the blood of an emperor, all that shit. It's like, maybe that's my path, right? So it's like, what is fate trying to show you? It's like, it's such a confusing time, if you believe in fate, that is, but yeah, it's crazy. It's pretty cool though. Da, da, da.
And that's all.
I just want to hear the music. And yeah, that's it for Sivir. No, it's not. There's Sivir Extended. Water. What is this? This is about the...
Sivir's throat felt like it was coated in a layer of broken glass. The cracked flesh on her lips burned. Her eyes refused to focus. I've given them more than enough time to move on. She leaned around the edge of the boulder. The caravan was still at
this is the original Sivir art, probably. Not the one I thought.
Spring and showing no signs of moving on. Why did they have to...
Girl does have leg extensions. Holy fuck.
The Cathayans. Of the many, many tribes that want her dead, the Cathayans stood out in their persistence. Sivir scanned the tribesmen again, looking for any sign the caravan might climb out of the old riverbed and continue its journey. She rolled her shoulders and tried to judge if the muscles were up to fighting a half-dozen men. She'd have to take them by surprise to stand a chance. That prissy Noxon got the drop on me. Sivir shook her head, trying to clear her mind. Now wasn't the time for those thoughts. I'm becoming scattered from any lack of water. Why didn't I bring more water? The city had been bursting with it. Huge streams poured from statues, all at the command of an ancient. He healed my wound and saved my life. Then he returned to rebuilding the temples around him, calling out strange words in an old dialect she could barely make sense of. Talking to himself in a dead city filled only with sand. I had to get out before the sorcerer decided to sink it all back beneath the dust, or that I owed him. Swallowing brought fresh agony to Sivir's throat. She looked at the spring again, a simple puddle of brown water in the centre of the caravan. I've given them a day, she reasoned. I will die or they will die. For a few drops of water or a few slivers of gold. That is the way of the desert. Sprinting toward the first guard, she readied her crossblade. Would there be enough time to reach him before he turned around? She counted the distance. 14 strides, 12, 10. He can't make a sound. 2 strides. She jumped. Her blade sank completely through his neck, down into his shoulder. Blood erupted as she crashed down on him. Her momentum drove them behind the line of rocks on which he'd been standing. Sivir grabbed his arms. He struggled against her, refusing to accept he was already dead. The guard's blood drenched Sivir as he took a final gurgling breath. This man didn't need to die. Sivir thought again of Cassiopeia's blade. That Noxian bitch sunk a blade in my back.
Yep.
I died.
Yep.
That should mean something.
Nope.
A distant rumble sounded.
You're
Horses.
stupid.
A sand wall collapsing. There wasn't time to wonder what it meant. Sivir crawled across the hard stones. It won't take the rest of the caravan long to notice the guard's absence. The next target was moving high along the ridgeline. She needed to hit him before he walked away from the ledge. The shot has to be perfect. She threw the crossblade. It hit the second guard, cutting him in half. The flying blade arced upward, but as it reached its apex, it slowed before reversing its direction. As it flew back toward her, it clipped the neck of a third man. There wouldn't be time for another throw now. The blade completed its arc, flying down toward the center of the water. She only had to reach it in time. The maneuver was an old standby. She would catch the weapon and kill the 3 remaining men in a single spinning somersault. But as she ran, her feet became heavy, and it seemed impossible to draw enough air into her pained lungs. 30 strides. She had to make the distance before the second man's body hit the ground. 20 strides. The muscles in her legs cramped, refusing to obey her commands. 15 strides. She found herself sliding, stumbling. No, not yet. Then, sooner than she had expected, the second man's body completed its fall and impacted the rocks. The sound was impossible to miss. One mistake was enough. The Cathayans were a desert people. The remaining guards had weapons drawn before she took another step. Her crossblade hit the water between the men and her, 5 strides in front of them, 10 strides from her. I could make it. Every reflex in Siva's body willed her forward. Instead, she slid to a halt, nearly falling forward. Failing to bring enough water, waiting too long to attack, misjudging distances. I don't make these mistakes. Why? Some other part of Siva's mind answered. She remembered the moment after Cassiopeia's dagger had pierced her back. She couldn't feel the blade itself. Instead, she felt a sudden, unexpected weight that seemed to steal her breath and crush her lungs. I killed 3 of you before you heard me, Siva coughed. You don't have a weapon, the largest of the Cathayans said. Only because I didn't want your blood in the water, she lied. The 3 men exchanged glances. They've recognized me. A year ago I killed your chieftain and 24 of your finest for a bag of thin gold.
Oh.
It was a cheap price for their lives. She met the 3 men's eyes. They were spreading out from the water, attempting to flank her. The gold I earned from killing your chieftain and kinsman, she asked. I gambled it away in a single evening. We will avenge them and your insult, the largest man responded. I shouldn't have killed them, she said. Not for that gold. Don't make me kill you for a few cups of water. The Cathayan's leader nervously adjusted the grip on his weapon. I'm telling you I can make it to the blade before you can act, Siva explained. And if I run for my blade, you will die, she indicated the foul brown water. Your lives are worth more than that. Then we will die with honour, the largest man decided, though his fellows seemed less certain.
There's no
Then I need that weapon to kill the 20 men you want to avenge, Siva warned. You are too few. The 3 men hesitated. They knew Siva's reputation. The other 2 pulled the largest man away before backing to their mounts. Siva edged toward the water. We will return with our tribesmen for vengeance. Lots of people have tried that, she said. Never worked out for them. Siva rolled her swollen tongue against the top of her mouth, desperate for relief. Every part of her wanted to kneel down to the water and drink. I have to wait until they cross the far dune. As the men climbed into their saddles and rode away, the strange rumbling sounded again. It was loud and growing louder. It's not horses or shifting sands. Siva turned to its source and watched as a 3-foot wall of blue water rushed down the ancient riverbed, the water from the city. The moment before the water hit Siva, she felt the rush of cold, damp air in front of the flood. It shocked her like an unexpected kiss. The first wave nearly took out her knees. The impact stung with cold, but as it enveloped her waist and legs, it became soothingly cool. Siva laid in the water, letting it wash.
One interesting saying. Oh, God. How do you say it again?
Took out her knees. The impact stung.
No.
The moment before the water hit Siva, she felt the rush of cold, damp air in front of the flood. It shocked her like an unexpected kiss.
It shocked her like an unexpected kiss. We call it rape in 2022? Just saying.
The first wave nearly took out her knees. The impact stung with cold, but as it enveloped her waist and legs, it became soothingly cool. Siva laid in the water,
Sexual
letting
assault.
it wash over her. She could feel the painful grit of the desert washing away as her head floated weightless and free. I was dead. I must make that mean something.
True.
Oh.
Alright. That was Severe. Now what else we got going here? Talia Echoes. Okay, so double Talia next. Alright. We go next. But first, let me turn on the goddamn AC. Holy shit. My main, whatever, disc priest, don't care. The Green Father Ivern. Is that from here? Yeah, okay. 136. Man, we are nearing the end of this series though. Like, it's only 148, so there's like 20-ish episodes left, like 21, 22. 22, including this one. So once I finish Talia, it's gonna be 20. Holy shit, man. I never thought this day would come. But first, gotta take a piss. I'll be right back. Damn. That cookie is so good. So good. I raised my seat a bit, so change the camera angle just a bit. There we go. Okay. Okay, let me check out these replies first. You really need to read Shadow Isle's story, Trash Hecarim Callista, especially Viego. He's the type of endgame boss. He can control all the black mist. He can turn the entire planet into black mist. In other games, a lot of raids conclude with the dragon as the final boss for the raid, but Viego control any dragon he wants. He can possess anyone. He can absorb any soul in his blade. He is really powerful. He has an entire book for him, and we had an entire event just for him, an entire game about him, and 3 main cinematics for him, and you want him to be just a dungeon. Lamau. In the event lore, to stop Viego, they needed Lucian, Senna, Akshan, Irelia, Graves, Olaf, Riven, Vayne, Poppy, Pike. Just to ban him, and he was blinded to resurrect his wife. That's why they could stop him, because he held the power to destroy the world. Even Senna said it. So you want a boss with the power to end the world just as a dungeon. The boss doesn't need to be God. It will be enough if they are treating the end the world. Well. Said I'm not sure if Viego and boss material just okay, let's see. That's all I can kill. It'd still be alive just in the way. What was it? Don't forget, you can't really kill them.
Welcome, ladies and
Plot
gentlemen, to
armor.
another
Can't
episode
really
of
kill
the
them. Not
Lore
the
of
main
League of
ones, at
Legends.
least. Just
The
saying.
next champion in League of Legends might be a dog
Main one.
too darking. The
Don't forget, you can't really kill them. Plot armor. Can't really kill them. Not the main ones, at least. Just saying.
next champion in League of Legends.
Ajax is the sword. Dominates that he would still be alive just still away. Yeah. Yeah. Plot armor. Alright, and we also had this guy. Thalys! My man. Yes, the arrow from, I guess, a card game. Legends of Runeterra is spectacular, and it's a fun card game to get into. It doesn't cost you any money. Yeah, it's Hearthstone. Now, of course, if you want to spend money, you can shortcut your way to a full deck, but there is no pay to win, just skins, emotes, and so on. You would need FTL travel to play ball with a pug. FTL travel to play ball. Oh, the pug, the celestial pug. Bro, this celestial pug is gonna be my. Oh god. Yeah. Oh no. That's the Alright, now that we're done with the comments, I want to check something here real quick. Yeah. Why am I doing this to myself? Why am I doing this to myself? I'm just asking to, like, make myself not productive. Oh my god, bro. We gotta see this, though. It's just too good to not see it. The golden age, man.
The day you were born.
The golden age of WoW, bro.
Forests of Lordaeron whispered the
Ay,
name.
ay, ay. Arthas.
Arthas.
God damn, bro. Why am I doing this to myself? There's no way I'm playing this. But also the song. Oh my god. Back when the songs for the game were just fucking amazing. It just fits. It's just so iconic, man. Not something I would like rock to, but goddamn.
My child.
But it's so smooth,
I watched
though.
with pride as you grew into a weapon
2008 animation, by the
of
way.
righteousness.
Or 2007, I think it's 2008. God damn.
Remember, our line has always ruled with wisdom
And strength.
And I know you will show restraint when exercising your great power.
Restraint. Technically he did. He just sat on his throne while we attacked him.
son.
So
Stir
many
the
of them.
hearts of your people.
God damn.
I tell you this, for when my days have come to an end, you shall be king.
God damn, bro. What did they do to my boy? Fucking Shadowlands, bro. The best expansion is released when the worst expansion is ending. Hot diggity dow. Oh, I had level 60. Oh yeah, did I boost? I'm pretty sure I boosted. Fuck that, man. Okay, I don't know why I'm doing this to myself. Whatever, it is what it is. Sexy man. Not really. I'm on Pagel, obviously. Oh, is this different? I feel like it's different. DK. Blood Elf, of course. Honest should probably go with critical chance, strong weapons and bows, damage increased versus beast, regeneration increased, attack and cast speed. Let's go this. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't matter. I'm going Blood Elf. I mean, they're just the sexiest. I don't know why they decide to not use the new graphics though. It's so bad. Yep, that's the one. That's the one, baby. Where's the face? Nah. I think that was the one. Yeah. There's my usual face hair color. Facial hair. Yep, that's much it. Is this the face I usually use? Nah. One of the best starting sets ever, like by far. How long does it take to do the quest? I think it's pretty fast, right?
A hero.
Yeah, a hero. There's what I am. That is what you are, a hero. Attack. We don't need attack.
I need a target.
Relax, brother. Where's the action bar? I don't have add-ons, right? Can I unlock? Interface? Action bars? Unlock? No. This is Shift R. Where are my fucking bars though? Right bar. Where's Shift R? Right bar. Do I not have Shift R? Really? Okay. Keybinds. Should have Shift R somewhere, no? Oh, I don't. Look at that. Multi-action bar, Shift Q, Shift R. Okay, Shift T, why not? There's Shift R, Shift Q, or Shift E. I have Shift E, right? Yep. Shift E, Shift W, Shift R. Oh, this should be just be R. Choose the target. Mess my mouse up. Also, I want to be blood. Oh, no, I don't have any points, so it doesn't matter what I want to be. Requires melee weapon. Yep.
All life must end. Anger, cruelty, vengeance, I bestow upon you, my chosen knight.
Yep. Whatever you say.
I have granted you immortality, so that you may herald in a new, Dark age for the scourge.
Yep.
Gaze now upon the lands below us. The Scarlet Crusade scurries to undo my work, while Light's hope stands defiantly against us, a blemish upon these plague lands. They must all be shown the price of their defiance. You will become my force of retribution. Where you tread, doom will follow. Go now and claim your destiny, Death Knight.
Yeah. Whatever you say, brother. Whatever you say. Okay, turns that. Blood strike. Plus 1 4, total damage increased by 12.5 for each of your diseases on the target. So I need to put diseases on. So I need that. Disease dealing. Plague strike applies to the disease, right? Yep. Okay, so then that. Rune blade sword. Stupid ass ability. Just gotta use the item, I guess. Fix your rune weapon with the rune that has a crest. 20%, yeah, definitely that.
I don't have a target.
Bro, one of the best fucking looking swords in the game, by the way. No, not a problem. Not an issue at all.
I can't attack that target. I can't attack that. I can't attack that target. I can't attack that.
Shut up.
I can't attack that target.
What's this do, by the way?
I
And now
can't
you
attack
die.
that. It's too far away. I can't do that yet.
Fuck out of here, stupid. You think you're messing with. Idiot. Come on, man. Yo, give me my movement speed though, huh? Bombaclat. Is there a collection tab? No, there isn't. It's annoying.
Bow to your master. Slay all who oppose us.
Let's go. Fly me to the moon. Pew. Whew. Target Scarlet Crusade structure, and then calls the ghouls, and then there's this.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Yeah, that would be so annoying. For sure. Take me to the moon. This one of them? I think this is one of them, right? Pretty sure. Yep.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Ah, shit. That wasn't one of them. Been a while. Oh, fuck my life. Yeah, I don't have any add-ons. Take me to the moon. This is the quest I hate the most because of all these fuck-ups I'm making. By fuck. Backspace, there you go. Eat, fuck. I got these two. I need to do that one.
I can't cast that yet.
Excuse me. Thank you. How's the last one? Over there, probably. Chapel. Oh, there it is.
That's still recharging.
Yo, Lich baby.
Your will is not your own.
Commands you to carry Zors to High Lord Darien Morgraine. Yeah. Your will is not your own. Time is the newest.
We exist only to serve him.
Oh, thank God.
Go forth and wreak havoc. We press on. Tomorrow is a fight.
What is Kush coming on the balcony, first floor?
Make it quick.
What's up, brother?
There's work to be done.
Thanks. Again with these stupid quests. Kill 10 of this, kill 10 of that. Jesus Christ. We're doing Grand Theft Palomino first because we want movement speed. That is a given.
I need to target something first.
It sucks that this mount cannot fly, but whatever. Let's kill these guys. I don't care about you guys. I just want the horse. Come here. No, don't attack it, bro. Yeah, my life. this guy.
That ability isn't ready. That spell isn't ready.
Alright. There's my chance.
I need to get closer.
Yee-haw! Getting that out of there. Oh, okay, so I didn't need to kill those guys.
I'm out of range. I need to get closer.
I don't remember. This guy? Yep. Brother, you wanna fight me? Let's go. Fuck you up. Real nice. Alright. Where's this guy? Well? Is he dead? Is this how this game is gonna go? Is he fucking dead? Horseman of Death's branch is challenged to slay the Dark Rider of Acheros and take his Acheros Death Charger. Yeah. Is that him? Jesus Christ, bro. What are you doing down here? Shit. Oi, amigo.
I'm out of range. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
Give me my horse, man. Oh, wait. Hold it. Well, fuck you too then. Damn it. Holy shit, man. Also, why is it not auto-looting? Hello? Yo, where are you going? What's up with this guy?
I need to get closer. I can't do that yet. That spell isn't ready. That ability isn't ready. That's still recharging.
Take this first. Wow. It's a nice little gray item there. Hell yeah, brother.
That spell isn't ready.
Can I skip to this world when I'm in danger? That'd be fucking great, thank you. Where are you? Give me a horse! I want a horse! What's this? Oh. Got a horse! Death Knight's defeated in the duel. Where are these assholes? Is everyone dueling them? Is that what's going on here? Oh, you talk?
Yes, you like. Yes,
Oh,
you like shiny. What? Yes.
Okay, so everyone here is hunting these guys. Fantastic. Oh, got him.
Yes.
Come on.
Our masters
It's too far away. I'm out of range. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready. That's still recharging. I can't do that.
You need something.
Let's go. Come on, come on, come on. I ain't got time for this shit. I have unspent points.
Wrong. I can't cast that yet. Can't do that yet. That ability is ready.
Okay, fuck. Increase the critical strike chance of blood strike, scorch strike, heart strike, and whenever your blood runes are on cooldown, you gain the blade barrier effect, which increases the damage taken. Fuck. And a bitch. I'll take the damage. Any more of these guys to duel? No, not really. Alright, we'll come back to this later, I guess. I forgot how long this game is for no reason.
That's still recharging. That spell isn't ready. Can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I don't have a target. It's too far away. I can't cast that yet.
I feel like there's an item I'm supposed to use or some shit like that for them, or no? Oh, I don't have the quest.
I can't attack that target.
I'm an idiot, just killing random shit. What's happening, brother?
I'm out of range. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet.
Medic. Medic!
That's still recharging. Can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready.
You fuck.
I can't cast that yet.
You
Can't
can?
do that yet.
Bro, this guy's in balance. Look at this guy. Just carry my shit like that? Oh my god, they don't have AoE loot here? Jesus Christ, this game, bro.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Oh, can I kill this guy? Probably not, right? 2600. Let's go. Fuck it, let's go.
I need to get closer. Not ready yet.
Yes, I
It's too far away.
can. Is he the elite? I can't see. Didn't even look at the... This is the elite, no? Yeah. Ah, 40,000. Yeah, okay, never mind. I'm not killing that guy, that's for sure. These guys are not even counting as civilians. Ay, ay. Rest in peace, Moopies. Rest in peace. Yeah, buddy, you're you're not gonna have a good time. Here are the peasants.
I need to get closer.
I need infantry, I need peasants. Do I?
That's still recharging.
Still not it. Yeah, whatever. What's this quest here? There's a citizen. What are you? Citizen. What are you? Not a citizen. Aggressive citizen. Hello, citizen. How are you?
I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready. I'm out of range. It's too far away. Not ready yet.
Need more of these guys? Or? Damn, ragweeds? Hello.
I'm out of range.
Oh, I'm low on HP.
Do that yet.
Oh, where's the potion? Shit. Nice, thank you. It doesn't matter if you die.
That ability isn't ready. I can't cast it. I can't do that yet. I need a target. Not ready yet.
Fine, bitch. Oh, I don't even need you, actually. I'm sorry. You're extra. Okay, we need those Serenite arrows, I guess, somewhere. Wait, who's attacking me? Oh, you. Come here.
I can't cast that yet.
Oh my god.
That ability isn't ready yet. That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet. Not ready yet.
Okay, excuse me, guys. I need the arrows. There's an arrow. I don't know why it's 15 arrows. Arrow. A whole trail of arrows. Nice. I like it. Take me to the moon and let me sing forevermore. Hop. Oh my lord, that's a lot of people. Actually, that's all their pets, but still. Too early.
Make it quick. Speak your piece.
I need to get closer.
You need something?
That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Isn't ready yet.
You need something?
Let's go, brother. We fuck you up real good, man. Real good.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. That's still recharging. Yes.
No one else to duel. It's kind of annoying. Critical rating. Doesn't matter, does it?
I will listen. For now.
Come on. Chop, chop! Get into formation! Oh, this shit's taking forever.
I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. It's too far away.
This guy fucking parried half my shit. What the fuck, man? Denzel Adams. Word. Hop, 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 hop. I don't know, man. I'm kind of forcing myself to play this, to be honest. Yeah. Anyways, whatever. Fuck it. Like, yeah, I don't care about the mount that much, to be honest. Alright, we're going on to FF 14. Hey. 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 Okay. Boom, bang, pow. Damn, Samuel. What's going on, Squeenix? May I please connect to server? Watch, I've been banned or some shit. Been a while since I've seen 2002. Interesting, interesting. Let's try this again. Samden. Alright, alright. Sam didn't even know we're supposed to come, huh? That is quite funny. Like, yeah, man, we're not gonna make this. Yeah, bro, I was gonna cancel anyways, because we're not even home. It's like, oh, yeah. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Squeenix. I mean... Ooh, it's a lot of videos. Still not enough though. Right, can I connect now? No, I cannot, huh? Is Crystal down or some shit like that? Let's see, can't connect. Crystal Data Center. Interesting. Okay, let's try the other data center. The fuck is going on here? What the hell? Okay, let's try this again. Holy hell, man. Bro, for fuck's sakes. Let me log in. Holy shit. Stop clicking stuff. Phone, move away from my mouse. Okay. Frogs are gay. They're turning frogs into gay. Turning frogs gay. Try to left challenge. Okay, can we play the game today? Let's try. Okay, we're going to back to Ether then, because Primal wasn't working. Why am I getting error 2002 though? Okay, let's try. Let's try it like this. Okay. Let's close that. Let's do this. If it doesn't work, then we will just, you know, keep going on. Keep going on with League Lore. God, I hate this one-time password because it's been more than one time that I try to get in, you know? Play. Wait, is there maintenance going on? Okay, let me see this. I think it's... I wrote something about maintenance. I don't know if it's right now, though. September 11, account management system maintenance. Today is September 10th, so that's not it. Lobby server connection error. What the fuck is going on with my game, man? This is what happens when your computer knows you played WoW. It's like, brother, nope, not playing anything else ever again. Pops up if the game's login server is dealing with high amounts of players, or if the player amount in a single login queue for a specific data sales past 17,000 players. Though Yoshida has confirmed that the team is playing on updates. Jesus Christ. Alright, well then, guess we're doing more League lore because shit ain't working. Just make sure, I'm pretty sure I uploaded videos today, right? September 10, yeah. Holy shit, 8 likes. God damn. Someone disliked, but yeah, 8 likes, 170 views. Holy shit, man. People really like me. They don't like me. They like me reacting to Necrit, it seems like. I am not getting anywhere near as many views as I do by reacting to Necrit ever. It's fucked up. Alright. It is what it is, man. I'm not... I'm enjoying reacting to them, so it's fine with me. I don't care. But anyways, yeah. So... let's continue on with Talia, League of Legends lore. Let's go.
For this episode, I was going to be covering Skarner originally, but with the actual release of the newest champion, I decided to push it back a day or so to get this one done and released for you. So, without further ado, I present to you the lore of Talia, the Stoneweaver. Enjoy. Born in the rocky foothills bordering Acathia's corrupted shadow, Talia spent her childhood herding goats with her tribe of nomadic weavers. Where most outsiders see Shurima as a beige and barren waste, her family raised her to be a true daughter of the desert and to see beauty in the rich hues of the land. Talia was always fascinated by the stone beneath the dunes. When she was a toddler, she collected colourful rocks as her people followed the seasonal waters. As she grew older, the earth itself seemed drawn to her, arcing and twisting to follow her tracks through the sand. After her 6th high summer, Talia wandered from the caravan in search of a lost goatling that had been placed in her charge. Determined not to disappoint her father, the master shepherd and headman of the tribe, she tracked the young animal into the night. She followed the hoof prints through a dry wash to a box canyon. The little beast had managed to get high up the rock wall, but could not get down. The sandstone called to her, urging her to pull handholds from the sheer wall. Talia laid a tentative palm against the rock, determined to rescue the scared animal. The elemental power she felt was as urgent and overwhelming as a monsoon rain. As soon as she opened herself to the magic, it poured over her, the stone leaping to her fingertips, bringing both the canyon wall and the beast down on top of her. The next morning, Talia's panicked father tracked the skittish bleats of the goatling. He fell to his knees when he found his daughter unconscious, covered loosely in a blanket of woven stone. Grief-stricken, he returned to the tribe with Talia. 2 days later, the girl awoke from fevered dreams in the tent of Babajan, the tribe's grandmother. Talia began to tell the wise woman and her concerned parents of her night in the canyon, of the rock that called to her. Babajan consoled the family, telling them that the patterns of rock were evidence the great weaver, the desert tribe's mythical protector, watched over the girl.
So you know the story of Spider-Man? This is it, but with the rock. Her father will one day tell her, even though you're protected by the great weaver, just remember, Talia, with great power, we all know how that ends.
In that moment, Talia saw her parents' deep worry and decided to conceal what really happened that night. That she, not the Great Weaver, had pulled at the desert stone. When children in Talia's tribe were old enough, they performed a dance under the face of the full moon, a manifestation of the Great Weaver herself. The dance celebrated the children's innate talents and demonstrated the gifts they would bring to the tribe as adults. This was the start of their path to true learning, as those children then became apprenticed to their teachers. Talia continued to hide her growing power, believing the secret she carried was a danger, not a blessing. She watched as her childhood playmates spun wool to...
That's why Yasuo told her to, like, you know, use her powers more. Like, get accustomed to them, rather than just, like, picking up rocks with her hands.
Keep the tribe warm on cold desert nights, demonstrated their skill with shears and dye, or wove patterns that told the stories of her people. On those nights, she would lie awake long after the coals had burned to ash, tormented by the power she felt stirring within. The time finally came for Talia's dance beneath the full moon. While she had talent enough to be a capable shepherd like her father, or a pattern mistress like her mother, the young girl dreaded what her dance would truly reveal. As Talia took her place on the sand, the tools of her people, the shepherd's crook, the spindle, and the loom, surrounded her. She tried to concentrate on the task at hand, but it was the distant rocks, the layered colours of the land that called to her.
So, but why is she kidnapping this guy? Why is she stealing it away from its family? What the fuck is going on in this picture?
Talia closed her eyes and danced, overwhelmed by the power flowing through her. She began to spin not thread, but the very earth beneath her feet. Startled cries from Talia's tribe broke her out of her spell. An imposing braid of sharp rock reached up to the light of the moon. Talia looked at the shocked faces of the people who surrounded her. Her will over the stone broken, the earthen tapestry crashed down. Talia's mother ran to her only daughter to protect her from the falling rock. When the dust finally settled, Talia saw the destruction she had woven, the alarm on the faces of her tribe. But it was the small cut across her mother's face that justified Talia's fear. Though the cut was minor, Talia knew in that moment that she was a threat to the people she loved most in this world. She ran into the night, so weighed down by despair that the ground trembled beneath her feet. It was her father who found her again in the desert. As they sat in the light of the rising sun, Talia confessed her secret in choked sobs. In turn, he did the only thing a parent could do. He hugged his daughter tightly. He told her that she couldn't run from her power, that she must complete her dance and see where her path would take her.
Yeah, just
turning her
just do it away from other people.
Her back on the Great Weaver's gift was the only danger that could truly break his and her mother's heart. Talia returned with her father to the tribe. She entered the dancer's circle with her eyes open. This time, she wove a new ribbon of stone, each colour and texture a memory of the people surrounding her. When it was over, the tribe sat in awe. Talia waited nervously. It was time for one of her people to stand as her teacher and claim the student.
No one can teach that.
What felt like eons stretched between Talia's hammering heartbeats. She heard gravel shift as her father stood. Next to him, her mother stood. Babajan and the dye mistress and the master spinner stood. In a moment, the whole tribe was on its feet. All of them would stand with the girl who could weave stone.
That's cute.
Talia looked at each of them.
That's cute.
She knew that a power like hers had not been seen in generations, perhaps longer.
Probably.
They stood with her now, their love and trust surrounding her, but their worry was palpable. None among them had heard the earth call as she did. As much as she loved these people, she did not see the one who could show her how to control the elemental magic that coursed within her. She knew that to stay with her tribe was to risk their lives, but it pained all of them. Talia said farewell to her parents and her people and set off alone into the world. She journeyed west toward the distant peak of Targon, her natural connection to rock drawing her toward the mountain that brushed the stars. However, at the northern edge of Shurima, it was those who marched beneath the banner of Noxus who discovered her power first. In Noxus, magic like hers was celebrated, they told her, revered even. They'd promised her a teacher.
But
the land
instead...
had raised Talia to be trusting, so she was unprepared for the smooth promises and practiced smiles of Noxian dignitaries.
Yeah.
Soon the desert girl found herself an unbending path, passing under many Noxtora, the great iron gates that mark the Empire.
I'd say it's a good thing for her that she left the tribe, not even for her to control the powers, just like to reduce her naivety for the world.
as claim over a conquered land.
Taught her to trust. Like, oh man, as someone who has massive trust issues, like, oh bro, like she's gonna have issues. I mean, I already have issues, but like she's gonna have even bigger ones. Every betrayal.
The crush of people and the layers of politics within the capital city were claustrophobic to a girl from the open desert. Talia was paraded through the tiers of Noxian magical society. Many took an interest in her power, its potential. But it was a fallen captain who swore to take her to a wild place across the sea. A place where she could hone her abilities without fear, who made the most convincing case. She accepted the young officer's offer and crossed the sea to Ionia. However, it was made clear as their ship dropped anchor that she was intended as a glorified weapon for a man desperate to regain his place at the highest ranks of the Noxian Navy. At dawn, the captain gave her a choice. Bury her sleeping people in their homes, or be discarded in the surf. Talia looked across the bay. The cooking smoke had not yet risen from the villagers' sleeping hearths. This was not the lesson she had come so far to learn. Talia refused, and the captain threw her overboard to drown.
Piece of shit.
She escaped the tide and the fighting on the beach and found herself wandering, lost in the wintry mountains of Ionia. It was there she finally discovered her teacher, a man whose blade harnessed the wind itself. Someone who understood the elements and need for balance. She trained with him for a time and began to find control she had long sought. While resting at an isolated inn, Talia heard that the ascended Emperor of Shurima had returned to his desert kingdom. Rumour had it this emperor turned god sought to gather his people, the disparate tribes, back to him as slaves. Even with her training unfinished, there was no other choice. She knew she must return to her family to protect them. Sadly, she and her mentor parted ways. Talia returned home to the sand-swept dunes of Shurima as the punishing rays of the sun beat down on her. Talia pushed further into the desert, determined to find her people. Hers was a will of stone, and she would do whatever was necessary to protect her family and her tribe from the danger that loomed on the horizon.
Well, she also found out about the Azir stuff, right? Or is that what he's talking about?
To gather his people, the disparate tribes, back to him as slaves.
Oh yeah. So that's what he's talking about. Yeah, talking about Azir. All right, cool. There's one more part to this. Let's see. Went a bit too far. There you go. Echoes in the stone, Talia. She's rushing now, right? She was rushing back to her people. Russian.
Talia was outrunning the sandstorm when she first noticed the water.
Yeah.
In the beginning it was faint, just a cool dampness she felt as she lifted the stones from deep beneath the sand. As she drew closer towards Shurima, wet streaks dripped from each new stone as if they were weeping. Talia knew the rock had stories to tell as she sped across the desert, but she didn't have time to listen, to hear if they were tears of joy or sadness. When she was close enough to be covered by the shadow of the great sun disk, water from the underground aquifers began to pour off the stones she rode like little rivers. And when she finally arrived at the gates, Talia heard the deafening water rushing along the bedrock. The oasis of the dawn, the mother of life, roared beneath the sands. The people of her tribe had followed the seasonal waters for hundreds of years. The best chance of finding her family was to follow the water, and to Talia's dismay, the water in Shurima now flowed from a single source as it had in ages past. The tragic remains of the capital city had always been avoided, almost as much as the great Sai and deadly creatures that hunted there. Even thieves knew to keep their distance from the city, until now. Talia brought the rock she rode to a sudden halt, nearly stumbling from it as she pushed the stone quickly below the desert's surface. She looked around. The woman from Vekora had been right. This place was no longer a forgotten ruin, haunted by ghosts and sand. Indeed, the makeshift camp just outside the walls scrambled with life, like an anthill before a flood. Not knowing who these people were, she decided it might be best to reveal no more than was necessary. It seemed there was a tribal representation from all four corners of her homeland. but as Talia searched their faces, she saw none that were familiar. The people here were torn. They argued about the merits of staying in their temporary camp versus seeking shelter within the city. Some worried that just as it rose, the city would fall again, burying any caught inside. Some saw the storm that bristled with unnatural lightning and thought their chances were better within the walls. Even if the walls had once been lost to the sand for generations, all of them moved quickly, packing haphazardly and worriedly glancing at the sky. Talia herself had won the race with the tempest, but it wouldn't be long before the sand lashed against the gates. "Now's the time to decide," a woman called out to her, her voice almost lost to the noise of the churning oasis waters and rising storm. "Are you going in or leaving, girl?" Talia turned to face the woman. She was Shuriman, but other than that, unknown to her. "I'm looking for my family," Talia gestured to her tunic. "They're weavers." "The Hawkfather has promised protection to all those within the walls," the woman said. "Hawkfather?" The woman looked at Talia's concerned face and smiled, taking her hand. "Azir has returned to us ascended. The oasis of the dawn flows again. A new day has come for Shurima." Talia looked around at the people. It was true. They were hesitant to move far into the massive capital, but the fear that worried their faces was more for the unnatural storm than the city or its returned emperor. The woman continued. "There were weavers here this morning. They decided to wait out the storm inside." The woman pointed to the throngs of people pushing in toward the newly beating heart of Shurima. "We must hurry. They are closing the gates." Talia found herself being pulled toward one of the capital's great gates by the woman and driven from behind by a crowd of strangers who had decided at the last minute not to brave the sands by themselves. Still, there were a few groups clustered near their circled beasts, determined to face the storm as Shuriman caravans had for generations. In the distance, strange and threatening bolts of lightning crackled at the edge of the whirlwind. Old Shuriman traditions might not survive the storm's passing. Talia and the woman were pushed across the golden threshold that separated Shurima from the desert surrounding it. The heavy gates swung closed behind them with a resounding thud. The immensity of old Shurima's glory stretched out before them. The crowd hugged the thick protective walls, unsure where to go. It was as if they sensed the empty streets belonged to someone else. "I'm sure your people are somewhere within the city. Most have kept close to the gates. Few are brave enough to go further than that. I hope you'll find what you're looking for." The woman let go of Talia's hand and smiled. "Water and shade to you, sister." "Water and shade to you." Talia's voice dropped off as the woman disappeared into the milling crowd. The city had been quiet for millennia, now pulsed with life. Silently watching over Shurima's newest denizens were helmeted guards that wore desert cloaks in gold and crimson. Though there was no trouble, Talia continued to feel that something was not right about this place. Talia reached out to the thick wall to steady herself. She gasped. The stone throbbed beneath the flat of her palm. Pain, a terrible, blinding pain overwhelmed her. Tens of thousands of voices were etched into the rock, the fear and torment of their last moments, before their lives were cut down and their shadows were seared into the stone, screamed in her mind. Talia tore her hand from the stone wall and stumbled. She had felt vibrations in stone before, reverberations of memories long since past, but never like this. The knowledge of what had come before felled her. Wild-eyed she stood and stared, seeing the city anew. Revulsion washed over her. This wasn't a city reborn. It was an empty tomb risen from the sand. The last time Azir had made promises to the people of Shurima, it had cost them their lives. "I must find my family," she whispered.
It wasn't really Azir's fault, was it? So it was Azir's fault, technically. So, you know.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
But she basically felt the history of the city kind of thing. And it's like when she felt it, she realized the city is not really meant to be a city. It's meant to be like a war machine kind of thing. Or it's a tomb, yeah, but it's like she felt like it's not... The history of the earth there is not meant for a rebuilding kind of thing. But I don't know, we'll see what happens, because the way Necrit describes Shurima's you know, as a zone, it looked pretty much like a functioning city with army and all that stuff. But yeah, we'll see. Anyways, let's go next. What we got here? Still Shadow. Okay, whoa, wait, we get into Camille too? Yorick, last rights, Ivern, the weakest. Galio, Haya. Wait, so when was this? Galio. Wait, so he does go over Camille. Lord of the Legends, the weakest heart. Did I miss Camille somewhere? Ivern, last rights, Yorick, Caravan, Amumu. Okay, so let's get... Fuck, man. Okay. Weakest heart, Galio, Haya, Rakan. Wasn't Camille before Zaya and Rakanda? Interesting. How's this? What is that? I do not know. Do not know. You may have gotten all my friends onto your videos, but I feel like it isn't enough. You really deserve more subs. I mean, to each his own. Love Skarner. I know the old lore is better. I don't know what the lore for Skarner is, like the new one. The old one was weird. It's like he's an intellectual being. His friends are his family's sleeping and shit. Okay, we're gonna go through Galio. Let's see, Targran. I want to check something.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another
episode. That Zaya, Rakan, Zaya, Hero, Galio. Where's Camille in all of this, though? My boy. Dude, they need to do something with Kassadin, man. Like, straight up, come on. Do something with Kassadin, bro. Garen Lux. Worlds of Draenor. Interesting. He did the WoW lore too? Yeah, it's really interesting. WoW lore is getting like no views compared to the League lore, huh? That's kind of cool. See, I don't see Camille here though. Kled. Do we even do Kled? Yeah, he's not in the list, is he? Interesting. Or did we do Kled? We do Kled? Huh. Don't remember doing Kled. Because I don't know anything about him. Yeah, I know. No, we didn't do Kled. Yeah, didn't do Kled. Crazy guy on a chicken. Project Ash. Okay, so these are not part of the playlist. Here we go. The Steel Shadow, Camille, Lore of League of Legends, Camille, the Steel Shadow. Huh. Yeah, go over Yorick. I mean, he might be covering Camille in the weakest heart, to be honest. I don't see what the image is. I don't know if it's Shurima or it could be Piltover or some shit, you know? Blizzard locks Overwatch 2 heroes behind a battle pass. Bro, no way.
So,
Aslan was saying how Blizzard are handling Overwatch 2 better than many of their releases. Now Blizzard are locking new characters behind their new Battle Pass system, which they said would be cosmetic only. The community is rightfully outraged. Yep. Blizzard still Blizzard. So one step forward, 10 steps back when it comes to Blizzard. The part that sets this apart from other games that use this model system for new characters is that Overwatch is the only one of them where you can actively change and counter-pick characters mid-game, which puts the game's competitive integrity in a weird spot. And also you can play these characters if you have Overwatch.
The big issue with characters being earned through the Battle Pass is what happens when a new player joins in a year's time and so doesn't have access to 4 to 6 characters and they get put on your team. Yep.
Plus, this is an existing dead game, not a new game, so there won't be any players in a year's time. They can play whatever they have available. This is good. There will probably be some catch-up mechanics for all their heroes. Maybe like after a couple months, the card will be unlocked for everyone. But then, why pay the battle pass? Oh my god. Yo, no way.
Do you miss?
No way. My man Peon. I didn't even watch it. I'm gonna do like right away. A like. And I think my nose is bleeding from the outside. Oh fuck. Oh god damn. Okay. My man Peon released a video. What is this? Peon has been active. Let's see. This is fairly new, I guess. I think it's like a... I don't know. Yeah, an hour ago-ish. Let's see. 2 hours. 1 hour. Yeah, 1 hour ago. Let's see what people are saying. Concepts of leveling in endgame and how the perception around them changes what has been killing MMOs for me. It used to be that a developer would craft a world you could live in. There wasn't some arbitrary slog to get to whatever repeatable, mindless content that suits mathed out to provide the suits mathed out to provide the most engagement. MMOs aren't what they used to be. Bro, big truths. They become run-of-the-mill multiplayer battle royales and co-op action RPGs with a mandatory or no content slog of bad dialogue to skip through for 60 hours where you can play. That is what is hidden behind the MMO buzzword. It used to be that your journey was the content. Every time I hear endgame content, I tune out. What an arbitrary term. If we are just shifting goalposts from the beginning of the game to the end of the game, then the end of the game is now the beginning, yeah? So what's the point of calling it endgame content? What's the point of the beginning game? Just cut it out. Oh wait, they want to sell you boosters to cut out the garbage walls they put in the way, and the cycle repeats. Bro, big truths, man. There we go. Somebody who understands. How does anyone look at this and go, yeah, this is fine and makes sense? Majority of the RuneScape player base was free to play back in the day. RuneScape was a giant in the MMO genre. What endgame was there for free to play people that kept them invested? Oh wait, RuneScape endgame didn't matter. Being in the world and being invested in the journey was what everyone now calls endgame. There wasn't an arbitrary 1 to 60, the game was just an experience. It may blow everyone's mind, but the majority of MMO players don't give two iotas... Two shits. I don't know why iotas about endgame. The tryhards and min-maxers are always the minority player base. That's why these games keep dying while old school RuneScape grows. Is it growing though? New World blew up because it felt like RuneScape, but the world that seemed good ended up being pretty shallow. Everyone acting like 913,000 people wanted endgame content, and that's why the game started dying out. LOL. No, y'all just vocal. I don't know about the last part. I don't think RuneScape is growing. I get that he likes RuneScape, but I agree with him on the sense that's like it needs to feel like an adventure. It needs to feel like the leveling part is good content, like you are advancing in the world. That's why I also like I do like certain very old school mmoRPGs that are not mmoRPGs anymore because no one plays them, but I do like them because it's like that sense of growth and stuff like that. What I love the most in old MMOs is rebirth systems. Probably my favorite thing. I miss the days MMO were revolutionary and each had their own unique thing going on. Now I feel like I play the same game with a different art style. You should interview some developer, creators to get some backstories on games or just in general the industry perspective in MMOs. I think you would be able to produce that kind of content because of your viewership and will be able to hold you through games. The genre suffers from an extreme case of trope overload. The only real difference between games is how well the same old systems are implemented. Once you've played one fantasy mmoRPG, you've essentially played them all. True. Yep, pretty true. That makes me hope Ashes of Creation turns out as good as it seems that it will. It'll be nice breath of fresh air, and if so. We'll see.
The glory days of MMORPGs. Back when you were dropped in what felt like a completely unexplored world with infinite possibilities. You spawned into the game for the first time, and there was instantly a feeling of mystery.
Yeah, I do miss that, but I can't get that from... The only time I got this was from Elden Rings. Like, in the last 10 years. Elden Ring is probably the only time I got that feeling of, I want to explore shit. I don't want to go to the boss, I want to go around and explore shit. Yeah.
Quest for a bit, see some high levels hanging out near the starting area, wearing their epic gear, and it'd inspire you to keep playing to eventually obtain that same badass gear.
Boss.
Cosmetics from a cash shop and transmog wasn't a thing back then, remember? Every game felt like a new adventure, every character meaningful, with people potentially recognizing you in a capital city within server communities. The glory days of MMOs felt so magical because the games were huge, the music was epic.
The only reason you would recognize people is because the games were not huge. That's why. Because there was like a numbered amount of people.
And for most of us, these were our first open world multiplayer experiences.
Yeah.
But not all of it is nostalgia. The success of classic WoW iterations and old school RuneScape show that older design philosophies were...
Can you call classic WoW a success when no one plays it anymore? It's like, yeah, they moved to Wrath, but do you think after Wrath they're gonna go back to like vanilla? They're gonna go back to TBC? Kinda doubt it. And Blizzard will be standing there, not sure if they should release Cataclysm or not. Because Cataclysm is not that good.
Whilst outdated and used differently nowadays, can still appeal to a large audience. Even the forefathers of MMOs like Ultima Online or EverQuest still see a lot of people going back to the private servers just to experience that classic style of MMO design, where your choices were impactful.
There were less people. I would say even classic WoW, you would probably enjoy classic WoW, like vanilla WoW, more on the private server than you would on the retail server. Because there's less people. You have more of a community sense in there.
Progression felt meaningful, and social interaction was more abundant. I'd consider the MMO glory days to be the time period from roughly 1999 to 2012. The release of World of Warcraft in 2004 elevated this time period significantly though. These years, starting from Ultima Online, EverQuest, RuneScape to WoW, and so many more that I can't...
it sucks no one knows the forthcoming, man. Such a good game.
...list, created a highly competitive and, most importantly, incredibly motivated market. People loved MMOs, and developers wanted to be a part of this new virtual world phenomenon. Just from 2004 to 2005, 31 new MMORPGs were released, ranging from Dofus and Metin 2 to World of Warcraft and Guild Wars 1. In 2021, we saw Elion and New World release. Elion died pretty much instantly, and New World has had its fair share of struggles, to say the least. In 2022, we've only really had Lost Ark. Throne and Liberty by NCSoft was supposed to release at the end of the...
To be fair, the West had Lost Ark. Lost Ark has been out since 2013, so can't really call it a new game. It's like saying, well, we had Shadowlands.
Year, but is delayed till 2023.
Yeah.
So as an MMO content creator, I've really had to scrape the bottom of the barrel the past few years.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like MMOs peaked around WoW's Wrath of the Lich King expansion that saw a peak sub count of 12 million players, and this was at a time when way less people had access to PCs capable of running large MMO-like games.
Yep.
In today's gaming market, if we had a new MMO phenomenon as big as WoW was at its peak, surely that player count would be at least double due to the growth of gaming as a whole. So what happens? And what would need to happen to MMOs for us to go through another time period where MMORPGs are the hype genre again?
I'd say VR. A proper VR MMORPG. And yeah, some people say Zenith. I played Zenith. It's fine, but it's not it. Like, the graphics are not there yet. It's like Minecraft-ish, right? But a proper VR MMORPG, bro. And by proper, I mean, like, first of all, develop the VR systems to, like, not only have remotes, but also connect it to your legs, so you move your character side. So, but again, like, you'll need a treadmill for that. It's like, you need a whole system for VR to make that a thing, right? That's number one. But, god damn, man. A VR MMORPG would be so nice to play. Not even sure how you would go about it, though. Hand signs? God.
Where every dev is jumping on the bandwagon trying to cash in on their own MMO, like from 2004 to 2012. Are we, the players, the problem?
Yes.
Is corporate greed just taking over?
Yes.
Or are younger gamers with their shorter attention spans just not into MMO's long-winded progression?
Yes. It's like, oh, yes.
We'll get into all of that, but first, sponsor. Infinite Magic Raid is the newest and biggest idle RPG hero collector of 2022.
Man, it really sucks, but, like, we are moving in the mobile direction hardcore, right? So it's like, I don't know. I don't see too much of an optimistic future for MMORPGs. As much as I hope Ashes and League, like the Riot MMO, are gonna be like phenomenal, it's really hard to say, because, like, what would you want in an MMORPG? A fantastic leveling experience? Okay, but leveling, like, well, but it's like, if you make it too long, no one will want to make alternate characters. If you make it too short, it's not good enough, right? And you want the dungeons, you want the exploration. It's like, the only way I see, like, an MMORPG actually being, like, bringing back that need to explore and stuff like that, is you would have, to an extent, randomly generated zones. So, for example, you have a massive cave, you go into it, but, like, as you, let's say, open the door, the dungeon instantly, like, well, dungeon, whatever you want to call it, like a solo encounter, just in, like, you know, while there are players in there, it just generates a map, right? And when all players leave, it will reset and, like, they'll generate a different map with different monsters, something like that, right? So it's like, it'll be interesting to explore. But even then, it's never really random. It just chooses from, like a, what's it called? From a set of pre-made maps, right? So I don't know, like, what would bring the sense of exploration back? It's really hard, right? Like, if you look at, like, a new expansion, wow, like, there's no sense of exploration. Oh, it's a new zone. Bro, I'm just fucking charging to max level, right?
Enter the
same with, like, Final Fantasy. I wasn't really keen on exploring at all. The only exploration I did was to find those ether currents so I could get flying. But I never really, like, looked, because I knew there are no real secrets in the world. There's nothing real to explore.
Closed Continent, a fantasy world with charming, stylized graphics, full of mystery,
like
magic, and evil to defeat.
Like 3D League,
to begin your adventure, you'll need a team of heroes, and in Infinite Magic Raid, there's over 200 of them spread across 10 factions.
Like, the characters look like Lux-ish and Garen-ish, right?
Each with their own unique skills, personality, and high-quality 3D model. Whilst easy to learn, Infinite Magic Raid has highly strategic battles, in which you'll need to learn how to build an effective team composition to to counter your enemies. Some heroes synergize better
Summoner's
together
War.
than others. Will you build a burst comp to nuke down enemies in seconds, or will you outlast them by using more tanks and healers?
Or you just make a dot team.
Infinite Magic Raid is packed with content, from competitive PvP arena to
Clearly
a sprawling main
overpowered.
campaign, fun minigames, dispatch missions, and most notably, the dungeons, which feature roguelike map exploration and plot development.
Interesting.
Consistency will be the key to success in this game. Play every
yeah.
day to collect AFK rewards, cultivate and challenge increasingly difficult enemies until you reach the top. Click the link in the description below to play Infinite Magic Raid now, and use gift code IM777 to get a ton of rewards displayed on screen that will give you a big advantage over anyone.
Maybe I should do that. Maybe like every time I see an advertisement for a mobile game, I should just like try it out on stream and see what it actually is like.
Who didn't see this video? Download now.
Alright.
For the past few years, MMO releases
yeah.
have felt something like this. A new game comes out, everyone's excited and hyping it up pre-launch.
Then check this out.
What is eternal?
Damn it!
Because even if the game's
that was good.
Sucks long term, that new MMO feeling is always fun for a while. Maybe you get your old gaming group back together for launch, book some time off work, and within a week or two the cracks have already started to show, and the game's bleeding players. After going through this cycle...
And that's why I have no faith in a 1.0 iteration of any MMO. Just because that's what the industry has educated me to do. Like, I become extremely skeptical. I want to be hopeful. I want to be, I want to be like, oh shit, man, this is the game. But I can't, man. I want to be excited for the right MMO. I do. I think it has a lot of potential. But am I actually excited? No. Because, I haven't been proven wrong yet. There hasn't been any MMO release 1.0 that was actually good in the last decade. Heck, maybe 2 decades.
Over and over again, you start to get a sense of guilt that the time you scheduled off work probably could have been spent better with friends, family, or an actual vacation. But instead you just...
because it's a fucking, that's the problem. If the game feels like a chore, you feel like you just waste an opportunity to do something that you would actually consider fun. Hey, acceptance at long last. Andy C, thank you very much for subscribing.
Wasted your time on another failed MMO, making you more and more jaded. New MMO releases nowadays almost never see a growing player base after launch. It felt like MMOs during this time period did a much better job at retaining players and even gaining play.
I feel like the competition wasn't as stiff. It's also was less accessible to find a new game. So think about it this way. Internet was so shit back then that once you download the game, you kind of want to stick with it. You still have floppy disks at this time, okay? You don't even have a lot of space on your computer. You can't really check multiple games in one go. Right now you can have 20, you can have 100 games on your hard drive and you would never play any one of them, but you can have 100 games. Back then you could have maybe 4 games on your computer before your memory runs out. So it's you have to play them, right? It's because otherwise you delete them.
In recent years, the only MMO I can think of that's actually managed to gain players is Final Fantasy XIV.
Konnichiwa, you magnificent bastards!
Are people just fundamentally bored of the MMO formula? Why do so many games feel empty and repetitive? What's happened to us, and how has game design changed in the last 20 years? Well, for one, we have changed. Like a pack of rabid dogs, we're jumping on every nugget of information whenever a new MMO is announced. Early access, oversharing development updates, and open betas.
I really hope they would stop oversharing. I want some mystery about a game. I want like for example, Ashes. As much as I appreciate that they're giving all this information stuff, keep a lot more on the wraps. If you're doing alpha, make it closed alpha. Like, don't show the game. Keep people in suspense. Keep people hoping. Keep them on the copium. Once you show them, it's no longer like, it's already a reality. It's like, well, so this is it, huh? I feel like they should stop showing these games. I hope Riot MMO, just out of nowhere, it's like, oh, hey guys, we're launching next week. Like, what the fuck? Obviously not like, you know, give people time to like schedule time off work or whatever, but like, don't, like, if you have the beta test, the alpha test, whatever, make it closed with the DMCA and all that stuff. Like, make it so people cannot go and publish size if they're participating in the alpha and all that stuff.
Get us excited for the adventures to come, but also allow us to explore the world, theory craft builds, and map out leveling routes. So by the time a new MMO has fully released, we're ready to min-max the ever-living shit out of it. Less people played games that way back in the day. Do you remember being excited to get your first pair of shoulders back in vanilla WoW? They looked like a rug at best and gave you nothing but armor. But to fill that empty slot after days of progress felt amazing. I bet there were times where you'd stray from the path just to kill random mobs in the world. Not because they were optimal XP, but because it was new and it looked at you funny.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
We haven't even touched on data mining yet, but let's just call this overarching change information pollution. The moment info is leaked or discovered, it's shared in the form of YouTube videos, Twitch live streams, tons of different guide websites, and word of mouth. This will not go away, and yes, I understand that I'm part of the problem here. Nowadays, there's much more of a financial incentive for people to create websites with in-depth guides on every aspect of an MMO. Achieving world first max level whilst live streaming on Twitch could potentially kick off a streaming career, and sponsors would happily pay thousands of dollars for a 90-second ad on a gaming video with a few 100k views. MMO developers need to find a way to make their games with enough complexity that simply watching guides won't necessarily make you succeed.
Not gonna happen.
Compared to older games, modern MMOs typically have a much more casualized open world and overall experience, to the point where going out and exploring doesn't feel dangerous. Unless you're inside a raid or doing some instanced challenge mode content, monsters in the world are usually trivial. Contrast this to EverQuest back in the day, where random mobs roaming the world would often require multiple players to take down. Developer time is often wasted by focusing on brainless target dummies across the world, in which killing them makes you feel absolutely nothing. If I attack a humanoid in WoW Classic, it will run away at low health, which not only makes sense realistically, but also makes you think about executing targets, or just simply not pulling monsters inside huge camps. Most games don't even think about simple interactions like that anymore. In the pursuit of accessibility, MMOs have kinda lost their sense of accomplishment.
Ironically, I believe that even WoW stopped doing that, like the monsters running away and shit. So.
During the leveling anyway.
No,
also,
I don't think it's
is
a
it
fun
me,
mechanic.
or did older MMOs just feel bigger?
Jesus
Larger
Christ.
worlds, longer time to get to max level, more races, professions, dungeons,
Where did
mob
they
types,
find
and
it,
quest lines? Have developers put less effort into making their MMOs ambitious due to so many failing over the years, and it being considered more risky to make an MMO compared to any other gaming genres from a financial perspective?
But, I mean, I bet it is. The amount of stuff that goes into an MMO compared to any other game. Like the thing is, I feel like if you develop an MMO, you need to have a long-term goal of making more games out of the MMO world. Like, the reason Blizzard needs to keep WoW alive is for good faith. Not because the game is profitable. It's for good faith of the company. In my opinion, though, there's so much little faith in the company, they might as, like, they can just shut down. They can be like, you know what? We're now releasing Dragonflight. We're shutting down WoW. We're gonna open servers for all the expansions, and we'll keep servers alive, and that's it. I wouldn't even be surprised if literally like in a week they come out and say that. There's no faith in the company anymore. Obviously, they won't do it because of Microsoft, but the Microsoft might do that.
Games are made as a product nowadays more so than ever. Data analysis are at the forefront, with market and consumer behaviours studied to maximise player engagement and profit. Most MMOs from 1999 to 2012 used a subscription fee business model with no cash shop.
Yeah.
This incentivized developers to make the game as good as possible, constantly pumping out updates to keep people handing over.
Everyone can thank EA and FIFA for ruining game shops, but yeah.
Money every month because they enjoy the game. This was fine until some developers realized they could take a different approach and see much larger profits. The free-to-play model, aka create problem to sell solution. For this to be successful, you want to create a low skill floor at the start of the game so players don't quit. In sub-fee MMOs, players are more likely to persist with difficulty because they've already paid the money and have committed to invest time into that game. Once a player is sufficiently invested into a free-to-play MMO, you can start to introduce the little annoying systems or inconvenience them in some way. Boring dailies, lack of inventory space, have every in-game obtainable outfit look like arse, cap the amount of dungeon entries you can do, the list goes on and on.
Oh my god,
At that point,
there was a game like that kept the amount of dungeons you could do in a day. Fuck, which one was it? It was so annoying, I quit that game right away. I do not remember what game it was, but oh my god, it was so dumb.
You can then sell them the solution. This is why games like Lost Ark have such arbitrary leveling experiences. It's simply to create a cheap feeling of investment so the players are more likely to spend money on the cash shop later on. Free-to-play MMOs have put developers against the players by making it financially beneficial to create problems to sell solutions. Whereas the old sub-fee MMOs, the developers are incentivized to give players the best game possible to keep them subscribed. For me, this is the biggest reason why MMOs from 1999 to 2012 just felt different. The business model just allowed these games to attempt to be...
The thing is, even if it's not true, even if they're still claiming or still are putting the effort, the player would probably feel like they're not, because you would think about logically, it's like, well, it doesn't make sense for them to put in so much effort into the game if they're making all this money from the shop. They're like, what for, right? They can just spend less and increase the profit margin. It just makes sense.
The best versions of themselves. Whilst modern MMO monetization sounds greedy and malicious, it often is, by the way.
When I look out over the next decade, I see more opportunity for our company than I...
To play devil's advocate, it's bloody expensive to make an mmoRPG. More so than any other genre of game. Some MMOs have taken 7 to 9 years of development time to make, and cost close to $200 million.
And some of them were never released. So it was just a song, like they just threw away the money.
Many failed MMOs never made back their development costs in revenue before being shut down. So with many examples of failures over the past few years, there's increased pressure from investors for a company to make back that money as quickly as possible, even if it damages the integrity of the game in the process. Think about it. Why would you invest 50 to 100 mil over 7 years to make an MMO that may or may not be successful, when you could invest less than 1 mil to make a mobile game that will probably see you 10x your investment within 2 years?
Not even a mobile. A shooter doesn't even take that much. Once you have the physics good down, like that's it. You're good to go. What does shooters cost to make? 10 million or some shit? And they're more pick up and play. They're more player friendly in that sense. So you're just like, well, I only have 20 minutes to play. Log in, shoot some guys, go do your business. MMO, bro, if you have like an hour of free time, you're not even logging into an MMO. It's like, bro, I only have an hour to have fun. I am not gonna achieve anything in an hour in MMO. Not even like a Mythic Plus.
Unfortunately, as gaming monetization has changed, the risk versus reward just isn't there for MMO investment nowadays like it used to be back when it was the hype genre. So is there any hope? Will we ever see MMOs become the hype bandwagon genre again? Is the fantasy of what's portrayed in Sword Art Online, Ready Player One, or Overlord a real possibility in the future? Or would those games actually be ruined by pay to win in reality?
Dude, I want what he's eyeing. I can't wait for those treadmills, the VR treadmills, to be like affordable to like everyday people.
Well, as for the short term, we actually do have a few MMOs in development by massive teams. You've got the Riot MMO, Soulframe by Digital Extremes. As much as New World hasn't lived up to the hype, at the very least...
And the thing is, so Soulframe, for example, the game, Jesus, Warframe, overall liked by the community. Only problem is because it doesn't really feel pay to win-ish, even though it is, but the pay to win, like, you can do the campaign without the prime frames, right? So it's like, it's not the big deal. But the problem is it's super grindy. It is so grindy, it's crazy. Like, you have to do the same mission hundreds of times to get upgrades and shit. It's like, it's really, really grindy. And I really hope that is not their mentality for the mmoRPG.
It's improving, adding new content, and still isn't pay to win. And you've also got the possibility of successful entrepreneurs who are passionate about the genre making their own MMOs, as we've seen with Ashes of Creation. Maybe one of those games will absolutely pop off and more studios will jump on the bandwagon to appeal.
Maybe, but the problem is the way, like, you have to define what pop off means, because for something like Ashes, pop off can be like 100,000 players at most, because it's really not appealing for like regular players. It is way too slow, way too punishing. I don't know how the loot system works, but I'm saying like the world is punishing, right? You put your time and invest your efforts into build a node, and then you don't even make it to like the level 4 node and just gets destroyed, shit like that, right? So
to the
it's
new
hard
generation
to say.
of MMO gamers. If that,
or it could be fantastic. Again, like, I can't say for sure. It's like, I'm just saying what can be the bad part about it.
That doesn't happen, we're surely going to reach the point with AI and technology that MMOs just become easier and easier to make.
Could be.
Unreal Engine 5 has made significant improvements to the development pipeline of games. There's a worry that AI-generated art is going to ruin the art industry.
Bruh.
And there's a worry that AI-generated art is going to ruin the art industry.
Bro. But it's getting smarter, and this is actually like one of those things where it's like, so you know how like I guess Elon Musk was talking about, where it's like we're moving in a direction where like you would have AI doing a lot of the chores, we are technically gonna move into a direction of what do you call it, like distribution of money just to people, right? It's like you get a salary for being alive, because robots are going to do most of the hard jobs anyways. Technically, maybe robots will be making, like, AI is just going to start making video games, right? You never know. And they can probably do it a lot faster, because like they don't have to type shit. It's just like code, boom, done.
Bruh. And computers are still becoming more powerful every year. Perhaps one day in the future we can just tell AI what we want in a game, and it will be able to do hundreds of hours of artwork, asset design, and coding within a few minutes, vastly reducing the amount of time it takes to actually make an MMO, the costs associated with it, and as a result improving the risk versus reward of such a venture for investors. I think this is all just a matter of...
It's a really cool office though. Ah, here's a picture of him and his girl. Dang.
Of time, really. If we got to that point and it became easy to make MMOs, perhaps they would become less pay to win due to there being more competition in the market.
It does look good though.
But honestly,
I love capes, man. Capes need more love in MMORPGs.
Honestly, that's just pure hopium on my part.
Yeah,
I'm not sure it's possible to put the monetization genie back in the bottle at this point. So let's just say we do see MMOs become the hype genre again. What would those games look like? Would they be drastically different to MMO design of old, or would they go back to a more classic design?
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Will developers ever be able to solve rampant RNT in almost every game? Is it possible to develop a new MMO and have it not be completely ruined by data mining before it's fully released? And what kind of MMO would actually appeal to today's meta-mentality gaming audience? Thick ass thighs. Truthfully, I don't think we know the answer, but it's probably a game that's able to play to the strengths of what made people fall in love with MMOs in the first place. The idea of an alternate reality, a second life where you escape from your day job, a game that can make you feel invested over a long period of time due to overcoming adversity, and a game designed in a way where the developers aren't acting against the interests of the players for profit. I want to see the next big MMO bring back that sense of awe you had when you saw a player on the server with some crazy legendary item that nobody else has.
You can still get that. You go to private servers that they sell personalized legendaries for money. You pay like $300 and you can get like a very unique, with unique appearance, you know, legendary weapon. But yeah, getting Warglaives of Azeroth, I'm very happy for the first person who got it and was super excited to like walk around with both of them. But at the same time, there were 24 other people in that raid. A few of them could have gotten it too, but they didn't. Right? So,
a game that brings back
so
social interaction, friction between players, and a good mix of content from casual to ultra hardcore. Remember,
I'd say the biggest curse of MMORPGs is we can gather information too fast and too much of it, to the point where there's no sense of mystery. There's no sense of like, oh my god, how did he get these weapons? Now it's like, oh, what is that? Okay, let me Google it. Oh, that's how you get it? Okay, I'm gonna set out and get it, right? It's like, it's not as interesting anymore to do these things.
Back in the day when MMOs were so popular that you'd actually see ads for them on mainstream TV.
Bro, so good.
That's just like MapleStory. The free online game where you get to hang out with friends and experience the out of the ordinary.
What the fuck is this?
By the way, what the hell happened with all the badass PvP montages from back in the day?
There's still a channel, like I saw a YouTube channel that still does it. It's not it, man. It's not it. I love watching like Hammer of Wrath just fucking massacring people as they run away on a holy pally or some shit. It was great, but it was great. That's all it is. It was. Right? It's not so great anymore.
Why don't people make them anymore? Invest in the players, invest in the world, invest in social interaction and organic content. If the players can create their own fun, overcome their own challenges, then waiting for the next roller coaster ride to release every 6 months won't feel so draining and repetitive. How do long-term WoW or Final Fantasy players not completely burn out of their games? Guilds, friend circles, roleplay, completionism, raiding, and PvP, most of which include some sort of social interaction. Allow the players to create their own storylines.
I'm a paladin with 18 charisma and 97 hit points.
18 charisma. Where's charisma from? Runsky?
I can use my Helm of Disintegration and do 1d4 damage as my half-elf mage wields his +5 Holy Avenger.
Paladins can't use the Helm of Disintegration.
Drama between guilds fighting for territory, full-time crafters, gatherers, full-focused raiders, a ruthless PvP gladiator, or maybe I could make a name for myself ERPing in some degenerate player-made dungeon for coin. Ultimately, I guess the question is, will players adapt to a more modern approach to MMOs, or is it old-school design philosophy that will prevail in the end? When will the glory days of MMOs return? Only time will tell. Hope you enjoyed the video, guys. Let me know what you think about the future of MMORPGs in the comments below.
Good video.
Smash that like button whilst inhaling an unhealthy dose of hopium for the algorithm gods, and social media on screen. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
I don't think they are returning though. Like overall. I feel like gaming as a whole is kind of in a stalemate. Like it's not more popular, it's not less popular, it's just is kind of thing. It's like it's popular and it's like more accepted, but it also, because it's accepted, it's not something special. Right? Before it's like you were the geek who plays video games, it's kind of like you had a title, you know, you had an official title in school. I don't know, like but it's like I could be also getting older, so it's hard for me to tell. Like I know lots of people playing mobile games because like they can do it all the time. But man, I don't know. As far as mmoRPGs go, I feel like it will become more of a niche, kind of like how RPG games are now. They're more of a niche game because you can't just pick up and play. That's the biggest issue with mmoRPGs. It's not a pick up and play type of game. And especially how people are now, it's like they don't have a lot of time to play. They have like 30 minutes. Okay, like what can I play in 30 minutes? Okay, turn this on, shoot a few people, leave, you know? Maybe a league game when you have 40 minutes, right? It's like one match. But it's like logging into an MMO, you're like, bro, like I have the dailies, I have the weekly, I have this. Like you have so many chores that like by the time you figure out what you want to do, you run out of time. I don't know how to solve this. I don't think you can solve this. I think mmoRPGs not necessarily gonna die, but they'll become like a niche. You're always gonna have like 1 or 2 or 3 mmoRPGs that are big. Everything else kind of come and go, and then they'll just switch and stuff. But overall, I don't think they're also like not very profitable overall compared to other games. I really hope I'm wrong. It's a win-win situation. Either I'm wrong, which is great, or I'm right, which is also great because I like being right. Who doesn't like being right? But yeah, anyways, that's the video. Lazy Peon, one of the greatest of all times when it comes to mmoRPG content. Anyways, take it easy and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Alright, so that was that. Where are we here? Skarner? God damn, I gotta pee. Be right back. Yes, alright. Let's get the Skarner stuff going. That might be it for today.
Gentlemen, to
'cause I
another
got shit
episode
to
of the
do.
Lore of League of Legends.
God damn it.
Over the course of this week, we're going to be finalising the updated lore for
Skarner,
Riot's updated Shurima storyline. So far, we've covered the Ascended Beings, Azir, Zereth, Nasus and Renekton,
Where are we at?
as well as Sivir, and the latest edition, Talia.
129.
So, without further ado, I present to you the lore of the next champion in this series, Skarner, the Crystal Vanguard.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
I will. Thank you very much. Hard round. I shall enjoy.
Long before men traversed the scorched deserts of Shurima, the very sand itself shone with primal unchained magic. In a remote valley surrounded by steep cliffs and jagged rock formations, the age-old race of Bracken unearthed raw crystals from deep within the sand. Each of these noble creatures fused with a single stone, which retained their consciousness long after their death. The demise of a Bracken was a rare occurrence, as their worldly lives stretched across millennia, but even death did not signify an ending. When a creature's mortal form perished, its lifestone was buried in the valley for safekeeping until a new Bracken could uncover it.
Okay.
This practice protected the vulnerable crystals while preserving the wisdom of the ones who came before. With a finite number of stones, the young Bracken searched for the crystal meant for them, just as the consciousness within the stone beckoned to the Bracken it had chosen to inherit its magic and memories. In a sacred rite, the rock fused with crystalline flesh, imbuing the creature's mind with memories and knowledge and flooding them with primal magic. A Bracken without a crystal would not long survive, for they lacked the strength, longevity, and power instilled by the stones.
Okay.
The young creature named Skarner spent many years searching for the crystal meant for him. Afraid he would die before finding it, he grew more persistent in his search with each passing moon. Day and night he delved deep into the ground, digging in a methodical pattern that covered the entire valley and neighbouring hills with intricate spirals. Skarner had all but given up when he finally felt an ancient consciousness tugging at his mind. He burrowed down, venturing even deeper until the world's heart warmed his shell. Days passed, but the consciousness grew ever more insistent as it urged him onward. Skarner's pincers closed on a well-worn stone, and he heard the rasping whisper at the back of his mind. Though the voice was faint, he already felt intimately connected to its awareness, and he knew he had found his stone. The crystal was larger than any he had seen, and so time-worn that its glow had faded to a soft glimmer. Its surface was cracked in several places and dulled from eons buried under the ground. Skarner examined the rock with the tenderest touch, afraid of further damaging something so ancient. The dim glow within pulsed as though breathing in response to Skarner's presence. Skarner began the bonding ritual, burying himself deep underground with the crystal for weeks without sustenance. Though he ate with fatigue and his limbs atrophied in starvation, he was not afraid, for the voice within the stone comforted him. When the crystal finally fused with his body, he was overwhelmed with emotion as ancient memories and wisdom permeated his thoughts.
Okay, so it's definitely a bit different, well, very different from what it was before. Because before it was like there were an ancient civilization of the guys who like who are like Skarner, and their most experienced warriors are the one who would go out to the world and explore to see that it's safe to resurrect or some shit like that. This guy is very different. First of all, like the whole like they don't have the society anymore. They just absorb the crystals or some shit.
He witnessed moments of incredible joy and crushing sorrow from generations long deceased. He felt magic all around him, suffusing his body with a deep connection to the world through a low constant hum, and sensed his kind communicating in a wordless meeting of minds. When the cataclysmic forces of the Rune Wars began to devastate the world, the Bracken feared the turmoil would soon mark the end of their species. They resolved to hide in hibernation until humans wiped them.
So it's just more backstory to how they become Bracken. Got it. My bad. Continue.
Themselves out, as it seemed certain they would. Only then would it be safe to emerge from the sands once more. The crystalline scorpions buried themselves deep in the Shuriman Desert with the
What's the
youngest and most
difference then between
ferocious
this and the previous
positioned
one?
closest to the surface, ready to awaken first and defend the others in case of danger.
Yeah.
The strength Skarner gained from his ancient life stone made him more powerful than almost all of his kin, so he was one of the
Combined.
last of his kind to enter the long slumber. They slept in peaceful isolation as centuries passed before Skarner awoke from his shallow burrow in a panic. Deafening explosions shattered the ground, targeting the bracken where they lay sleeping and stunning those closest to the surface.
Oh.
A band of robbers had discovered the dormant creatures and were prying crystals from crystalline flesh. Skarner, protected from the brunt of the attack by his crystal, erupted from the sand in a terrible frenzy of sharp pincers and poisonous stabs. Though their numbers all but overwhelmed him, he killed many of the thieves, and the rest fled in terror. Skarner was horrified to learn why he was the only one awake, and that many of his people's crystals had already been stolen.
Oh, fuck.
Skarner tried to revive his dormant companions, but the men had broken so many life stones in their thoughtless theft that several bracken with damaged crystals died moments after Skarner woke them, while others would not wake at all. For weeks Skarner paced the sand above his sleeping brethren in sorrowful mourning. He was certain the crystals would quickly perish in the hands of men and mourn their loss too. Yet, as the sun broke over the horizon many weeks later, Skarner heard distant echoes calling in his mind. The cries were faint but rang clear over the land. These voices of the lost stones reached out to him in terror, imploring Skarner to reconnect them with their kind. Skarner hesitated, torn as to whether he should rescue the lost crystals or continue guarding the still living bracken. After weeks spent erasing all traces of the evacuation, he could not stand to hear the minds of his kin suffering at the hands of the violent humans, and resolved to set out to save the missing crystals. Skarner began the arduous task of tracking the stones, hoping no others would discover his kin beneath the sand. But
And
his search was
so he joined the Institute of War to find his missing kin.
lonely. He occasionally hears a lost crystal calling to him, a feeling that brings joy and anguish in equal measure. He focuses his sorrow into unshakable determination and refuses to rest until he has recovered every last life stone.
Okay. Let's keep going. Extended lore. Dream song. Sounds cool.
The soft skins broke our slumber of 1,000 spins. For many long ages I sensed the world's dizzying movement. Stars exploded and died above me, though I did not see them. I felt the warmth of the sun flood the sand with life. When my heart pulse slowed and I curled in the dry sand to warm my body for long sleep, I thought my time below would be lonely, that the earth would not respond to my touch. But all around me were kin. I sensed them rustling in their slumber. I listened to their silent murmurs reaching for my mind. I heard their dream songs of worlds upon worlds. A place without soft skins, without fear or pain or doubt. A place of great peace. In the sand we were all connected. We dreamed as one. Not just the singers, but all living things. The worms curling around smooth rock grains, the mole rats burrowing tunnels to birth their young, even a family of fur soft spiderlings who rested for a night in the deep dark.
It's disgusting.
I thought the rocks would be immobile, cold, uncaring, but they too were part of us. The stones were warm, and the deeper we burrowed, the closer we got to this world's womb fire. Each time the underground boiled in rage, I was there. Its tremors shook the sand until I sang back with my own anger. We are one. We are all. Your anger is as mine. I heard its gratitude in the rain time when wet drops soaked the sand and the earth grew fat and full. When the soft skins came, the ground knew only pain.
Soft skins.
Our songs became cries as we were torn and broken and scattered. I heard the sorrow song as the soft skins unearthed my kin. They tore crystal name stones from our bodies as we screamed louder than earth shakes and stole them away. I sang long into the many nights, sang until my heart was empty and cold, but they did not return. Today I am alone in the above place. Today the dry wind burns my skin. With every step the sand grinds against me in protest. I fight my urge to bury myself down, down to go inside the earth's deep dark. I am not a part. I am part of the one, not beyond. From far away a song of pain fear reaches me. The tone is faint, but I recognize the melody, and I send out a song of my sorrow. A note of hope rings back in my mind, clear and fine. Almost. Almost. Another set of stars whirl overhead, and again, the endlessly blinking universe stares down at me. I feel molten heavy with the weight of above. I should be down, but I am here, alone in the cold air. I have been above for 3 moons, a blink of an eye, a sliver of existence. A warming murmur passes silently underground. Yet in the above place, I feel the eternity of alone. Ahead I hear softskins. They do not sing, they shout. Their tones scratch and clash without melody or cohesion. They burn meat flesh over a false fire. Its fat smokes the air and I choke on the stench. Why would they do such a thing? The ground is plenty, plenty for all. The melody calls to me weakly, almost. The namestone is close. I must explain, the softskins do not understand. Their race is but 3 turns young. They have only begun to dig. They have barely uncoiled the beginnings of underneath. They speak, but I have not yet heard them sing. They will learn. I sing in their minds a song of the calm land, so they feel the great beauty that awaits us when we sleep. I sing for my dead kin, so they know what they stole. The softskins do not sing back. They do
It's like,
not
I'm
sing.
sorry, but like, when you see this shit, you don't care how nice of a being it is, how it likes to sing and all that shit. I'm sure the singing is probably as horrible as it looks. It's like, you see this shit, bro? You fucking run. These teeth are meant maybe to break rock, but they're also very good at breaking bone and eating people, okay?
Seem to hear me, so my voice grows louder in their heads. I sing for our namestones, wrongfully taken. Bring them back, they are ours. You murdered one cluster already, do not deny our future also. I sing a plea. Let me carry the crystals to the deep dark so they can bind with us again. I sing to heal this tearing wound. The softskins are still shouting to each other. One of them releases a rhythmic sound. A laugh? I feel as though my body is being crushed by the air, so I burrow. I am comforted by the weight around me. How can they not see the ruin they've caused? You are heartless, you are crude. How could you sever us like this? My husk glows sky-white with rage.
I mean, it's such a sad story, but like, fuck, man.
I will not let these softskins destroy us. I hear them scream as I erupt from the sand. I summon energy from the ground and store the power in my namestone. A softskin throws a splinter blade and it hits my leg, shattering on my lucent shell. You sing only death. I too can sing this song. I release some bright energy and sharp crystal bursts from the ground, impaling flesh and crackling spines. The false fire spreads in their panic. Their crude structures of twig and hide burn through the darkness, carrying softskins into the flames. Smoke rises in an offering to the blinking stars. Softskins run from chaos, but I am faster. I circle around them and lash out at a straggler, slicing his middle apart with my claw. I crush another underfoot. Lifeblood stains the sands. I roar in grief. Not a song, but a cry. Your blood is not worthy to touch the one and the all. My tail lashes left and right as I knock the softskins down. I summon the sunbright once again, and more crystals spike from the sand to pierce flesh. So you can hear my song after all. I am crude like them. I am violence. I am death. When I dream, I see only rage. I am no longer worthy of the deep dark, but I cannot stop. Only one remains. The softskin fumbles with a glowing thing of wood and metal. She means to kill me. A false sun blazes from the thing and punctures my hard shell, burning my insides. The light reflects inside my crystal, paralyzing me. I stagger in agonizing pain. I cannot move. I am broken. I am ended. A fading song rings in my mind. Almost. We are one. She aims her weapon again, and I shake with horror as I see the paling namestone strapped to it. Her weapon drains our life energy. They are wasting crystals to power their terrible song. I feel I will burst in fury and pain, but instead I pull strength from the ground. I cry out and lash with my sting, impaling the soft skin as she writhes like a worm. I grasp the rail and crush it with a claw. It crumbles to dust, leaving only the sky-white namestone. I hold the crystal in my mouth where it will be safe. I am here. We are one. I curl my stinger and she falls. Do not return. Do not take our namestones. We are not yours. We are all. We belong only to the deep dark. I leave her alive and she runs. She lives not with my mercy, but because I know she has heard my dream song, and she has no choice.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But to sing.
I'm sure she heard you, bro. I'm sure.
Welcome, ladies and...
I am sure she heard you, brother. Oh, poor Skarner, man. Yeah, lack of communication is going to be an issue, you know. You're an immigrant, people don't understand you, and they decide to just take your stones. It is what it is. Anyways, that's Skarner. Moving on to the next one. However, before we move on to the next one, it's 2 p.m. This is Amumu and Ramus. Okay, let's see.
Wrath of the Lich King is
Let's
already...
let's watch the
Most likely there's a lot of you who are currently on the fence about whether or not to give Wrath of the Lich King a try. Maybe you're skeptical as to whether or not there's really an interest in this expansion. Are people even going to come back and give it another chance? Well, today, we're going to talk about just that for those of you guys that are on the fence. We're going to talk about the current state. Stay tuned. If you were to log into World of Warcraft right now on the Wrath of the Lich King servers, I think you would be pleasantly surprised at just how many people are playing the game right now. Now, I know that the stereotype about WoW is that it's dead and it's buried, but one quick look at Stormwind or Ocarus would tell you otherwise. There are people all over the damn place, to the point that people are complaining about queue times on some servers. There is certainly a giant interest in this expansion, and it is no surprise as to why if you think about it. For those that don't know, Wrath of the Lich King was WoW's zenith, its magnum opus expansion, which is where the game peaked in terms of its player population and popularity.
I feel like he's not using magnum opus properly. Where is it? Isn't magnum opus like the main plan? A large important work of art. Oh, okay, so it is a magnum opus.
Greater gaming culture. Now, needless to say, people who played it in the past want to experience it again. And those who did not play Wrath, they want to see what the hype was all about, just like with classic WoW. Was this expansion really as good as people remember it being? Or was it overrated? And is it all just nostalgia? Regardless of what you think about those questions, it's obvious that a lot of people are very curious and are checking out the game. Stormwind's Trade District is a buzz with people buying and selling items, mostly people exploiting new Death Knight players, to be fair, who they want the best gear possible to level as fast as possible to 70 before Wrath of the Lich King comes out. I mean, come on. Alchemists are selling potions, blacksmiths are hard at work at the forges making armor, jewel crafters are pumping out gems, enchanters are enchanting gear, you name it. Everybody is busy and at work. And it feels very, dare I say, immersive. When you see people at the forges and in the shops gathering reagents and so on, it makes you feel like something big is about to happen. And that is something that you are going to love about the Wrath of the Lich King pre-patch right now if you were to start being a part of the machine. But of course, you got to get yourself to level 70 as well, just like I had to do. So let's talk about what it is like to go through the leveling experience in the pre-patch. So I just dinged level 70 on my Death Knight and Thorial over on Pagel US. Now I didn't necessarily rush to 70 like some people did. I did it over the course of a few days, taking the time to do some dungeons for fun and work the auction house a bit on my money alt to earn some gold. But I still managed to go from 55 to 70 in 17 hours, which I was surprised by. It felt like a lot longer than that. But to be fair, I was using Zygor to level stupid fast through Outland, so there is that. Just before the pre-patch dropped, I leveled a Blood Elf Hunter to level 70, so I just wanted to go through Outland as fast as possible, so. But what was it like to level?
Even without leveling another character before, you want to level as fast as possible because the leveling experience in WoW is fucking atrocious.
Pre-patch, you might be wondering. Well, from my experience, even though I just had leveled a character through Outland, leveling again as a Death Knight was awesome, and for multiple reasons. The first being is that there's just so many people playing the damn game right now, and the world feels incredibly alive. General chats are always active. It's very easy to form groups.
There's 4 Death Knights and a healer?
On PvP realms, there's a lot of world PvP going on from what I've heard, and the community feel is just very strong at the moment. Now, you might think, like I did, that things would be a giant cluster of chaos and madness, being that there's so many people everywhere, but you'd be surprisingly wrong. Even at Ocarus, when I was first leveling in Thorial, the area was certainly full of players, but thanks to Blizzard's phasing and modded respawn timers, there was never too much frustration to accomplish the goal for a quest or to get credit for a particular mob kill. And in Outland, I never once struggled to find a group for ramparts, for group quests, or anything of the sort, even when I started getting higher level. And because everybody is united by this same goal of get to level 70 as fast as possible and get ready for the Lich King, the community is very kind right now, they're very forgiving, and they're very energetic, right now at least, to do content either solo or together. It's pretty nice. I also have to address a small elephant in the room, and it's this. If you're somebody that didn't play Wrath of the Lich King all those years ago, you are not aware of just how ridiculously overpowered and overplayed Death Knights.
They are extremely overpowered. The devs said that they just fucked up. Yeah, they're extremely, extremely strong.
Were back in that expansion. When Wrath first came out, Death Knights were so
fucking sellout. Look at his mount. This fucking sellout.
Powered that healers were completely unnecessary for early dungeons in Outland. Not sure about later dungeons though.
Oh wait, that was a dungeon with 5 Death Knights? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
Can tell me that in the comment section. The thing is that Death Knights can self-heal like crazy. So back in the day, they could just heal the...
So the tank spec for Death Knight is Frost in Lich King. The DPS spec is Blood. The only problem is Blood self-healing was so good that Blood DKs were actually DPS tanks. That's how fucked up they were.
Themselves to full health with ease repeatedly. There was no need for a healer. And even if you wanted a healer in your group, you ain't gonna find one. And why? Because back then, everyone was playing a Death Knight, running around and tearing through levels and quests. And as you can imagine, and this is the elephant, this exact same thing has happened again with the pre-patch. Once you get to Outland, get ready to see a flood of Death Knights everywhere, and be prepared to do 5-man Death Knight only dungeon groups. And I'm not even complaining. And I doubt you will too. Dungeons. Because honestly, it's a lot of fun. It's new, it's crazy, it's wild, and it's a memorable...
It's not new, it's not crazy, it's not wild. It's fast as fuck, boy!
Time in WoW's history. And if you're wondering about the fresh servers, by the way, for Wrath of the Lich King, those new realms that Blizzard put out, to my understanding, they've been going great too and have had a similar type of experience with getting to 70.
Yeah, I just can't wait for the bots to catch on and see how those fresh servers die extremely fast.
As the main servers. I can't comment too much on those realms though, because I've been focused on leveling my Death Knight to 70 and recording the entire adventure to make it into a series here on this channel, showing you guys the story of Anthoriel and my adventure to 80 in this expansion. So look forward to the first part of that video series coming soon. Be sure to subscribe. World of Warcraft is in a state unlike anything it's been in before. Like in previous videos, I have talked about how the game is currently It's on a knife edge in terms of player loyalty. There's a lot of people, sure, who really want to re-experience Wrath of the Lich King as well as give Dragonflight a good chance, a good and proper try. But many people who are playing WoW, they seem to be almost waiting or looking for one more stupid thing from Blizzard to finally quit the game for good and move on. And that said, it's been critically important, therefore, for Blizzard to really focus on listening to player feedback and trying their best to make the classic experience, as well as the modern game experience, to be fair, as good as it can be. And from what we've seen so far, Blizzard is doing just that. Blizzard has been active in their communication with the players in terms of things like their intended changes to Wrath of the Lich King going forward. More about that with a future video. They've done their best to make the Wrath pre-patch launch as smooth as possible. The Dragonflight beta has been received very well so far based on what we've heard and seen. I enjoy it. And overall, the company seems to be doing things all right. There's not much to complain about, really, unless I've missed something in the details or recent news that you guys can point out in the comment section, because I don't check things every single day. There's been no scandals with the company, to my understanding. No community issues, not recently anyway. Nothing. So people are just having fun, and they're just enjoying the game right now, and you can really feel that in the culture and in the communication between the players. Now, you do still find people debating topics in Hellfire General, like how...
Bro, BGs right now? Like, not AV, any other BG right now is probably fucking chaos. Imagine you're the flag carrier in Warsong, you almost make it to your base, and you just get chain pulled back all the way to the enemy base.
Woke Blizzard has become over the years, or whether or not Dragonflight is going to be WoW's last good expansion. And of course, you can find your occasional level 58 Death Knight in the trade chat talking about how WoW is dead and Final Fantasy is so much better and blah, blah, blah. But WoW's community has always had a toxic side to it, and we've had years of enjoyment poking fun at it, so it's nothing new. Trade chat has its political debates. Ocarus has Death Knights talking about how their class is not powerful enough and has been nerfed. Hellfire General is a giant mess of bad jokes. And we've even seen the return of Thunder Fury and Anal Spam. It's fantastic. Overall, the game is in a very great spot. Yes, there are Death Knights all over the place. Yes, the recent influx of people has brought, of course, some toxic players to the game. But overall, if you log into Azeroth today, right now, you will find people hard at work crafting and preparing for Wrath of the Lich King, doing tons of dungeons, and just having a good time. I think the only struggle, the only thing that people are really having trouble with at the moment is just getting to 70 as fast as possible before Wrath officially drops. Which is why if you are one of those people who needs help to level fast, you need to watch this video right here, right now that I made that goes over 10 tips.
I mean, I could be wrong, and everyone who's playing could be right. I just don't believe it. It's like, it's a fake hype. I get it, there's nothing else to play, but like...
No time for an intro, so let's just go. Agil's Flame, like other Dragon Communion incantations, can be cast in the air. However, using a talisman in your left hand might prevent you from charging it, whereas if the talisman is equipped in your right hand, you can charge it midair just like you would be able to normally. Cast this at an enemy that's directly below you and evading your lock-on. The projectile doesn't stop at your ground level, and it will actually travel downward until it hits something or the bullet just expires. So if a stubborn enemy is below you and refuses to be targeted by anything else, just plunge this thing downward and see if you can hit it instead. Since this is an incantation largely controlled by RNG, you'll have the best luck with this against super large dudes. Charging will increase the incantation's effective range and duration of each lightning pillar, and casting this when you're above water will also drastically boost its effectiveness by giving each bolt of lightning a little AoE, a nice trick to keep in mind if you're fighting near water. Aspects of the Crucible incantations receive a small damage buff for each piece of Crucible armor you're wearing, and it doesn't do huge damage, but it's great for clearing out low HP mobs. If you're itching for an HP refill, slap on Taker's cameo, hold this thing down in front of a bunch of weak asses, and watch as the bounty comes rolling in.
Wait, do what?
Doesn't do huge damage, but it's great for clearing out low HP mobs. If you're itching for an HP refill, slap on Taker's cameo, hold this thing down in front of a bunch of weak asses, and watch as the bounty comes rolling in. Despite it not doing tons of damage, the hyper armor on this thing will turn you into a goddamn Chevrolet. You can also slightly change your trajectory at the very beginning of the charge. If it hits, you can stunlock just about any NPC invader in the game, so have fun. It can also go through multiple enemies, making it pretty FP efficient. The newest patch must have been very generous to the aspect incantations because the hyper armor on this thing can tank through just about anything too. Charging it up is great against agile enemies that dodge you because they'll almost always get caught by that second swipe. You can sprint jump in complete silence, which is exceptionally useful given how powerful jump attacks already are in the game. Make sure you pick this up at any point before killing Malekith, otherwise the world will undergo massive changes and you won't be able to obtain it. It negates magic damage by 60%. In PvE, the use is pretty straightforward, but in PvP, Law of Regression can deactivate this buff, so try and find a way to lure it out with less powerful buffs first. Damage may seem lackluster, but charging it doesn't take long at all, and it can go up walls, which looks hilarious, and it can actually be useful against enemies with verticality. If you're having trouble getting it to do damage, Clawmark Seal, Godfrey Archon, and Syncadia? That thing can spice this incantation right up. Incredibly useful against Mog and Deathrite birds. Use that one glitch where chain casting it and then comboing it into another incantation completely takes the cast time away. Ha ha ha, look at me, I'm so good at the game. Why isn't this fixed? This one is a little ass by itself,
Why isn't
but
this
when
fixed?
paired with Taker's Cameo, Icon Shield, Blessed Dude Talisman, or fuck it, all three of them, you can actually find yourself a pretty decent HP regen build. Or just stand in a corner while nothing's aggroed and cast it there like a chump. Black Blade is an Erd Tree incantation, although you likely wouldn't have guessed that by looking at it. It passes through enemies and has a follow-up second slash with a slightly angled blade instead of completely vertical. It deals holy damage, so any holy damage talismans or buffs you can think of, this incantation gets boosted by it. Oh, and it stacks with Blade of Death. Yeah, this thing's pretty nuts. Every Godslayer incantation is extremely useful against bosses with large health pools, or high defenses, because the subsequent debuff after the fireball hit does damage based off of the target's max HP. It only grows in strength once you get into NG+3 territory and beyond, because those health pools can get pretty ridiculous. Black Flame Blade's animation is similar to Drawstring Grease, meaning it's best used when you're literally right about to attack something right now. The same debuff you find on Black Flame can also be found on this incantation, albeit to a slightly less effect. Good to spring on a boss fight after their combo ends, since one attack can still do pretty significant damage. One drawback to this one is that it reduces the effectiveness of healing items by about 20%, making it a perfect fit alongside the Crimson Sea Talisman, which buffs your flask potency by 20%. Never get hit by Black Knife Assassins ever again. It also covers a very wide area, and you should know by now that this also means it's a giant killer. Oh, and these are all technically fire incantations that do fire damage, so Flame Grant Me Strength can still boost them despite seeming like it shouldn't. You know that one secret mechanic about how burst healing can actually destroy revenants in like 2 hits? Well, since Blessing of the Air Tree is an incantation that heals over time, it also results in a damage over time effect against revenants and wraithcallers. And I think y'all know what we do with DOT spells around here. If you attach other talismans and buffs to it, this thing can essentially become your new Crimson Flask. You can extend the effect duration with Old Lord's Talisman and reduce the FP cost with Glintstone Blade, and having the Cerulean Seed on you wouldn't hurt either. But that's not all. If you feel like cranking up your dex and throwing Radagon icon in there to compensate for the cast time, you can potentially pull off a no Crimson Flask run. It's pretty nuts. Just free aim this. Trust me, it'll hit 10 times as often. I call this one Rivers of Blood at Home because Blood Flame Blade deals both fire damage and causes blood loss buildup. Benefit from all the perks of using Rivers of Blood without the ridicule of actually using Rivers of Blood. Slap it on a Twin Blade and become Darth Maul. You're welcome. One of the greatest incantations to use after the most recent patch. Cast speed has been downed tremendously, and it actually does damage now. The spell actually combos with lots of other spells out there, both sorceries and incantations, so experiment around with this one and see what you can combo it with. Are you a Faith Arcane user feeling like you're missing out on magic damage? Look no further. Borealis Mist deals magic damage, meaning it can be buffed by Terra Magica, Magic Scorpion, and Magic Shrouding Tear all at once. A lot of the tips I have for this one can be shared with Black Flame Ritual. It has a decent cast time and damage, and it's pretty much guaranteed to stun whatever decides to come charging through it to get to you. Also, good against hands. Use this to roll into a more powerful incantation that also change. Bestial Sling, Dragon Claw, Lightning Strike, just to name a few examples, and you can drastically shorten the casting time of whatever the second incantation is.
I've never seen what it looks like.
Cures poison. So
Yeah.
if you don't have poison, then Don't use it. Darkness might be the most underrated incantation in PvP, like bar none, I'm not even kidding. Casting Darkness as your first move is the ultimate test that shows you what kind of player you're dealing with. If they stand still, use the downtime to charge up an incantation with a long wind-up time, and if they anticipate this and decide to bum rush you, counter with an incantation AoE like Noble Presence, or an Ash of War AoE like Gravitas or Waves of Darkness. Death Lightning is one of the many incantations that benefit from the Godfrey icon. Despite having Deathblight status, I find this spell to be more useful in PvE. It does massive damage against big dudes if you can get it to hit, but also excels at wiping out crowds of smaller mobs. Also, remember that trick about casting lightning in water? Yeah, it works with this one too, so use it. Against flaming chariots, throw it through the front of the tank and it'll inevitably hit the driver on the way back. Also, you can carry your own discus on the way back with Archery's Great Shield unique skill, giving you potentially 3 opportunities to hit in a single cast, and you better not patch this FromSoft, I swear to God. The main allure with this incantation isn't the lightning negation, but the fact that lighter enemy attacks will just bounce off of you. It can interrupt combos from weaker enemies like Kindred of Rot, Pages, and a bunch of others, and it can be used in tandem with Raptor of Mists to guarantee a stun and therefore a hit. Okay, now we're getting to the fun ones. Thanks to the Hyper Armor buff that came with 1.04, you can dual hand Dragon Seals and alternate the first Dragon Claw attack in your left and right hands, and pretty much nothing can interrupt you. Or you can combo it into another incantation. Just don't use the second attack because it has an extremely long recovery that leaves you very vulnerable. The Prophet starting class can pick these up almost instantly, save 2 levels in Arcane. They do fire and magic damage respectively, but you can also inflict Frostbite with Dragon Ice and then reset the effect with Dragon Fire if you're looking to deal high damage to big targets by just resetting the Frostbite effect over and over again. Apparently this is great in PvP just because no one actually expects you to whip out a giant dragon head and start biting them with it. More damage than the Dragon Claw at the expense of combo potential, but keep in mind this incantation can just be the follow-up to Dragon Claw. Boost this with Blood Boil Aromatic for 30% more damage because X-Ice Decay not only does Scarlet Rot damage, but also physical damage. Pretty much good against anything big and slow. It can melt any late game dragon boss like Fortisax or Placidusax due to their weakness to Scarlet Rot. Just catch them standing still after a long attack combo and then just unleash. If this bullshit does have a use somewhere, I'm too lazy to find it. Use something else. The requirement for this one is only 15
I don't know
faith.
why that ability is so weak. It's so tilting. Is one of the best looking abilities. Literally get from the last boss. Longest cast time. Requires the most amount of faith out of all the incantations and does 0 damage. I don't know why.
And its damage modifier is more than decent in the early game. Lightning affinity weapons scale from dex, whereas using this incantation is a great way to make normal weapons into powerhouses if you've plugged all your levels into faith. So don't go applying this to a weapon thinking it's the same thing as giving it lightning affinity because it scales completely differently. Walk up to a revenant and blast its fucking face off. Use a cold affinity weapon in your right hand while this incantation is active, and you'll be doing both frostbite and fire damage at the same time. This resets the frostbite effect as soon as it procs, allowing you to continue the cycle of giving an enemy frostbite over and over again and dealing a huge chunk of damage each time. Old Lord's Talisman will always be there if you need it. Also stacks with Flame Drake. Obviously. Do not underestimate the AoE on this thing, as one charged cast can decimate a whole crowd of tightly packed mobs with all the damage of a glintstone sorcery, making it one of the most FP efficient incantations you can pick up. Super good against NPC enemies and Everjails. Cast it while out of melee range, let them run up to you, and then start swinging. They'll be presented with the choice of either getting hit with your weapon or getting hit with a giant fireball. Sometimes both if they're stupid enough. Did your Kindred Exaltation strategy go horribly wrong and now you're about to die because you ate a meat dumpling? Use this and it'll be like nothing ever happened. This incantation was made possible to multi-hit after 1.04, and now it is the ultimate flaming shotgun weapon. Barrel stuff a dumb fuck and you could deal in-game damage with only a fraction of the FP cost. This of course makes it yet another giant killer incantation, so go ahead and add that one to the pile. Flame Grant Me Strength is one of the most versatile tools you can have as a faith build. It buffs all of your fire damage, period. So not just fire incantations, but any fire affinity weapon, and even unique weapons like Rivers of Blood and Blasphemous Blade all benefit from this damage boost. Can save you from getting one-shot by Astel's bullshit grab-ass attack. The same tip I gave for Ancient Dragon Lightning Spear can also be applied here, only if you just need a little more damage to finish something off. Probably probably the fastest traveling incantation of them all. Charging it not only deals more damage, but also gives it the power to penetrate enemies, which both sounds and is extremely valuable. Frozen Lightning Spear travels outward in a cone. Incredibly powerful, but the AoE delay is a bit long, so use this incantation as the very first attack against a large enemy with their back turned. This thing is a drone strike in the palm of your hand. It has a huge AoE blast, can be used to knock back medium-sized enemies, and even interrupt the attacks of larger ones. Oh, look at that, another incantation that does magic damage. Guess what? Terra Magica buffs it. This is a must-have if you're one of those weirdos that make intelligence faith hybrid characters. I don't actually think you're weird, I'm just jealous because I can never make a good one. Increases lightning defense. That's about it. So any boss that shoots lightning at you, use this to lessen your trouble. Does anyone actually have any useful tips for the fortification spells? I legitimately just can't think of any. The Ash of War variant is mostly outclassed by the commander's standard unique skill, but there's still plenty of reason to use the incantation variant. It offers a little more duration and attack than the Ash of War. It stacks with Flame Grant Me Strength, and the duration can be increased with Old Lord's Talisman. Hey, another healing incantation. Guess where this goes? It can be used for damage, but the best use for this incantation I've found is the debuff. It's the only incantation in the game that decreases both enemy attack and defense, making it extremely powerful during higher iterations of NG+. Your hitbox actually adjusts to when you crouch down during the animation. It takes practice, but you can actually use it to dodge a lot of thrust attacks from various enemies, and you look cool as shit too when you pull it off. The heal incantation, it heals you. Yeah. Bet you didn't think this was going to turn into a Did You Know video, huh? Would you believe me if I said you could chain this? Animation bugs aside, the honed bolt is also pretty useful in PvE. It automatically selects your closest target, meaning it can be free-aimed if you want to dislodge a hard-to-reach enemy on high ground, and NPC invaders apparently just have no idea how to dodge this, like at all. They just stand there and take it, so it's really good if you just feel like cheesing Aiden or something. The Howl of Shablableh is great if you want to get all those Q one-shot build boys to like you. It increases your damage by a whole ass 25%, and it stacks with goddamn everything. Grant Me Strength, Golden Vow, Commander Standard, you name it, it probably stacks. It also draws enemy aggression towards you, making it a great way to set up a powerful AoE attack against multiple targets. Cast Immutable Shield preemptively if you think you'll be backed into a corner. Great for fighting worm faces and those weird basilisk frog things. I don't know, they probably have a different name in Elden Ring. I've just always known them as basilisks due to all the trauma they've put me through in other Souls games. The damage of Inescapable Frenzy is meant to match the critical damage of your main hand weapon. So if you're trying to cast this incantation with one hand and you have like a bow or some useless shit in the other hand that can't hit critically, well then, that's why you're not doing any damage. Jesus Christ. I can't wait until the overhaul mods start coming in, because these bows deserve some fucking respect.
Hey,
Slap on Taker's cameo, find a group of low-health pushovers and give them the business. Hey, look at that, you're not close to dying anymore. Good job. Damage over time effects do not count towards the 5 hits it takes to trigger Law of Causality. Instead, look to use it against groups of enemies that would otherwise easily overwhelm you. The explosion can knock enemies back and give you some breathing room, and the counter also doesn't reset upon resting at a grace, nor does it reset upon entering a boss arena, as long as the effect activates within, I think, 60 seconds. So have fun with that knowledge. Use this as a checkmate in PvP. Your opponent will likely spend the first 30 seconds of the duel reenacting their favorite Dragon Ball Z episode, buffing themselves with God knows, but you kinda need to play some mind games and pretend you're also doing something to give the impression that you don't have a fuck your whole life button hidden behind your back. Stacks with Bolt Drake and benefits Old Lord Talisman. Like I said, fortification spells are pretty straightforward, but actually using this in the late game can potentially save you from being two-shot by a badass boss. Placidus Axe here being a perfect example. Lightning Spear is a high damage early game incantation that only gets better. Knight's Cavalry enemies are extremely weak to lightning, so wait until they're charging forward and you should be able to launch one off and still have enough time to get out of the way. Much like the ancient Dragon Lightning Strike, this one also affects the ground below you if there's any water, which can drastically increase the AoE radius. This especially helps due to the random nature of the lightning bolts. Fun fact, this incantation actually gargles exceptionally copious amounts of balls and ass. Said that one shit pillar that doesn't read item descriptions. Litany of Proper Death is meant to be used against those who live in death. Skeletons take insane damage and cannot be revived if they get hit with this. So if you want to go after Tibia Mariners super early, then this is a great way to deal with all the minions they spawn. Lord's Aid alleviates poison, blood loss, and sleep all at the same time. But I don't think I've ever found myself in a situation where I just randomly had to deal with all 3 of these at once, so unless they release a patch that teaches the imps how to make sleep pots, I think I'm just gonna stick with Flame Cleanse Me. It cures rot anyways, so that automatically makes it better. You only support incantations that might actually need a small nerf in my opinion. 60% damage negation of any kind is straight up fuck nuts, and it's even more ridiculous when that negation applies to the damage type of just about every boss in the end game. If you use this versus Malekith, Radagon, or the Elden Beast, you just won't die. I don't even know what else to say here. Magic Fortification increases magic damage negation by third. Okay, for shit's Christ. Can we just skip these? All I'm doing is reading item descriptions. If the boss throws blue shit at you, use this. If it throws a yellow shit at you, use the lightning one. If it breathes fire, use the other one. Okay, are we done now? Magma Breath can be chain cast, and the pools can be stacked to multiply damage. You can also fire it at the ground, and anything that gets caught in the magma will definitely get stunned out of whatever they were doing, which provides great defense against groups of hands, dogs, imps, marionettes, whatever other group of enemies pissed you off this morning. I don't know. Wearing the Godskin Noble Robe gives this incantation 20% extra damage at the negligible cost of looking like a ball of melted plastic. The casting speed still suffers a bit, so even though it feels like it should be used for comboing, it really can't. It can take out a large chunk of someone's HP though, so you can always catch a poor sap with their back turned and let loose. It makes little sense using this in place of Law of Regression, but at least the description gives you some sweet gold mask lore. The holy damage given to you by Order's Blade only scales off of Faith, despite the incantation requiring both Faith and Intelligence to use. The projectiles move slow as ass, and they can hit multiple times, both of which are well-known criteria of a giant shredder spell. Like, seriously, the damage this incantation scores on Elven Beast is downright hilarious. Yes, this incantation looks very cool. That doesn't mean it makes you invincible. It actually leaves you vulnerable for a long time, and the laser is almost impossible to control, meaning it's likely best against large targets that have just finished an attack and are in the recovery stage. It's also one of the only incantations that deal multiple types of damage at the same time. The poison buildup is flat, and honestly, it isn't much, which is why it's always nice to have another poison damage option on you, like the Poison Mothflight Ash of War. The poison buildup on the Mist incantation is only slightly better, which is why using them in tandem is likely the best play if you're looking to proc the effect fast. Imagine if all the fortification spells were slightly shittier and you could cast them all at once. Here you go. Holy shit, I love this spell. It's perfect for farming smaller dudes, and of course you can always pair it up with Taker's Cameo for an HP boost, or the Ancestral Horn if you want to farm Albinorix near Mogwin Palace without feeling as much stress on your FP. The long-ish casting time shouldn't bother you that much if you're limiting casts to when your target is recovering, or coming out of a stagger, or tying their shoes or some bullshit. Not a lot of hyper armor though, so just make sure you're out of harm's way. Yeah, blowing fuckers off cliffs. Pretty much everything is weak to Scarlet Rot, and that includes the majority of demigods. If you ever wanted to turn the Star God himself into an absolute baby back bitch, then this is how you do it. I've never seen Radon give up so quickly in my entire life, and I saw that one video where someone baited him into crashing into the corner of the arena and drowning to death. Burn into a giant flower and distribute rot everywhere. I can't even fully commit to saying this is a bad spell because I was just pointing out how many bosses are weak to this ailment, but I feel like you'd just be better off using one of the Dragon Communion spells instead. Another cone-shaped incantation that fans outward, and pretty okay damage to boot. Against a crowd, you might want to try free aiming this instead of locking on because sometimes the whole spell just glides over everyone's head despite being well within range. Oh my. Wow, this thing chews ass. Pass this spell out, and then put your controller down and get some lunch. You're gonna be here for a while. Magic Shrouding Tear, Magic Scorpion, Terra Magica, it all works, and this incantation benefits from more than that too. Even the Dark Moon debuff results in this doing more damage. Incantation or not, you're still wielding magic. If you can dodge a ball, you can dodge a boulder. Virtual Flame has this really weird timing thing you can do with it that'll almost always stun whoever's directly in front of you. If an NPC invader or something is running at you, it's kind of funny to just put your hand up and just stop them. Listen not to the naysayers. Swarm of Flies is still amazing in 1.04. Listen not. Is anyone even saying this is bad now? Or do people just react like that every time they see a nerf? So yeah, the bleed buildup got taken down a little, but against large dudes that really like staying still, it remains one of your best options. Use the Flame of Frenzy to break poise. Like, period. This incantation is so good at it that you might as well just not use it for anything else. Honestly, it feels like a giant taser. Like, you point it at something and shit just falls over. It's amazing. It's like Magma Breath, only it does everything slightly better. Spread your Magma Vom all over the floor and those hands will never bother you again. I could see this used as another capable farming tool.
Okay. Alright, yep, that's cool. Anyways, yeah, that'll be it for today. I was just watching that kind of like for fun.
tomorrow we should be able to finish all the League lore, starting with the mmoRPG. Are we? Yeah, mmoRPG, Rammus, Yorick, Ivern, the Weakest Heart, whatever that is, which is like a lot of episodes. 7 episodes, 8 episodes. And then we have Galio, Chaya, and Rakan. So, should be able to finish it all tomorrow, and then we'll go on to the Necrit videos. And we're gonna learn more lore from Necrit. But yeah, that would be tomorrow. Till then.